Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planing the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. How we doing? How we doing today, chat? We are on day 11. They're just filtering into the courtroom.
Okay. Lots to cover.
Lots to cover.
Ms. Nestor, I appreciate the email you sent earlier this morning. Should we start with the O'Driscoll interview?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is docket 1163, which is the state's motion regarding portions of the O'Driscoll interview as clarified by docket 1555 and Ms. Nestor's
We are going to go back to the
email of this morning. Let me get there with you.
Back to this.
I left both of those items on my printer. I'll be right back. You can stay seated. Thank you.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Let's see. Where the hell was that? So, guys, I did a cursory review of like other trial streams, and I gotta tell you, most of them are just fucking trash. There's no way around it. There was no commentary. There was nothing.
Have a seat. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. There was just bullshit. Sign in.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, with respect to pages 1 to 7, what's the value in, or I guess more accurately, under Rule 106, how do pages 107 qualify,
yes.
explain, or place into context the stuff that follows?
Mainly because he gives the reason why the whole interview is happening, like what he's doing there and why the interview is happening, and from his perspective. And I believe that's important to put the whole interview into context. I don't see there's anything at all objectionable in it, and it does provide a context of how this meeting happened. They're not in the police station, they're in her house. She invited him in. She voluntarily met with him. All of that, I think, matters to context, and we're asking that it come in, especially because there's nothing in it that's controversial, and there are things I think that are very helpful.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, there's a distinction between
I know the thing's not on the screen yet.
context to the interview and context to particular statements. And
Just a second.
while this provides context to the interview, it provides no context to kind of any of
Don't
the
worry, the
six
video feed's
individual statements. The interview context can be sufficiently drawn out through examination of Jeff O'Driscoll. I mean, I'll lay a lot of some of that foundation before I introduce any of the statements, and then, of course, he's subject to cross on that. The other thing is this is peppered with the defendant's self-serving statements. that the state holds the keys to.
Okay. So we're going to do this one chunk at a time. The standard under Rule 106, and it's not discretionary, it's an on
What's
or
up,
off
Miss
switch,
L?
is whether the portions that, in this case, the defendant wants to add to the designations
Why is this doing
made
this?
by the state are necessary to qualify, explain, or place into context the portions of the interview transcript that the state seeks to introduce.
Oh, I'm gonna fix that video
That's
up
under
top.
cases
Don't
like
worry.
State versus Cruz Meza, 2003, Utah 33, at paragraph 14. Here, with respect to pages 1 through 7, I'm persuaded by the state that this context for how the interview occurred will come out through direct and cross-examination of Detective O'Driscoll. These 7 pages are not necessary to qualify, explain, or place into context any of Kouri Richins' statements that follow. Okay, so we're not going to add 1 through 7. Those will stay redacted. Then we get to pages 15 to 16, right, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is new as of this morning. Give me just a moment. Did you have a specific line number or the whole pages?
Just the redactions that are on both pages, we would like unredacted. So it starts at line 10.
There are no redactions on those pages.
I have redactions on lines 10.
Nestor is the
through
worst
25
attorney ever.
On page 15, and
God,
lines
she's
1 through
awful.
12 on 16 is the copy I was given.
Your Honor, in negotiating this back in whatever, January, the state conceded to her request to unredact that. The state unredacted it. The current copies, which are before the court and in the link I recirculated this morning, show no redactions there.
Okay. That's moot then.
Very good. That brings us to pages 29 to 32.
Because we want to use those versions.
So here, we have Ms. Richins making references to Eric going to jail and Cody's involvement in that situation. Ms. Nestor, why is this necessary to qualify, explain, or place into context Ms. Richins' statements in other parts of the transcript?
Give me just 1 second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Y'all, this bitch is guilty out of her mind. You know I know that?
So.
She had her lawyers call him gay.
Previously, they were talking about whether or not Eric was happy.
Bitch is evil.
If he was depressed, if he was suicidal. And as a flow, an arc of that conversation, she then goes into, the question O'Driscoll asks is, okay, anything else regarding his mental health history? That's line 3 on page 29. She answers, no, not really. But then she goes into, like, there wasn't generally, I mean, he had his struggles, he was stressed, and then she explains how he was stressed. So I think or why he was stressed about his relationship with his business partner. I do think that completes the answer to the question. It completes the entire subject matter of the conversation. It's actually evidence that has already come in as far as no longer being objectionable. This all came in Cody's testimony. So we would ask that it be put back in.
So I think you have fairly characterized everything through page 31, line 3. After that, though, I think he turns in a different direction. That is not relevant or does not qualify, explain, or provide context for what you just described.
I really don't care about the rest of it. If you
Mr.
would-
Bloodworth, line 29, page 29, line 5 through page 31, line 3.
So we will unredact that portion, Your Honor.
I think it's a fair continuation
Fair.
of Kouri's explanation regarding things that were stressing Eric Richins.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So we're going to unredact page 29, line 5 through 31, line 3. The remainder of that redaction stays as is. All right, I think then we go to pages 107 to 112. Help me out, Ms. Nestor. I wasn't quite following defendant's position on this.
Okay, just 1 second, Your Honor, I'm sorry. So this, and it's getting hard for me to remember what I know from what happened in the courtroom versus what I know from getting ready for trial, so I apologize. I cannot remember if this came in yet. I think it's going to come in with Mr. O'Driscoll if it hasn't already with Chelsea, but there's conversations in here about texts with Chelsea on the day that Eric passed. And it's a continuation of O'Driscoll asking about phone records and him reviewing available phone records. And she goes into what she's reviewed in terms of the calls between her and Chelsea. So I do think it's all part of one conversation. Let's see. And I think to the extent that hasn't come in yet, I think it's going to come in today.
Well, I don't disagree with your prediction about what Detective O'Driscoll might testify to. The task
read
I
these,
have to
chats in
engage
just
with
a minute.
here is whether any portion of 107 through 112, line 9, is necessary to qualify, explain, or place into context Ms. Richins' other statements in this interview.
So I think it's a direct continuation of the questioning above it about telephone records and whether
Right.
she has.
Reminder that we do have the judge's
available phone
magnificent
records,
voice.
And she discusses these records.
Available on Super
of
Tips.
calls with Chelsea. So I do think it's all one conversation.
Can you point me to specifically, it seems to me that in the preceding pages there, talking
ambiguous,
about
Jerry
what
Wall,
phones
but the
she
defense-
had access to during what periods of time, when those devices were or were not available to her, which belonged to C&E, which belonged to her.
If you go back just a little further, Your Honor, to page 105, line 15.
Yes, sleeping
Detective
cycle. I'll
O'Driscoll
do it in a
starts
second.
with, okay, so when was the last time before the night of
I
the
was taking
3rd that you
eggs.
talked to Chelsea? Do you think it was the 2nd? And she says, I think it was the 2nd. And he says, when you guys were talking about the anniversary, do you know for sure if it was the 2nd or 3rd? Kouri goes into, well, yeah, because actually she sent me all the text messages because they were saying Woody tried to tell Chelsea, which was not true, that Chelsea's the last person I talked to. That's absolutely not true. And that there was some kind of message or something the night of the 3rd. I don't know, but we've pulled all phone records, and Chelsea still has messages on her phone. So none of that is accurate. And then it goes into, do you have those records? They were talking about subpoenas. Do you still have them? And then they start redacting her explanation of how she got these texts and basically.
I
she's
haven't even
at them
looked
and
yet.
what
I'm
they
still
say.
scrambling.
So I think you're cutting out the second half of that conversation.
And Lacey, I'm
which
going to
us
get back
is
to you on
misleading,
the,
and we'd like it all in.
Your Honor, may I offer a suggestion?
Overlay. I actually think maybe we
The
should.
state proposes to redact page 105,
Like maybe I'll just
Line
open a
15.
StreamYard thing and bring you in. And then we
all
can
the
walk
way
through it on
down
the video
through
call.
107, line 11. So redact the entire portion as it relates to Chelsea Barney.
Okay. That removes the necessity of what follows, Ms. Richins. Sorry, Ms. Nestor.
It does, except that I think they'd have to go back further to, because they still have up there where Detective O'Driscoll's basically saying it's weird that your conversations with Chelsea's are deleted. So, I mean, they're just picking the part they like and taking out all the rest of it, right? So they'd have to go back further. If they really want to take out everything about this, it would eliminate my objection, but they'd have to go back to, let's see.
So why don't we go up to 105, line 3?
Okay, let me look at that.
The state still
Tilly
gets the
T,
general
what's up?
question on page 104 into 105.
How we doing?
It just doesn't focus on Chelsea.
That would fix my objection, because then it would just take all of it out.
Well, you're,
For example, just so the record is clear, because we only have an audio record here.
Sure.
We have Detective O'Driscoll asking about whether things, is it possible?
I've
things were
fixed
deleted on your
Corey's
phone?
look in the
And Ms.
locals
Richins
chat.
saying at 104, line 20, yeah, that's just not possible.
Right. Right, and then he gets into Chelsea starting on page 105.
Benjamin, for
So,
breakfast,
right,
I have
if they would
a
delete
Wagyu
from
picanha
3
steak.
of 105 all through all of it, then that
cooked to
eliminates my
medium
objection.
well.
Because then they're not just putting in half of it and not
Which
the
is
other
fine.
half. But
Because I'm
I
going to
would
be sitting
withdraw
here
my
a
objection
while.
under those circumstances. But if
I'll
you
have
want half
3
of it, I
fried
don't want
eggs
all of
cooked in
it.
the steak butter and beef tallow.
well,
Go with it.
okay, Your Honor, I think we're narrowing in on this, but I don't think we're there yet.
Okay.
I think the defendant raises Chelsea, right, at page 105, line 8. It wasn't Detective O'Driscoll. So I think the redactions should begin
Oh, I see your point.
at
I don't see your point at all.
Line 15.
line, right.
Piece of
Line-
She's
shit.
using
just
recovery of
kidding.
information on Chelsea's phone as an
Bloodworth's
explanation
actually
for
like a
why
pretty
she
good
wouldn't
lawyer.
bother to delete anything.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think
So-
there's a distinction between, right here, I think at line 15 is the tipping point where there is a statement about deletions,
Just the
Right.
tipping
and then
point.
at line 15, it tips into a discussion about text messages with Chelsea in particular.
That's fine, Your Honor, if you want to start at line 15.
Okay.
I eat a lot of
so
meat. Yes.
we will add the following redactions. We will redact line 105, sorry, page 105, line 15 through 107, line 11. And that resolves defendant's request to unredact
Tilly
pages
T, yes.
107 through
I'm going to get the
112, line 9.
super chats as soon as these guys shut
Scott, I
up.
went kind of fast there. Did you get that?
Yes, Your Honor, we have someone else listening in. as
Okay,
well.
very good. All right. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
All right. Fifteen through 107, line 11. Okay. All right,
I had to tone it down.
that brings us to page 120. Line 24. To 121, line 8. This is Kouri
really-
Richins giving
I really hate
Chelsea's phone
locals
number to
because of my
Detective
feelings.
O'Driscoll. I didn't follow how this relates to a prior statement.
Just one second, Your Honor, I'm sorry. So all this stuff above that is redacted, right? Are you looking at it?
Yeah.
Benjamin, she called him gay. He's dead. He can't even defend himself.
24 through line 121.
Yeah, JTC EMC. That's the look I'm going for. It's perfect.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit lost. Just give me, let me
No
look at,
problem.
let me look at my notes that I did just one more time. So right now, we're looking at the 120,
I give my kid cocaine
Line
and your
24
wife
through
an
121,
unwanted
line
pregnancy.
Please.
okay, I got it, just 1 second. This may not apply anymore now that Chelsea's testified, but let me just make sure. We'll withdraw that one, Your Honor.
Okay. Then let's go to page 125,
I like the sunglasses and jacket.
lines 6 through 16. I genuinely don't know why defendant wants to unredact this.
The state is doing
This-
way better
we have worked
lawyering.
real
It's
hard
not
to
even
keep this
close.
out.
Yeah, callus typhus. I'll give a rundown.
Yeah, we'll withdraw
I
that
should
one.
probably
All right.
do one of those.
Then we go to page
A catch-up video.
133. Beginning at line 12. And it goes through 141.
Okay.
My notes reflect that this is a discussion regarding law enforcement officers and Kouri Richins.
First time you've
Taking all
approved?
computers related to C&E
Man.
and maybe some others. And Cody having access to the garage and office at the
I
Richards
did.
home. How does this qualify, provide context for Ms. Richins' other statements in the interview?
Just a minute, I'm trying to see where their
This is an accurate
redactions
assessment. Old line
start
red.
and end on either side, so give me 1 second.
Prince of Wales. You're not supposed to know that.
Six.
It doesn't matter, but it is good banter. So I'm with it. It's okay. I've no business ruining what? The members only show from last night? It was great.
So is everything after 141 redacted still on the, I haven't seen the newest version.
I had to take her to a
Everything after
trauma center.
141 is redacted still.
No, there's some unredacted portions beginning at page 167.
I haven't asked her if she thought Kouri is hot.
This
I
redaction that
could.
we're discussing is the defendant's statements as it relates to life insurance. The statement after this redacted portion we're discussing
I'll
is
send her a message. Just
the
like,
defendant's statements as it relates to the trust. And the piece that we're redacting relates to collection of C&E computers, which in the state's view under 106 is not context to either the preceding or the subsequent statement.
133, line 12 to 140. That looks accurate based on my review, Ms. Nestor.
I think most of this has come in now, so I'm just making sure that there's nothing.
you wanted to enjoy chat? What, like yesterday are you talking about? What do you mean wanted to? What? The chat? I didn't take the chat away, did I? Like, it should still be there. Let me make sure, because, like, if it's If something happened to the chat window, I can probably fix it.
I'm almost there. One more second.
Take your time.
It was quite a few pages.
Yes, I did take her away. She'll be back.
That's all come in, Your Honor. We don't need it anymore.
She's mine.
All right. So defendant's request to add pages 133, line 12 to 141 is withdrawn. Then we fast forward to pages 174 through 184. Here, Ms. Richins is talking about the party's joint account.
You didn't
and the
kill the
flow of
buzz,
money
don't worry.
from C&E and her real estate business through various accounts.
Right.
The immediately preceding statement is regarding the trust. The immediately following colloquy seems to be about life insurance policies.
Yeah, just a minute. So this is 10 pages. I also think most of this has come in. If you can give me just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Let me see. Tilly T says, hey, Nick. Hope you and the fam are doing well. Love to the chatters too, from Tilly T in the UK. And then also says, see earlier super chat. Love to you and the family. And just now buy flowers for Lady R. Goodness, Tilly, thank you so much. Magnificent super chats there. Very much appreciated. Fletcher Boy says, Nick, great stream last night. Maybe some more greatest moments in Ricada Live with Lady Rackets. Sure, she's welcome on pretty much whenever she wants.
41, the redactions continue until 1.
It's been a minute since she's, kind of wanted to be on the show. Had other things going on. That was really sweet, Tilly. Thank you very much.
I think that all came in, Your Honor. We'll withdraw that one.
All right. And then finally, page 213, line 25.
Oh, I don't
through
know, like
215, line 6.
what
This
exactly they're
immediately
going
follows
through.
a statement by Ms. Richins regarding
Motion in limine.
Eric knowing about the HELOC and consulting a divorce attorney, and him knowing about that based upon statements made by his family members. I'm not sure, forgive me, I misstated that. It immediately follows a statement by him about knowing about the HELOC, and then Ms. Richins talks about how he knew about that was because his family members told him, and then he went and consulted
glad.
with
I
a
think,
divorce attorney.
Right.
I think people were a little resistant at first, but I think I think it's going to catch on for
I do
people
think
to
that's
get
all
used
one
to it.
conversation, Your Honor. Where they're talking about how he,
Just wish I could get the font on this other window bigger.
I gotta go back a little further. They're trying to say what they're accusing her of and how they changed, that's all one
At least they have
conversation.
Kouri and
I think.
Avina.
I stand on that
Tell
request.
me why Ms. Richins doesn't pivot away from what
Wendy
Eric
looks like a
knew
Hills Have
to
Eyes mutant
what
today.
his family members were doing to her. There seems to be two different topics here.
You'd say Sean is a better lawyer, but since Nick's not a lawyer, it's funny, you don't know how either of us are as lawyers. But you can say whatever you want. I don't really care.
Well, I think this is all connected to the HELOC. I can
I can say my arteries have less plaque in them.
Early on in this case that the HELOC was what precipitated the meeting with the divorce attorney. The divorce attorney has also testified to that.
Right.
This is Kouri lumping all that together in one conversation with O'Driscoll. So I do think this all should come in context. I just think it's all connected to the beginning of the conversation, where they're saying that he was unhappy about the HELOC and that he had been meeting with someone about a divorce and that Kouri was unaware of
Yes,
that.
I
And that she
do.
learned about that later from the
Okay.
family. So I think that's all connected. I would ask that come back in.
Mr. Bloodworth.
The laptop
Honor,
thing was
the-
where she accused the
Preceding statement.
The
which is
PI of,
statement the state seeks to isolate, is the defendant's statement
of taking
regarding
a laptop and
what
examining
she
it in
knew
his
about
office. And he's like,
HELOC.
that was my laptop.
In the redacted portion, she then pivots to divorce attorney discussion. Which is
Lady Tammy, they're going through
her statement separate and distinct
evidence that
from
they've requested to
the
be
HELOC
excluded.
discussion. It has come out in trial that the two are connected, but in this statement, it is a distinct statement through the course of this interview.
Just in terms of ending that, Kouri Richins. Yeah, I think. It seems that Ms. Richins' sentence.
Is guilty.
That begins on 213, line 22, doesn't actually end until 214, line 2. It looks like maybe she and Detective O'Driscoll talked over each other in that point. It would seem appropriate to end it there and then redact the rest. So just
Okay,
to
they're going over a
unredact
transcript of an interview.
213, line 25 through 214, line 3.
Agreeable.
Okay. That's the court's ruling, Ms. Nestor.
Understood.
So we're going to unredact page 213, line 25 through 214, line 3. Okay. I think that handles the parties' positions regarding
Oh,
the
good. Someone brought their
transcript
children
of
to the
Detective
murder
O'Driscoll's
trial.
interview with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. So that brings us to the
Kouri's in
jail
a V-neck.
calls. This was originally filed
an
as
okay
docket
color.
1165 by the state. It's further characterized
Shitty
by
black
docket
blazer.
1555.
They must have a boring black blazer
We're
store.
just going to have to go through these one at a time. As a matter of mechanics, Mr. Bloodworth, these will come in through Detective O'Driscoll.
Yes, Your Honor. As a
They
matter of
kept bringing
mechanics,
them.
and I
It's
don't know at this
amazing.
point, if we're gonna introduce them all through Detective O'Driscoll on direct, in fact,
Superfly. As of present,
trying to
she's
recall,
guilty as
there may be
shit.
only one or two that I can pin down that we may want to address first, although I think that if we can, we should resolve the whole set of them today, because I can see how it would come up in either redirects or some crosses that would begin,
Okay.
could begin as early as today.
All right, let's go through them. So, well, I don't know if you have the same binder. Let's go 2-69T.
69, dudes. I'm gonna try and get this, get all this meat in my mouth before anything exciting happens. The defense is gonna have to do something
My main concern
miraculous.
is on page 8, lines
To get this
6
bitch out of
through
prison.
18,
Sorry, I'm just pulling it up. Which one are you looking at? Can you give me the number again, sir?
2-69T.
Okay, got it.
That was the coldest
What
bullshit
portion are we
ever.
looking at?
Well, the court's concern, based upon the content of the unredacted portions that the state seeks to admit, is page 8,
Lines 9 and 10?
especially, yeah. Although,
Oh, that's definitely part of it.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'll try and get.
Well,
I'll
that's
back off the
Carmen
mic a
being in
bit.
jail,
Purple.
right?
yeah,
No, she's not in here.
I'm a
reading
fat,
Summit
leave me
County
alone.
Jail.
What jail is she in because she's not here?
yeah.
Oh, well, she's not
The only
here.
way was Mr. Richins would know she's
Right.
not there is because
Right.
she's there. Yeah.
Right. Yes.
So, yeah, Your Honor, we can certainly redact line 9 and 10 there. We can even
They are working so hard to keep
redact.
the fact that
11.
she's in jail
Yeah, if we could
presently
do 9,
out
10, and 11.
of
yeah.
this trial. It's amazing.
Okay.
It is amazing how hard they're working to keep that fact away from the jury.
Ms. Nestor, what was defendant's objection to the remainder of this?
Hold on just a minute, Your Honor.
So Brittany, from 2-69T, we're redacting page 8, lines 9 through 11.
Hashtag never forget.
I think that was my objection to this one.
Okay?
Let me just make sure.
I think your objection was probably not enough beef. God, it's a big annoying bitch.
I think that was it. I think that was the only problem I had with that one.
Very good.
Wait, hold on. That's Carmen.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it, Your Honor. That was my objection.
Very good. Let's go to 2-71R. There's only 3 text messages sent from the jail
Oh,
set.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Oh, never mind, they redacted it. Okay, I apologize. Please continue.
2-71R. These are text messages sent from the jail system. The state seeks to admit 3, right?
Yes, sir.
It's the ones from May 24 at 9:50, May 24 at 10:02, and May 24 at 10:03.
Correct.
Okay.
So we have a couple of objections to this one, Your Honor. It looks like they have made all the redactions that we requested that indicate it's jail-related. So those have been resolved. However, this is a correspondence between Kouri and her brother. And the brother's asking her, did Eric ever talk about suicide?
Right.
And she's repeating things that Eric said to her, which would be hearsay. Also, I believe the brother's statements are hearsay.
Well, all of the non-Kouri Richins statements are
Thank
going
you,
to be
Tilly.
hearsay if they're accepted for the truth of the matter.
Right.
So that's
Well,
an
but
issue.
they're specifically trying to admit what Eric said for the truth of the matter. So that's the concern that I have. It's like double hearsay. I know Corey's statement isn't hearsay, but when she relays what Eric told her, that is hearsay. So that's our objection to this one. Also, we just don't see the relevance. There's no,
Eric's an unavailable
You
witness.
don't see the relevance of whether Mr. Richins ever spoke about suicide.
I don't think either side is making the allegation that he intentionally killed himself. That's never been said by either side.
I think the state is seeking
Are you
proof
fucking kidding
affirmatively that
me?
He did not. So I think
Holy
we can put
shit.
relevance aside. It's certainly relevant.
Okay.
Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me about the hearsay. Put the
This
brothers
is the
level
dumbest
aside.
defense attorney I've heard in a while.
It's the truth of Eric's statements to Kouri as related by Kouri. Kouri's level, categorically not hearsay. It's the Eric Richins level. Let me pose a hypothetical to tease out the legal issue. It'd be one thing if, I mean, I guess what we're trying to tease out
She
is
is the
whether
worst.
this is evidence of whether Kouri
Worst
ever
attorney.
heard Eric say it versus whether Eric ever had suicidal ideations.
So I appreciate that distinction, Your Honor. She doesn't quote him, right? It's a generic, this is my impression of generally,
Of my husband,
right.
yeah.
Well, respectfully, I disagree. He would always say things like, if anything ever happened to me, blah, blah, blah. I mean, if they want to redact everything after the word not suicide specifically, then my objection, apart from the
How do we
relevance, which
even
I
go
stand
on
by,
with
but,
this case?
that would cure the hearsay problem of what he actually said. But they could leave in her answer not suicide specifically, because I don't think that relates to a particular statement. It actually refers to the absence of statements.
I think the opposite. That is what explains her statement, not suicide specifically.
Well, then it should,
And-
then none of it should come in.
Right, the statement is, Kouri Richins' statement is not suicide specifically. The remainder of that particular text message is in a sense 106 completeness because she is explaining her statement.
Why don't we just instruct the jury that they can't accept Ronnie or Eric's statements for the truth, but they can accept them for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins and let the whole statement in?
Correct, Your Honor, that's appropriate.
Because it's not being offered to show any effect on Kouri Richins. It's being offered to get in the fact that Eric made that statement to her. That's the whole reason this is coming in. And I stand by my objection, Your Honor.
And just to be clear, you don't want to admit the statement that Eric told her they'd be set for life if he died?
No.
Okay. All right.
The judge is like, are you fucking serious?
It's like,
Oh my God.
Yeah, I guess if the statement Eric made isn't true, what relevance does it have, Mr. Bloodworth?
It explains Kouri Richins' statement, not suicide specifically. It is the effect on Kouri Richins to make this, to respond to the question of did Eric ever, whatever the question is, hold on. Did Eric ever talk about suicide? She says, not specifically, and then explains herself.
So
That's
is the
foundation for her statement. It shows what the effect of Eric's statements on her.
right? But as we tease this out, it seems that to the extent that the effect upon her was relevant, regardless of whether it was true, it was her understanding that she'd be set for life if he died, not whether or not he had suicidal ideations. Is that fairly stated?
Your Honor, the state thinks it's both, actually. It is the set for life if he died. It's certainly that, right? But it's also the suicidal ideation part because, evidence will come in that, I think evidence is going to come in that she never believed, she said he would not commit suicide in other,
Yeah.
in other portions of.
Well, and at her level, that can come in, right?
Sure, but there's a foundation for that. Why do you believe that?
I think with respect to this particular text exchange, first of all, I don't understand why we need the third one. Can we work backwards from there? Why do we need her brother saying, just curious, someone threw out a scenario, made me think? That seems to be a throwaway.
Well, I guess it all depends on whether or not DJ testifies.
Forgive me.
That that statement could be used in impeachment of DJ Kouri if he were to testify.
Is this one of the things that's coming in through the state's case in chief or the rebuttal case? Or through cross, my apologies. As yet unclear.
So, yes, Your Honor, let me perhaps resolve, I think, the current tension.
Yeah.
If it comes in the state's case in chief, then I would agree that third statement we could redact. We may have a discussion down the road about unredacting it.
Understood. Okay. So focusing on the first two, I think the correct result here, let me state it and then let counsel ask for any clarification, is to admit the first two text messages with the following instruction to the jury, that they cannot consider Ronnie's statements. For
Hey
the
guys,
truth of
have
the
5
matter
memberships
only for
on me.
The context that they had, or the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener. They
You're welcome.
cannot consider Ms. Richins relating what Eric Richins told her for the truth of whether he ever had suicidal ideations or whether she would actually be set for life if he ever died.
Whoever
But
asked-
can consider it for the effect that that statement
Lady
by
Rackets,
Eric Richins had upon her.
Says Kouri could
on a
be
going-forward
attractive,
basis.
but she's a little too
Can we just get
murdery.
a statement as to what effect that did have on her? Because I don't understand that argument at all. And
If she
maybe
thought she would be set for life if he died, it provides a motive to kill him.
just, okay.
I can't believe she doesn't get
Mr.
that.
Bloodworth, any clarification?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
Any
yes,
other
it is
clarifications,
proper to
Mr.
bring that
No,
in.
sir, we just
'cause it's
would
not
like a
about
continuing objection to that
whether or
one.
not she is set for
I
life
don't know
or
what
not.
you mean by that.
It's about
So I don't have
what
to,
she thought
when they admit it, I
from
don't have to
that.
jump up. I just like,
And you don't, under
Okay.
Rule 103, have we discussed anything further on that?
no, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Miller has upgraded his
Scott,
membership to lawyer status.
would
Very
you
Chadley
initially
and
redact
masculine of him.
the message from Ronnie at 5:24 at 10:03, just curious, I watched something, et
That's,
cetera?
I think that's from DJ.
Oh,
Tilly T says, duh.
I'm sorry.
4
You're right.
months a member.
That's from DJ. For now. And I can pause for a second if my description was inappropriate.
Tilly T gifting 10 memberships. Holy crap. Thank you.
We're getting it. We're tracking it in the back.
What a
No problem.
kickoff.
Sounds good. Okay, moving on. That brings us to 272R. As I understand it, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 text
Thank you,
messages
Tilly.
from 5/31/2023 at 7:14 to 5/31/2023 at 7:24. I think the relevant part of this, Mr. Bloodworth, is that Ms. Richins saying she hardly knew Hayden Jeffs. Is that the point of this?
Correct.
Okay. And so, do we need anything after the 5:31 at 7:22 where she says that?
So you're referring to the last two of those texts?
Yeah.
We can redact those.
Okay.
Wait, I'm
Xerxes,
sorry, which ones?
we've been waiting
I
for
missed
you.
which ones you're talking about right then.
Another one wanting their 15 minutes of fame. Oh God, huh?
I would object to that coming out. I object to this whole thing coming in, but if it comes in, they should all be in.
All right. tell me
That
why
was
you
hot. I object to this whole thing coming in, but if it's coming in, it should all be in. Whoa! I'm totally
I don't
against
understand the
this.
relevance of this at all.
So we have
Penetrative
testimony
effort,
that's
but
come out that,
I mean, if we're gonna do it, let's do it
Kouri
hard.
Richins had a telephone conversation with Hayden Jeffs regarding the topic of fentanyl. Here, she's saying she hardly knew him. It's probative of their relationship.
They don't talk about that at all in here, though, about any conversation that
But
she had with
she
him.
talks about hardly knowing him.
Your Honor, we just stand on a relevance objection.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay, this is relevant to Ms. Richins' knowledge of or disclaiming knowledge of Hayden Jeffs. And you
Lynn
want the whole
Ross
thing,
gifting
Ms. Nestor?
5
Yes, I do.
memberships as
All right,
well.
we'll leave it
Thank
as
you,
is,
Lynn
Mr.
Ross.
Bloodworth.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
You guys are very generous and wonderful today.
all right, tab 7. Sorry, 273T and 274T and 275T. Mr.
a lot of
Bloodworth, Ms.
Ts.
Shervanek, I am genuinely confused by these in terms of this transaction in St. George and this other deed, and I read them 3 times. I really don't know what they're talking about.
So let me,
Explain it
propose
to me,
this as a way
Bloodworth.
forward.
Yeah,
To date, nothing has come in where the state would use these. I can see a circumstance where the defendant's mother would testify.
Thank
that
you,
the
money
state
making
would
Mitch.
want to use
It
these
was fun.
texts in impeachment
or the phone conversation.
or the phone
Right.
conversation.
Okay,
So maybe we can just put a pin in these till
Don't worry,
if and when
Inflatable,
that
you'll get one.
circumstance arises.
I appreciate that. Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We will skip 73T, 74T, and 75T for now. Then we go to 2-76T. With respect to this one, the defendant objects to redacting.
You can come see us at
lines
Hackamania
2
in
through
Vegas,
8
August.
on
Wait,
page
April
7.
10th through 12th.
Under Rule 106. In the court's
Sledge
view,
Entertainment
Lisa
says,
making a
Confucius,
comment about a corrupt
it's better to
police
come in than
force
come
is
out.
not required to be included under Rule 106. But Ms. Richins wondering if Detective O'Driscoll didn't relate part of his conversation with her to the prosecutor. That seems to provide context.
It wasn't the corrupt police force comment I'm interested in, it's Kouri's, so I don't have a problem with that staying redacted.
So I think if we just focus, Mr. Bloodworth, on page
See if
7,
you can get all
lines
4
4
signatures.
through 8.
Now stop being a faggot and just enjoy the show. Lynn Ross gifting 10 Ricada Law memberships. Decidedly not faggot-like, but very, very impressively structured and good genetics action by Lynn Ross. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you. 10 of you just gifted
I also, Your Honor, while he's
magnificence
looking at
from the
that,
clouds.
I did catch on page 7, line 19 and 20. I think that's Lisa reading the information, I'm
12,800.
guessing.
Wait, no.
And
1 second.
that's the hearsay the court's done an in limine ruling on page, line 19 and 20 on page 7. That also, just that one little part needs to be redacted.
It's 5,860
He
calories.
later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. That's been kept out.
Well, that part's come in a couple of times. I think it's the sentence before that's the problem. Is because that's part of what the state has to prove, right?
Actually, both of those.
The algorithm
I think
does
they
hate
both come
me.
in.
It's going to
Has,
take some time to
forgive me,
repair
have we
that.
gotten the detail of
The only thing that's come in.
Ate the sandwich, broke out in hives, had trouble breathing.
No.
That detail has come in, I think, in the context of, well, in Ali Staking's testimony about what they were joking about.
Yeah, it
I think it's all-
certainly ate a sandwich, had a reaction. Was she that specific? I genuinely can't remember.
No.
We can, hopefully somebody in the back scrambling right now to.
Take a look.
To get that portion of the transcript. I also think it's coming in a text message as well.
Lori Jane, they settled the
There's
stuff
June
pre-trial,
text message,
but
right, where Ms. Richins is, I forget
sometimes
who
in the course
recipient
of
that text
testimony, the
message
doors
is.
get kicked open, the
Chelsea
stuff
Barney.
comes in
There you go.
inadvertently
Is
or
talking
through other
about-
facts.
They're saying I
So
gave
now they're
him a sandwich
reviewing,
on that day, and
You know, they're
Right,
reviewing
it's-
those decisions
Correct,
and
it's the
seeing if they
defendant
still apply.
saying, I was with him when he ate, I gave him the sandwich for lunch, he didn't break out in hives, he didn't use an EpiPen.
that's right, okay.
I'm
The
not
concern I have
attracted to the
also
watermelon
is it
crusher
says he
chick.
later told his friend, which is Cody or Case, one of
Well, he
those.
doesn't say that, and we've already got testimony that there was a conversation in which he told a group of people that she tried to poison him.
Jokingly.
Well, whatever.
This is referring to telling his friend.
How do you know it was a
'cause
joke?
his friend
That's
was
for the
not
jury
at that
to decide.
conversation. His friend would be either.
Calling him a
Cody or
homo,
he-
you
or,
fat bitch.
Josh, and that's been suppressed.
Yeah, I don't think that we know to draw that connection, but the jury wouldn't.
Wait, what,
I don't
Saran?
think we can risk that.
Explain
Your
that
Honor.
when
I
you
mean,
get
there's
back.
a reason you made that ruling. We should stand behind your ruling.
I am standing behind it.
Currently, the state
Let's
is
take this
proving
one
her
piece at a
guilty.
time. Mr. Bloodworth,
Can always change.
line
I would love for
7,
them, the defense, to
can
come
we
up with
please add
something,
in
but
any objection adding back
her
in
counsel
lines 4 through 8?
sucks.
Sorry, page 7,
Page
lines
7,
4
lines 4
through
through 8,
8.
yeah.
No objection to adding that back in.
Okay, so we will remove the redaction in 2-76T of
Because
page
Nestor
7,
looks like
line
that
4
Mimi
through
chick
8.
from Through Carrie.
Then, Ms. Nestor, what is defendant's request with respect to lines
Put on some
16 through
insane
20?
eyeshadow.
Your Honor, all
Pink
we're
lipstick?
asking is that Lisa Darden's statement, which starts at line 16, and then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. We're asking to redact that whole comment of Ms. Darden.
Why would you
Mr.
redact
Bloodworth,
that?
The state's response.
Your Honor, I think the,
Jacob
just as a-
Castro, I would say yes
some
and yes.
context here. Lisa Darden is reading from, I think, it's the interrogatories in the civil case. That's why she uses the word question. The important part from the state's perspective is Kouri Richins' response there, ridiculous, right? So the preceding paragraph is necessary for the effect on the hearer. I think the court can instruct around any, any hearsay problem about considering
It's
it
a
for the
long
truth of
story
the matter
tow truck
asserted.
handbook.
Okay.
Welcome back, though.
Defendant's request to redact lines 16 through 20 of page 7 of 2-76T is respectfully denied.
I'll tell it to you
because
sometime. Email me.
That information, that Eric ate a sandwich, that he broke out hives, had trouble breathing, later told his
I'm not
friend
100% sure.
non-specifically who
seems
that
like
is, that he thought Kouri tried to poison him.
There's a
All
transcript
that has
of like a
already
deposition
come
or
in
an interview
through other
related to the
sources
civil
of evidence.
cases.
That will not introduce any new information to the jury if they were to fail to follow the court's instruction that they cannot consider the non-Kouri Richins part of these conversations for their truth.
Your Honor, can I just also, while we're just making the record, we would also ask that lines 9 through 13 be redacted on the same grounds. I understand your ruling, but I just want to make a proffer that we'd also want redacted. So they're saying they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with a supposed love note. I don't believe that has come in. I respectfully disagree. I don't think it's ever come in. He had trouble breathing. And I just want to make a record on that, but I understand your ruling.
Okay. Let's see, I think that handles 2-76T. Let's go to 2-77T. Defendant objects to redacting the following two sections. Line 20, page 21, lines 14 through 25.
Don't worry, Aquatic. Just gotta.
This just seems to be a
Let the algorithm
self-serving
know that we're
statement
back.
by defendant that is not
Just takes
necessary
time
to
and
qualify,
consistency.
provide context for, or explain any of the other unredacted statements. Why is this necessary under Rule 106?
Page 21, lines 14 through 25.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in a bad spot, cult of personalities. There's a whole lot that I have to say on the subject, but I've said a lot of it. And right now, waiting for a good break, because we do
We don't
have
need
a
that. We'll withdraw that.
super
Okay.
tip.
Thank you. And then, same exhibit.
And a super chat.
2-77T. Please go to page 25. Lines 2 through 16.
Inflatable, that's because we have the realest chat on YouTube.
I'm not sure
by
why
a
this is
mile.
Rule 106 material either.
Who is it,
It is almost
Ruby?
entirely Ronald Darden statements with just Ms. Richins making non-substantively responsive comments.
Why don't you sit at the table?
Panzer? No. Also on Unix systems.
So, for example,
Still life. How many pictures of me do you have with gorillas?
Okay, I don't need anything above line 14, but line 14 is the beginning of her sentence that starts on line 17.
You are a bot.
Okay.
So we
But we
need
love bots.
14, 15. I don't really care about
Thank
16.
you,
It
Pam
doesn't- I
Williams.
think he's talking over her, but
I'm sure
14
you
and
look
15 is the
fantastic
beginning of the
yourself
sentence
today.
that they start with 17.
And what's the problem with lines 17 through 19?
Tell
This
Emily
is
I
Kouri
said,
Richins' statement.
what's up?
She's saying her mother was telling her,
Mad
so it's
respect for that
triple
woman.
hearsay. It's her mom telling her what her mom read about what other people said.
Even if she does
Okay,
have
and
that
then, doesn't she
podcast
go on to talk
affectation
about that
to how
on
she
the
presents.
the following pages?
I still love her very much.
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
If we don't include lines 17, 18, and 19.
Whether or not you're a fan of Emily Baker's
We don't
content,
know what
she's
she's
a
talking
good lady.
about when she says stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake, like I didn't make any fucking sandwiches.
I don't
It's context for what she's talking about later.
I don't think any of it should
It's
come in. I
mutual.
mean, it's all talking about a triple hearsay statement, and she's addressing it.
It's her making comments about what did or didn't happen with respect to the sandwich on Valentine's Day.
It's
That's
her
relevant.
responding to
Lori
what
Jane,
the
for some
triple
reason they
hearsay
think
statement is saying.
Well, that's fine.
that if the
but
jury
her-
finds out Corey's been
these
held in
statements
jail pending
made by
trial,
other
that
people do not
that'll
come in for the
prejudice her.
truth.
And
Her
so I don't
statements
think so
are
at
admissible
all.
as categorically non-hearsay.
So you're gonna make an instruction on this one as well?
I'm making an instruction on all of them. That
Okay,
they
I'm sorry.
cannot consider the statements that are made by people other than Ms. Richins for the truth of the matter asserted.
So, I'm sorry, I did not understand that you were suggesting that you're making one instruction for everything. I don't know how they're introducing these. I don't know
I
if they're
can
all.
make an instruction every single time.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, happy to.
Okay, that's,
Any other objections regarding this?
Emmanuel, I'm
Your Honor, we don't think any of it should
Glad
come
to
in.
see
We
you
think
coming
it's all
around to
hearsay.
the-
We object to all of it.
that
You're
conclusion.
gonna have to be more specific. Do you believe that Ms. Richins' statements are hearsay?
Yes, because she
Her
is
statements can't
incorporating
be
into her
hearsay.
statements, the hearsay statements that others are making about what happened in order to give her own explanation.
Emily was
So,
on my
yes.
show. I don't know
Okay.
if I'd call it her big break. Her
any
big
other
break,
objection?
I think,
No,
was
sir.
partnering with vidIQ
Defendant's objection
and just
is
being really
overruled.
consistently
Ms. Richins
great
responding
at
to
delivering
questions posed to
her style of
her
content.
by other hearsay speakers is categorically not hearsay. The court can instruct around the possibility that the jury
No, Lynn
might
Ross.
consider.
She doesn't have
statements
ineffective
of
counsel.
Speakers who are not Ms. Richins.
I mean, she
accepting
does, but not the
their
legal
statements
standard.
for the truth of the matter. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that handles 277T. All right, let's go to 278T.
Oh my God, this is murder. This is murder. Tilly T says, you know my
Mr.
favorite
Bloodworth,
Confucius
take a look
song.
at page 11.
Man with
if you
hand in
please.
pocket,
So-
feel cocky all day.
Your Honor, maybe I can head some of this
Please.
off. So this, along with, I think it's 2-90, right? This all goes to recovery of the walk the dog letter, which is entangled with a whole lot of Kouri Richins is in jail. I have a proposal. Let me,
Why is
Ineffective
recovery of the
assistance of
walk the dog
counsel
letter
is
going
like
to be an issue
counsel
that comes in
who
before the jury? I've
shows
already
up
ruled on any
intoxicated,
motions to suppress.
doesn't
I,
show
I don't
up.
think it has to.
I'm so sorry. Which number are we
But in
looking at?
the
Currently, we're looking at 78T
In the
and
Adnan Syed
90D.
case,
So at the
subject
outset,
of
from the
the
state's
show
perspective, in
Serial,
introducing the walk the dog
his counsel had
letter,
a terminal
how
brain
it was
tumor that
recovered,
she didn't disclose.
I don't know that
That may have
matters.
caused her to make
And
decisions
but I can envision a scenario where,
where she just left out
for
an
example,
alibi
defense
completely. Still effective counsel.
the defendant has said that this 6-page walk the dog letter, it's been redacted down, but 6-page walk the dog letter was part of a 65-page fictional manuscript, and it was recovered from the middle or whatever of that manuscript.
Miss Jessica,
And,
there's a transcript of an interview, I believe, from the civil cases
the
that
context
Corey's
of
involved
it,
in, and it's
the context of the
an
6
interview
pages
with
is
Corey.
within the
So they're trying to
the
get her
volume
statements in.
Of a book. That is untrue, and we could prove that by proving how it was recovered.
Except double trend.
Let's go in order of events, though. In terms of Jeff O'Driscoll testifying about the walk the dog letter,
Here's my,
Chris Brook
ahead.
here's my
nailed it.
proposal.
please.
I would like to show Jeff O'Driscoll a copy. Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Any objection, counsel?
Rather than bringing in, so the idea would be he's not going to bring in 278T and
No, just, we'll start there, and it will inform what we do with 78T and 90D.
So the way he just explained that answer, I don't know what I could object to.
Well, if you object to foundation, you're going to create a problem. So I just need to have a.
Oh, look at
what
her.
he's proposing is that
Her
that
face is
question
sinking back
be
into her neck flesh.
Non-objectionable based on foundation by stipulation of the parties.
That's. I
Well,
had the AI
I don't
juice
plan
Corey
to
up a
object
little
to
bit.
that question, because I don't want to get into the fact that it was, her cell was rousted.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm certainly not going to open that door.
Okay. So
Uh.
if it comes in that way, as I understand it, there's no need for the state to use 2-78T or 290D in its case in chief. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay.
I can't wait to get to these
Ms.
super
Nestor,
tips.
anything further there?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay,
Nestor and
then can we
Lewis
go to 2-93?
Both have like 30 years of experience lawyering.
I think this is Ms. Richins talking about speaking with
What
Ms.
race are the
Bramwell and
zombies you're
Heber.
killing, Miss Peachy?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, I think they missed redacting the word jail call on the first page on this one. If we could just make sure they do that.
On page 2?
On page 1, the cover page, up at in the heading.
Oh, I don't think we're showing any of the cover pages of any of these, right?
I think they have the dates on them, so they may.
Yeah,
want to.
Your Honor,
I don't
we
know.
did miss that. We will fix that.
My apologies. Okay, very good. So
Are they
jail
Asian?
call 1 will be redacted from the caption on page 1. Thank you.
Or are they basketball players? Yeah, Lori,
Help me out. What is the
you're
probative
somehow
value
keeping
of this
out
one, Mr.
the
Bloodworth?
jail call.
And is this only one that might come
Fact
in
of the jail
rebuttal,
call.
or is this the case in chief?
No, Your Honor, the state withdraws this one. Now that we've resolved the Bramwell issue and she's testified, this is no longer
Okay,
necessary.
very good. 2-93T is moot. All right, 2-94T. Part of this is regarding the vacation booking statements. Part of this is Kouri Richins making statements regarding the vacation
I know so the
booking
jury doesn't
statements.
see her as an inmate. I just think
And
think
part of
their
this
way,
is regarding the thing in Heber.
she's accused of
Candidly,
murder.
the statements or
The
the
jury
back and
has to
forth
think
regarding the
she's
quote-unquote
probably
thing in
in
Heber
jail.
is pretty confusing. The first part, I think, is more clearly probative.
This one also, Your Honor, they missed jail call on the cover page, if we could just redact that.
Scott, page 1 of 2-94T.
I don't know how tall Judge
In the
Mrazek
caption,
is. Let me
please
ask.
redact
ChatGPT.
jail call 2 from the caption.
It's not publicly available. Here's what he has to say, though.
Suck my massive cock and balls, Nick Lowell, GG.
Your Honor, at this point, because of the way the evidence came in, the state will withdraw this. one
Yes,
as well.
Judge.
I can envision some corner cases where we might want to revisit it, but for now, let's just set it aside.
Very good. And then the video, 2-110, we don't need to offer that, right, Mr. Bloodworth?
Speaking of panel streams, I think I'm going to do a weekly show with Camelot. A little less law focused, a little bit more laid back. We'll start it
no,
off
so
as
that
a
went the same
streaming
way
thing, but we
as
may spin it off into a full
278,
podcast depending on
290T.
what we do. But it'll be
Okay.
every
Ms.
Wednesday,
Nestor, I think that resolves.
starting this Wednesday, I think.
The state's docket 1165. Anything further on that,
No, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth?
Sure, we'll have guests and
No,
stuff.
sir, nothing on that. We recently identified 3 additional jail calls that we've redacted. We'll send those to the defense today. I don't anticipate introducing them today, but,
Okay,
Yeah, Lynn Ross.
so we may have additional.
That's the
similar
reason they're doing
discussions.
all this pre-work,
understood.
because
And then,
Bloodsworth-
let's see.
Bloodworth
May I ask
thinks that
about
they
the
may
state's
even get to
motion admit
cross-examining
redacted
some of
exhibit
these,
8-57R through 8-63R. That is the state's designation of prior consistent statements by
The No
Carmen
Tie
Law.
Bronca podcast. I need to
Maybe talk
reconnect with
mechanics
him on
for
that.
just a moment.
Yes, sir.
How are these coming in mechanically?
So, Your Honor, in questioning,
When we were
Jeff
first talking
O'Driscoll
about it, I was
today,
sick, and he's like,
I'll
"Get
ask
better,
him
buddy,"
about
and then we'll talk
conduct
about it.
of,
Then I forgot to
the
get
interview.
back to him.
Carmen Lauber. Ask him about the defense's question, you know, he was present when the defense questioned Carmen Lauber about certain statements. In context, do those, you know, are those statements, you know, fair? No. And then
What's up, Missy?
move to admit the various 57 through 60, whatever.
The jury is probably
So-
waiting in the back.
I appreciate that the state has evidence through Jeff O'Driscoll and perhaps others that the arc of the interview, particularly the conduct by law enforcement officers, or
Jury's not in the
investigators,
courtroom,
and
but
Ms. Lauber's
I assume they're
responses
there.
thereto are not the
Unless you-
same
you
as
may know something I
suggested
don't, that-
by defense's cross of Ms. Lauber.
Right.
But you can elicit that evidence through Mr. O'Driscoll's, Detective O'Driscoll's testimony. And to the extent you need to show that Carmen Lauber testified consistently with her direct versus
I fucking love steak.
the suggestions of what she said or what she said on cross, you can certainly do that. My question is, though,
Which
it
audio?
seems like a
Court
lot of
audio?
this is being shown the arc of the investigator's conduct rather than just Carmen Lauber's prior consistent statements. Now, I understand context matters, but do we really need all of it, is my question.
I
Your
can
Honor,
fix
the
the
state
audio.
tried to narrowly tailor the amount of information. I think,
And to
I'll-
be clear, I recognize that we
It's
went
under rare.
from 900
Yes,
pages
and it
down
also
to
doesn't matter.
100-ish.
Still
Correct.
delicious.
I understand that.
I think those 100 or so pages, narrowly tailored, are kind of the minimal amount to show
Let me know if this volume mix is good.
the motive, Carmen Lauber's motive, that it was more, certainly there was a self-serving piece, but there was a lot more than a self-serving piece. And that she was
I'm a little low too.
not motivated by detectives
We'll call Josh
O'Driscoll
Groban and raise me up.
Maynard
Second.
bullying her.
Right.
I think the full expanded 900 pages show that the best. I think the 100 or so we culled to
Why?
show it enough.
Do you have these as
Microsoft
one
turned me down.
kind of video clip that plays from interview to interview?
That
or
should fix
will
it.
you provide some signposts for the jury as you introduce them?
Your Honor, we don't intend to publish them. We intend to make a few points from them through Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, provide them to the jury, and in argument,
Windows literally
argue something like,
Lowered the level from 65 to 43, just on its own,
you
on
heard
my mic.
the defense cross-examine Carmen Lauber. You heard Detective O'Driscoll's testimony regarding those interviews.
You're here for the Logos
You have
5K
them
gift?
before you if you want to.
What's your
or
email
you have these
address?
excerpts.
I'll make sure you're on the list.
Before you, if you want to dig through them and determine for yourself what the evidence proves.
Okay. I appreciate the efficiency of this. I have a genuine question as to whether I can send these transcripts back into the jury room when I'm not sending other transcripts of other testimony back into the jury room. I have some concern
Your
that
Honor,
that
it's
would-
not testimony. It's It's evidence. It's an interview.
I mean, we'd have to go through the Crawford analysis to figure out if Ms. Lauber's statements were testimonial. Now, there's not a
Aquanet, some
Crawford
people-
problem because she was on the stand.
Depending on their
correct?
audio
But
setup,
whether these
it might have been
qualify
low
as
for them.
testimony with respect to the concern that providing transcripts of certain testimony would give that certain testimony undue weight when transcripts of other testimony are not provided, that I have a genuine question about. So I'm not suggesting that you can't publish.
Sure.
I'm asking whether you have to publish but not admit.
What's with the Chad Kardashian picture?
But she was in custody, she was being questioned by law enforcement officers. I think there's at least a reasonable question as to whether this would qualify as testimonial, quote unquote.
I think two things, Your Honor. In some measure, that's why the state moved to admit the entire shebang. But I appreciate the need for efficiency.
Right.
The second thought I have is to
Rummy
the
man of
extent
two.
that the defense
Thank you for sharing your member.
wants to further cross-examine Carmen Lauber on these, or Detective O'Driscoll or Detective Maynard, they're here. We can all recall them easily.
I agree. Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. It really comes back to the issue of whether these transcripts go into the jury room. Publishing, you're right, you have the right to publish them to the extent you want to. I am not persuaded sitting here right now that they go into the jury room. So we don't have to necessarily reach agreement on that piece right now, but how do you want to proceed with Detective O'Driscoll on recognizing that they may not go into the jury room?
Correct.
Your Honor, that
Cried.
would alter
Rumble needs to
the
get
state's
on the
directive,
fucking
Detective
ball
O'Driscoll,
here.
because we would end up publishing 100 pages of transcripts.
You have him as video or audio though, too, right?
Well, right now,
Not you got,
we
not the
only
chat.
have
Rumble itself
the transcript. We were waiting, video editing is long and
needs to
expensive.
remember that I
And
exist.
so we were waiting to nail down the transcript to then conform the video.
Is audio easier? Do you have audio files?
What did,
Ms. Shermack is saying no.
it's just, it's the video file's the audio file.
I see. Okay.
It's one.
I see.
So there's no distinction in terms of editing time between a video and an audio file.
All right, pause there for a moment. Maybe I may be taking on more than I need to. Ms. Lewis, what's the defendant's view of this?
Your Honor, I mean, we object to these coming in this way. I think that
When you say this way, what do you mean?
by publishing any of these transcripts.
Angel
I
the
think you're
Aussie, oh my God,
correct
just
that the
convict her
appropriate way to
already.
do this would be through direct
What's up,
examination
Angel?
of Detective O'Driscoll. They can certainly ask
39
him
months of
questions
beautiful
to try and
membership.
rehabilitate what Carmen Lauber said.
Can ask him questions about what he said. They can't ask him questions about what she said. That'd be hearsay.
I understand, but the problem that as they see it,
Why
if I
does
understand
Nestor
it, is
have
they're trying
behind
to
her-
put forth
Is that a
she wasn't
person?
influenced
That's a
by law
person.
enforcement. So they can ask questions of Detective
Wendy's got that
O'Driscoll about
lazy
that.
third button
But
down
putting
going.
these in, I do believe is a Crawford problem.
Well, hold on. I need you to compartmentalize the objections here. These are being offered as prior consistent statements of Carmen Lauber to rebut a charge of either recent fabrication or undue influence.
I understand.
So, any objection under that rule?
Yes.
Oh, this is a
that should
very
come in
hetero
under
suit today.
Carmen.
Come on.
During cross-examination, it's fully within our right to pick out portions of
That was
this
the guy's
interview.
But
shoulder.
you can recall her, right?
I don't think that's our job to recall the state's star witness. They had her on the stand.
I
They-
just asked you a yes or no question. Would you start there for me?
Judge is
we
getting
recall
tired
her?
of the defense.
Yes, that is something that could be possibly
Okay.
done. I don't imagine what world a defense would do that, but
And correct me if I'm wrong, you had the transcripts when you cross-examined her, right?
yes, but so did they. And the appropriate way to do it would have been to try and rehabilitate her on redirect, which would have then given me a chance to go into other statements.
They sought
During
to,
cross.
and I limited their ability to put in the whole 900 pages.
That's not how you rehabilitate. You rehabilitate by asking questions. It's not by putting in an entire transcript.
Well, you
And
can do it, for
You can do it either
example,
way,
by
really, you dumb bitch.
admitting prior consistent statements.
This
And so
judge needs
I
to
just
get
need
the
you to stay
baby
focused on
powder
that
out
rule
and
for a
just-
moment. I know I'm interrupting you.
yeah, you're.
I don't understand how you think they were supposed to admit prior consistent statements.
Through testimony.
That's not a prior consistent statement. The whole reason we have the prior consistent statement rule is because the testimony goes in a different
Testimony
direction.
can't be a prior statement.
Or there's a charge of recent fabrication or undue influence. Then you have the prior statement come in as substantive evidence.
Only while she's on the stand. They didn't
No.
even attempt to question her about whether or not to pull out these portions to show, oh, look at, you weren't unduly influenced. Look at, you said this, you said this. Is that correct? Is that correct? That's how you would normally see this done. Then I could have cross-examined her. And I also want to point out that they have
No, you
taken
can
very
bring in the
small portions
prior
of
consistent
this
statement.
that leave
It
out
doesn't
the
need
portions of the
cross-exam.
interview where they,
That's the whole rehab
she is
process.
being influenced by statements of law enforcement. This makes it look like, I mean, they've cherry-picked what they want. And for example, I want to pull out the May 10th
No,
interview.
they got
I don't even
denied
understand
half of what they asked for.
why this would be coming in. All they've pulled out is a conversation between Ms. Whistler and Ms. Lauber, that Ms. Lauber is supposed to testify before the grand jury. That's going to open up a whole door of speculation and what happened. I don't see how that has anything to do with what we're even talking about. And as I go through the transcripts, it's very much just what the state wants the jury to hear. I mean, if we're going to do this, which I think is completely inappropriate, this is a Crawford problem. This should have been brought in through testimony when Carmen Lauber was on the stand, so she could have been cross-examined. They can bring in what they want through Detective O'Driscoll, because we still have an opportunity to cross-examine him. But to just send back portions of a transcript that we've not been allowed to cross-examine on, that point out to the jury just what they want the jury
Get
to
ready
hear,
for
is
tons more
inappropriate.
content we hear.
And I apologize, you're jumping around a little bit. So put aside sending transcripts back. I have concerns about that. Do you have any law for the proposition that prior consistent statements can only come in through the witness that makes the statement?
Well, I would point to a case, let me pull it up again, I had it.
Prior consistent statements can come in anywhere.
A moment.
They're admissible because they're a prior consistent statement. But where they come in is going to depend on where the statement was made.
I can't find it. One moment, please.
Yeah.
It's
There might be
366 P
consequentialistic.
3rd, 867.
But I
State of
mostly
Utah
meant
in the
trials
interest of
and
JC.
regular
I'm sorry,
streaming.
would you give me the site one more time?
366 P 3rd, 867. And I direct the court to footnote 8.
Okay. All right, so I understand your objection there. Tell me why you think it's a Crawford problem. You had the opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Lauber. You did cross-examine Ms. Lauber. You used part of these interviews to cross-examine her, to challenge her on whether she just asked the law enforcement officers, investigators, just write her statement for her. I don't understand what a lack of confrontation Ms. Richins has had here.
Because
She hasn't. Short answer. You're right. Your instincts are correct, Judge.
Because what is happening here is now they are basically crafting testimony on her behalf. They should have asked her these questions. I haven't had an opportunity to cross-examine her on what they now want to bring in. They should have brought it in through direct, and instead, which I get was difficult with her. You know, she said she didn't remember anything. Instead of doing the hard work to try and ask her questions, they just want to put it all in, and they want to cherry pick what they wanted her to say, which clearly would have been very difficult to get her to say. So the easy way is here, we're just going to hand you the transcripts, that show you what we wanted Carmen Lauber to tell you.
Vampire
but
Diaries
instead,
by Machine
here,
Gun
just read it
Kelly at the
without
moment.
putting in the whole story or giving me a chance to go back and cross-examine her. And I think requesting us to recall her is burden shifting. That is not what our job is. That's not what we needed to do. They needed to take care of their witness when their witness was on the stand.
And remind me, you objected
She's
to
so
the
mad.
addition of any part of the transcript at the time they offered it,
For the
correct?
same reason. They offered it after she was off the stand.
Had they offered it the 900 pages when she was on the stand, you would have said, okay?
No, I would have said you need to cross-examine her, redirect her and rehabilitate her testimony.
And
Because
so how do you see the rule regarding prior consistent statements working?
they need to get it through her. They could have put on
But
prior
you
consistent
s-
statements through her,
I
and then
really don't understand. You're saying that prior consistent statements never come in. You only can ask questions. Please help me understand.
I don't understand. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I
You
really
don't.
am not following what you're trying to say. I have never seen this done any other way than through a witness. That's why we have witnesses. If not, why have any witnesses? Let's just hand the jury all the evidence. Let's hand them all the transcripts of
Well, no,
former-
be fair to how the rule works. Somebody testifies on cross-examination, defendant makes a charge of recent fabrication, and then the proffering party has an opportunity to offer prior consistent statements to rebut the charge of recent fabrication. I hear you saying, no, they cannot offer the prior statements, they can only ask more questions.
They can offer them through the witness. They can say, is this your statement? And what if she says, I don't remember that? Okay, then they can refresh. What if she says, I don't remember that? Well, then it doesn't come in.
Okay, I think that's where maybe you and I differ on the way the rule works. Do you have any citation for law that says, unless the witness remembers, these don't come in?
Well, off the top of my head, I'd have to spend some time, but I would look at Rule 613 of the Utah Rules of Evidence that talks about, well, this talks about prior inconsistent statements.
Yeah.
But after the witness is given an opportunity to explain or deny the statement, an adverse party is given the opportunity to examine the witness about it. We don't know what she would have said. We don't know if she would have said, she may have very well said, no, I didn't feel influenced at all. That's fine. They could have asked her that question. Then I could have cross-examined her or recrossed her to say, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Now I'm denied any opportunity to do that by just putting in statements. And I really don't know what else to say. I do think, as I look through the transcripts, they have only picked things that they want in that we don't know that Carmen Lauber would have agreed to. But had they wanted to put them in through her, at least then I could have questioned her I could have questioned her. I could have said,
Yeah, it's a
so
prior
this didn't make you feel
consistent
pressured, so
statement.
that didn't make you feel pressured. So they
That's
said
it.
this, so that made it, so you felt you were
There's not any questioning to have around
you see
it.
where I'm getting. And I don't have
The
any
statement already
opportunity to do
occurred in the
that in this
past.
way.
You're accusing them of changing their
They can
testimony
ask
now.
Detective O'Driscoll questions. we
Prior
can
consistent statement
cross-examine
rehabilitates that
Detective O'Driscoll,
accusation.
and the jury
You
can
don't
make
need
a
to have a
determination
bunch of
that.
fucking questions
But
about it.
By cherry-picking statements that they wanted Carmen Lauber to testify to, but didn't ask her, I think that's error.
It's not the cherry picking, it's the root, right?
It is.
I mean, you cherry picked statements too. Everybody cherry picks
Right,
statements.
and they could have done it on redirect, and they chose not to.
So again, it's the root, not the cherry picking, right? If she were
Well,
on the
yes,
stand,
yes,
the
if she-
cherry
yes,
picking would not be a
absolutely.
problem.
They could have, because then I could have gone back and pulled out other statements.
I think we're agreeing. Okay. All right. All right, I take your argument seriously. Mr. Bloodworth, I'm gonna have to take a look at this real quick. I understand this to be a threshold issue with respect to Detective O'Driscoll, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything further at this moment?
Layman Russ, yes. She has consistently shown that she is disorganized. She doesn't seem prepared for this case. She doesn't know the rules. She misunderstands words. She adds words to sentences.
Your Honor, I'm pausing.
Borowski would have settled this in chambers.
Can we have 5 minutes?
Of course. Just so I'm clear, we'll take 5 minutes for you to confer with your team, and then you'll tell me whether this is a threshold issue that I need to decide before Detective O'Driscoll takes his.
Correct, Your Honor. It is now. That may change.
Okay, understood. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
All right. Defense counsel in this case is so awful. But what is not awful is a prolific use of super tips like this one.
Women using this voice to be horny was not on my 2026 bingo card, but it is very funny. Nestor, your orbiting moons are disrupting the courtroom. Lose the weight or be held in contempt.
Your Honor, I must object. Loath as I am to defend a fat, the court lacks the ability to hold Attorney Nestor in contempt. The Constitution does not lay out a judicial power strong enough to lift her.
Those two voices are great. That judge voice came out really just perfect. My loins throb every time it hits. Sledge Entertainment says, I'd sent for Kouri before Heard, but both finished with crap on the bed. It's true. Disgusting. The Bronca voice is supposed to be no tie Bronca. We might have to update it at some point. Would I rather have Elaine or this legal team? Honestly, Elaine. Elaine's a better attorney than Nestor and Lewis. Which makes sense, right? Elaine is a rather well-paid private attorney. She just had Amber Heard, who's a shit client with an awful set of facts. And a very, very charming and, famous and practiced and polished opponent in Johnny Depp. Also, Depp's legal team was pretty good. Pretty good. I think Elaine is, I don't like her. But she was dealt a rough hand and played it. She and Rottenborn, I didn't like either of them, but they did do about as competent of a job as they could. Now, she had some big blunders, right? She screwed up the arnica gel, the arnica cream or whatever, by calling it the wrong thing. And the cosmetologist just got to sit there and go, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have that. I think she was saying Amica or something like that, or Amway. Whatever she said completely botched their ability to bring in the fact that a bruise treatment was being used on Amber Heard. That'd have been a good fact for him. Also, trying to go after the TMZ reporter was stupid. Let's see, what do we have? Why is Nick so biased? Kouri is innocent. If you think Kouri is innocent at this point, blessings to you. Certainly welcome to have that opinion. The state has put forth a case that's very strong, in my opinion, that Kouri is guilty. Amber Heard's therapist, both of them, their experts were awful, but that's because their client was awful. Their client was an awful person with an awful set of facts, an abuser attempting to further persecute her victim. Side note, arnica gel works great for sore muscles and joints, also good for bruises. It is good for bruises, but let me just say depending on the bruise, if you put that gel on, you can actually kind of accentuate the bruise, but just in a different color spectrum, in the yellows rather than in the purples. It does, it basically draws blood away from an area under the skin, and but it does spread it out, so you get more of the yellow and green. But that's a little bit easier than the purple to counter with makeup, and that was the point of the testimony in Johnny Depp, was you could use the arnica. It would then it would change basically the color palette of the bruise from a purplish black to a yellow and green, and then going over the yellow and green, I think you would use like a red, so a more natural color, like a blush, to cancel it out. I think, if I'm not mistaken, red and green cancel each other out. I learned that from Kurt. She looks guilty AF, but the state hasn't proven if and how she killed him yet. The state will not prove how she killed him. The state will eliminate all other possibilities than the spiked Moscow Mule. The fact that Kouri's defense team says we're not alleging that Eric possibly commits suicide is crazy. That's crazy town. He has so much fentanyl in his system that really only one of two things makes sense: murder or suicide. Intentional ingestion or intentional spiking of massive amounts of fentanyl. To suggest that he didn't commit suicide is to say that someone killed him, but not Kouri. But we don't have any testimony of him being around anybody other than Kouri on the night that he died. And it's not like you can get fentanyl 3 days earlier and have it slowly enter your system or something like that. I mean, you take it and it's a ride quickly. Unintentional OD is not suicide. Correct. However, unintentional OD, this man had 20,000 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in his stomach. And he was already at 3 to 5 times the low end lethal dose. He has no documented history of fentanyl abuse. Only Kouri's after the fact statements. Kouri's initial statements was that he never used fentanyl. Not at all. But then she comes out later, much later, and says, oh, no, he was a fentanyl addict the whole time he was doing fentanyl on the regular. No one knew about it. There's no prescription for it. There's no alleged drug deals or drug dealer or anything like that. The amount of fentanyl in his system, for that to be an accidental overdose, I mean, what, did he think he was eating sprees? Whew. Treasure Island, let me give you a minor correction. Medical examiner said the lethal amount was 9. One of the pharmacologists testified that the lethal amount could be as low as 3. However, that's bloodstream. That's bloodstream fentanyl, which means that it has gone through the digestive tract and also been processed through the liver and entered the blood, or it was directly injected into the blood. You know, obviously that's a possibility as well. The 20,000 nanograms per milliliter that was in his stomach, that had not gone through the digestive process or the liver filtering process. So that would be reduced by a significant amount. Probably down into the double to triple digits, rather than the 5 digits that it is. It's hard to, I don't know the exact conversion rate, but knowing that any ingested substance does go through that digestive process and through the liver. And there's there's different reasons to do that. For example, if you insufflate or inhale ketamine, it will act really quickly. It will fade really quickly. Same if you do a sublingual where the ketamine is absorbed inside your mouth cavity in the like in the mucous membranes inside your mouth. Those bypass the liver. Same with the old nostrils, the capillaries back there. Those bypass the liver. So you get a much faster effect of the drug, and it lasts a reduced amount of time. It gets out of your system quickly. Ingesting ketamine, the same amount. First of all, if you ingest the same amount, you're not going to get the same effect because the digestion and filtering of the liver is going to affect how much of it actually enters your bloodstream. It's also going to make it take a lot longer, about 45 minutes rather than 5 to 15 minutes. And then finally, in a weird sort of way, it will drag out the effects. Not the high itself generally, but the lingering effects of ketamine are dragged out by that digestion process because it takes so long for your body to actually process that out through the organs rather than have it just, right in the bloodstream, that it kind of slow trickles in as opposed to directly hitting and then wearing out. So PG says, I know someone who takes ketamine at home and it's fucking hilarious. I used to take it at home all the time. And it is. You walk around like a moron. Your legs don't work. Eventually, you have to lay down. What do we have here?
Request for a bracket-style stream for worst attorney moments with video clips.
A bracket-style stream? What do you mean by that? Worst attorney moments with video clips. So worst attorney moments from this trial? That's not the worst idea. Have to put some together. Blue Wizrobe, do you believe the lawyer didn't understand the banter between Eric and Bryce, or was she trying to fly it in under the radar? Stupid or sneaky? That's a tough question. Either way is unacceptable. Trying to make that dead man gay was not good. Not good. Bracket style, like a tournament. Okay, like the NCAA bracket and finding out the worst moment. One of the worst lawyering moments was yesterday, going after the PI on the laptop and being just completely fucking wrong. That's insane. Destiny Rose, speaking of which, I just hit 4 months off of opiates. Congrats, girl. That's fantastic. Keep it up. Papa Medic says this is the content we're here for. Wait, what's that? The ketamine description? I don't mind doing the like bad lawyering bracket stream. I think that would be a lot of fun. It's something I have to figure out how to put together because I don't have like these bad lawyering moments time-stamped or even memorized. Most of this trial has been really boring. Rather than like, there's incompetence going on, but some of it manifested early on in like the disorganization of the cross-examination, stuff like that. Desert Dog Studios says, to be fair, Ricada Law, the state did essentially declare you the only LawTube streamer qualified to opine on subjects like this. If there's let's see, we've got streams about, or cases about love triangles and illicit drugs. I'm in. I'm your expert. I'm your guy. Find me another LawTube streamer that comes close, and I will sword fight them for it. Just stay strong, Destiny. Lean on your supports. When you feel that pull, come hang out with us. Message me. Do something. You're going to feel it. It's going to hit you. But you don't have to give into it. There's no benefit for you. There's no gain, and you know that. There's no profit for you there. Your life is profitable and worthy. It is worthy of being clean of those substances. Do whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes to keep clean, to fight through it. There's people all over this chat, like I said, me, who will listen, support you. Bowie says, Kouri is guilty AF. I tend to agree at this moment. Penalty box locals straight to jail. No, not the ass cream video. Ew. We need some eye bleach. Let's see. What else do we have going on today? Got some good news. You're cleared for surgery now. I got the date tomorrow. Here's to not being a clanker soon. Hell yeah, Swamp Bear. Be praying for a good surgery and a speedy recovery. Lolita, I reluctantly agree. Man, at first, I didn't want to experience the world like the way it is. I wanted that enhancement and that escape. Like, I gotten so used to it. It's just like, no, you get used to the colors being a little brighter. Hearing music on certain things. Listening, hearing shit that you can't hear in reality because it's probably not there. It's your brain adding in its own bits. Like that enhancement, that addition, that was hard to get rid of or to be without for a bit. The world felt gray and dull, but it isn't. It isn't gray and dull. It's magnificent and colorful and vibrant if you let it be. But you have to let yourself let go. You have to let yourself give up those artificial enhancers. Not just give them up. Like, it's one thing to not do a substance. It's one thing to say, oh yeah, I don't need this, I don't need that. Sure. Who needs this stuff? It's another thing to say, no, I'm good seeing the world through the eyes of a person rather than
Mr. Bloodworth, before
lensed
you
in
weigh
drugs.
in, I need to fix a misstatement that I made while discussing Detective O'Driscoll's potential testimony. I made a comment in passing that he cannot relate
Darby
Ms.
O'Hara.
Lauber's statements because it would be hearsay. That is overly broad. To the extent that the statement by
they
Ms.
have.
Lauber that Jeff O'Driscoll would seek to relate while testifying
I think they'll lock it
qualifies
down. But I think
as
they have
a
already.
prior inconsistent statement under 801D1A or a prior consistent statement under 801D1B. It is categorically not hearsay, and he can relate it. By the same token, it can come in through him. Ms. Lewis, I took a hard
The judge
look
had categorically
at the
dismissed
case you
comment
cited
as
me
hearsay,
to,
but it clearly
366 P.
wasn't.
3rd 867.
So he's correct.
Footnote 8. There, the Utah Supreme Court related the competing positions by the state and the respondent. Those competing positions are substantively identical to the competing positions of the state and defendant
Anytime,
here
Aquatic
regarding how statements under 801D1 are to come in, and the Utah Supreme Court expressly declined to reach the issue. They did not rule that they must come in through the declarant. So, as I sit here today, there is
You
no
got
authority
wrecked,
for the
Lewis.
proposition that prior inconsistent or prior consistent statements can only come in through the declarant witness as long as the declarant witness testified and was subject to cross-examination. Indeed, it is defendant's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber that creates the foundation for admission of prior inconsistent statements based upon Ms. Lauber having not remembered or having forgotten, though that's not what the
Frenchie, and
state
you're
is
not-
seeking
you're
to
not
do
gonna
here.
get direct physical
And
evidence
prior
in this case.
consistent statements based upon an express or implied charge that Ms. Lauber was acting from a recent improper influence or motive, to wit, pressure applied by, among others, Detective O'Driscoll, the U.S. Attorney's Office, agencies like that. There is not a Crawford problem here. I also have another thought regarding the transcripts going back, if you want to discuss that.
So maybe we can get the court's thought, and then I can incorporate that into the state's position.
Sure. Under Wyatt v. State, 2021 UT 32, under paragraph 21, the Utah Supreme Court abrogated the common law rule that prevented testimonial transcripts from going back into the jury room based upon a concern of undue influence on the basis that Rule 17K of their Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure does not allow for any categorical exceptions to exhibits going back with the jury, because the jury may take with them, quote, all exhibits, end quote, except those, quote, that should not, in the opinion of the court, be in the possession of the jury, end quote. Now, typically that's guns, knives, poison, explosives. I still have some concern that given the volume of testimony that the jury hears, the only transcripts they would have in the jury room being this 100-ish pages of Carmen Lauber
My 6 cents.
Would-
Your favorite mediocre streamer.
attract some
He's doing great
unwanted
today.
attention on appellate review, but under Wyatt v. State, 2021 UT 32, there's no categorical exclusion of them. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
So, Your Honor, it's the state's position. I know I'm recapping a little bit of what you just said. It's the state's position that the court can admit the transcripts through Detective O'Driscoll. We don't need the declarant, Carmen Lauber. It's the state's position that there is no Crawford issue, in part because of the 801D1 requirement for opportunity to cross has been satisfied in this instance. It's the state's position that the defense, to the extent they want to recall Carmen Lauber, is not burden shifting, it's just that it's a defense strategic choice. And it's the state's position that the transcripts can go back to the jury. Now, having said all of that, prophylactically and out of an abundance of caution, the state is trying to, through her attorney, recall Carmen Lauber, put the transcripts in through her, and then publish 100 pages of transcript. As much as the state thinks that is horribly, horribly inefficient and unnecessary. We've reached out to her attorney. I do not yet have an answer.
Okay.
This is a threshold issue for, I don't know, the
State's trying to lock
midpoint
down and eliminate an appeal
of
issue
Jeff O'Driscoll's.
by just giving the defense what they
examination.
want.
So.
The
I
defense will be-
propose- Our next witness is Chris Cochadimos to clean up some stuff from yesterday.
The defense getting
I
what they
propose we
want,
next call him.
they're gonna regret it.
We then
Stupid.
begin the state's direct examination of Detective O'Driscoll. That'll probably take us till lunch. I may have a better
Fair
answer
matter.
at lunch.
I'm not the biggest fan of
as to
hats.
how the state-
Plus, with
state
my
will
heat
proceed.
allergy,
Okay.
I get too warm.
Let me just ask some mechanics questions. Why can't the state just ask Jeff O'Driscoll a bunch of questions about whether certain exchanges with Ms. Lauber occurred? And, to the extent he doesn't remember or can't remember specifically, use the transcripts to refresh his recollection and even show the jury, publish them at that time, but use him as the root. And if you want to call Ms. Lauber, you're entitled to do so.
Your Honor, that may be the route anyway, and it may just, from an efficiency standpoint, going through the questioning to ultimately get to refreshing and publishing, it seems to me that that's a waste of time. It will be more efficient to just publish the 100 pages.
Okay.
Because that's where we're going to land anyway.
I wore a bow tie last night
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
because Lady Raggett likes him, but
I
I
just wanna
hate
make a
him.
record.
It was her birthday, so.
Go ahead.
We stand by our objection that allowing prior consistent statements to come in without a sponsoring witness is a violation of both the Sixth Amendment right, of our client's Sixth Amendment right, and Crawford versus Washington. It also violates her right to due process. Under the Utah State Constitution and the federal Constitution, she is not receiving a fair trial. And
How?
the remedy that we should recall the state star witness absolutely is burden shifting, and we stand by our
That's
objection.
not the remedy. The state already said that they're gonna do.
If those
they're gonna
100
recall
pages
it.
are going to be published, we want all of it published. We want all 1,000 pages.
All right. And how do you want that to occur? Do you want to just play the
Wait, they
interviews with
want,
Ms. Lauber?
now they want all of it published?
Sure, we could do that. We could just play them all. They're 7.5 hours, but that's how we want to do it.
And tell me why you want to do that.
Because there are numerous other portions of the interviews where she is being influenced by law enforcement and shows that she's willing to just go along with whatever they say, just as she
Why wouldn't you have
stated.
wanted
But
that in the
I think to
first
pick
place?
out, particularly, like I said, the May 10th interview, there are a lot of things she says in that interview that are inconsistent with all of her other statements, but the state just wants to publish that she was going to testify before the grand jury, which I don't even understand that. I mean, all that does is cause the jury to speculate and confuse issues. And that's just one example out of what they've pulled out of the transcripts.
We're back where we started, Mr. Bloodworth. This is the position the state originally took. Does this change anything?
Your Honor, it's largely the state's initial position. The initial position of the state was then not to publish them, right? It was just to send them back so that the jury could, if they wanted to. I'm happy to send the whole things back.
Ms. Lewis, speak to that.
We're not asking, that's only if, we are not suggesting that that should happen, only if we're overruled. We'd rather it
Which
all go back.
specific part? You got to be a little bit specific.
We're not suggesting, it's not our position that any of this should go back. We're only saying if the court's going to allow some of it to go back, then under Rule 106, we need it all to go back.
Forgive me, you've pivoted again. Stay away from going back. Let's just stay on publishing. So I understand defendant's position to be if any of it's published, all of it has to be published.
Correct.
Okay. In response to that.
That's what they objected to.
The
The
state,
state
as I
wanted
understand,
that.
is suggesting I'm inferring.
They went through
in the
and
interest
carved
of
out half
efficiency,
the statements.
rather than publishing all of it, just make all of it available to the jury through the recordings and then allow counsel to make whatever arguments they want to make about, you should go back and listen to this part because you'll see this is what was happening. Speak to that for a minute. You could do that by stipulation.
I'm not going to stipulate to that.
I'm not going to stipulate.
So
Our
you're saying
objection
publish-
stands.
Let me start again.
Let me try
Imagine that
this
your
out.
objection to publishing anything is overruled, and that's the world you're living in. How do you want to proceed from there?
I mean, I think I said that, then it should all go back. Or,
Again, you keep skipping to going back. I want you to talk about publishing for a minute.
It's showing up on the screen.
see, my hesitation is just efficiency. Like I said, it's over 7 hours worth of video. But if that's how the court wants to do it, then yes.
No, that's what I'm asking you. So imagine, here, I'll just make a ruling. I have considered carefully
very light-handed.
the authorities
Come on.
cited by defendant and the state. I've looked at the text of Rule 801. Ruling as a matter of law that, one, there's no Crawford problem here because Ms. Lauber testified in open court under oath, was cross-examined in open court under oath. It is the cross-examination of her regarding the conduct and circumstances in her prior interviews with law enforcement and other agencies that creates the circumstances providing the foundation for admission of her prior consistent statements under 801D1B. So the defendants, further, the court is not persuaded that the only witness through whom a prior consistent statement may be admitted is the declarant witness that made the statement. The court has not seen any authority for that proposition.
It's because there isn't any.
So to the extent the defendant objects to any of Ms. Lauber's prior consistent statements coming in any way, that objection is overruled. So, Ms. Lewis, take it from there. Some of her prior consistent statements as designated by the state are admissible under Rule 801D1B. It's how we're going to provide that information to the jury that I need some input on.
Well, I
We
guess-
could just
sorry.
publish. We could admit and send back into the jury room. Speak to those two options.
Well, my understanding was that under the case you just cited, Wyatt, that you were going to allow the portions to go back to the jury room. Did I misunderstand that?
Well, I think there's a basis to do so. It gives me the willies, quite frankly, and that's why Mr. Bloodworth,
gives
out
me
of
the
an abundance of
willies.
caution, is saying prophylactically to prevent any appellate issue there, we would just publish. But if the defendant believes, Judge, if you do this, the least prejudicial way for us to do it is to send the recordings, all 7.5 hours, into the jury room and allow counsel to make arguments about what they show and what the jury should take from them. You could do that by stipulation.
No, I don't want to do that. I think that even though it's not efficient, the appropriate way is if any of the
This trial is
interviews are
actually
going
on
to be
pace
published,
to
they
be
all need to
done.
be published.
Okay.
Now it's
only
never going to
published.
be there.
Correct.
All right. I appreciate your position. Mr. Bloodworth, take it from there.
No, I don't go there anymore because I can't drink.
Your Honor, the
It's
state
not really fun being there if you can't drink.
moves to just publish the narrowly tailored versions that we proposed as whatever it is, 8-57 through 63R. I think beyond so, I don't think there's a 106 concern beyond that.
I don't know. We're going to find out, but okay.
Yeah, and as a compromise, the state is fine with sending full videos back, or some mix of publish the narrow pages and send a full video back. But the notion of publishing nearly 10 hours of
extraneous, pointless video.
interview is, I don't think it's productive. I think it's a waste of the jury's time.
Huge waste of the jury's time.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
We object to it all going back. It's the same problem.
You've got to go back.
The problem arises is
Gotta
the
go
same
back.
as, well, let me rephrase that. The jury's been told they're to rely on their memory of witnesses. If the whole thing goes back, they can go over and over and over her statements on the video, which is not what they can do with
I think
any other
the
witness.
people watching in
So
vertical
if it
mode
comes
have
in, it needs to be
no
published,
idea
and then they
about
have to
the
rely
locals
on their
chat.
memory, just like they would with any other testimony.
I appreciate that position. Why are we publishing all of it rather than just the parts or some parts of what the state has designated?
Because there are, I mean, I already made my issue, or raised the issue about the May 10th.
We'll get there
Transcript.
specifically.
Guys,
Any
there's an
others?
outside
Yes,
chance that I'll have to leave the stream for
I
a
don't,
bit.
I mean, I would have to go
I'll
through,
leave
I
it
have gone
running.
through, but to go through right now, every specific part.
But I
But
may
there's a
need to
lot that's
drive,
being left out, and a
one
lot
of my
what's being
kids
left out are the statements
school.
where officers
Rackets
are
has
telling
another
her
one of our
about what
kids
she needs
at
to
a
do
doctor appointment.
in order
If it
to
runs
not
long,
have to go to jail, what kind of deals they're willing to
they'll
make
need
for
my
her,
help.
what
Hopefully
she
not,
needs to
though.
do and say, and that's not included. And yes, some of it she was cross-examined on, but there's a lot more statements like that she was never cross-examined on.
Well, that's choices defendant made, though. So here, in order for me to include additional material, there has to be some basis. Is it a Rule 106 request?
Yes, but in all fairness, the choice was made because that was all that she was questioned on in
Yeah,
direct
I'll leave the
examination.
stream up.
Had there been a
it may
redirect
be able
back
to
to where I
join with my
started,
headphones.
then I would have chosen other portions, but I have lost the opportunity to do
But I
that.
want to just stay
You
here. I
have
don't
it,
want to do that.
But that's okay. You can certainly have access to this
And,
witness.
well, I think we've made our record on that.
Are there Rule 106 portions you want to add, having reviewed the designations?
I think we need all of it. I think the jury needs to see exactly what her demeanor is, how she acts with the officers, how the officers treat her. There are numerous other parts of this transcript that may come in through Detective O'Driscoll. I don't know yet. I mean, I don't know the answer to that fully yet, but there are a lot of other statements by both Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard that go to show that she was unduly influenced.
Okay, go pick those statements out.
There's
Go
a lot
pick
of
them
it.
out.
I know, but you're not giving me which ones they are.
It's because, I mean, all of them.
Oh, all
Okay.
of them. Oh, okay.
All right, that
Is
is hard to rule
bullshit.
on because it can't be all.
It's not all of them.
Why not?
Well, certainly your position isn't that every single statement made by the law enforcement officers and every single answer is evidence of undue influence.
It shows an arc.
That's the state's
It doesn't
point.
show
Right.
an arc, you
I know, and
dummy.
now if we're gonna do part of it, then we need to show the whole arc.
That's not how Rule 106 works. I need you to be more specific.
I don't have specific outlines right now in the 1,000 pages of transcripts as to what we would want and what we would, I mean, we want all of it. If you want me to go through
Fucking
all
unreal.
1,000
They
pages
objected
again
to
and try
all
and
of
figure
it
that out, I mean,
earlier.
guess we can find some time to do that, but
No,
Okay.
they shouldn't be
So,
allowed
Mr.
to.
Bloodworth, as for today, how does the state propose to proceed?
They shouldn't be allowed to do all of it
So I propose we
Because
call
they
Chris
objected
Cotodemos. I then
as hearsay.
will call
to
Jeff
all of it.
O'Driscoll. We will get to maybe, I don't know, 45 minutes into his argument before this will become an issue.
Okay.
My sense on timing, Your Honor, is this doesn't become an issue till a lunch break.
I'm not sure what's going to change between now and then, though, in
Economy.
terms of the issue of whether to play everything or just the parts that the state has designated under Rule 801D1B.
Fair.
So, all right. The issue before the court is the state's motion to admit
that supposed to be
redacted
cat,
exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R. The state is offering what it views as narrowly tailored portions of the transcripts of Ms. Lauber's prior interviews with law enforcement investigators and other government agencies as evidence of prior consistent statements by Ms. Lauber under 801D1B to rebut an express or implied charge that when she testified in open court in this case, she acted from a recent improper influence or motive in so testifying. In response, defendant does not provide a sufficiently specific argument that the state has over-designated any of these portions beyond what would be permissible under 801D1B. And though defendant makes a Rule 106 argument regarding additional portions that would be necessary to provide context for, explain, or qualify Ms. Lauber's statements, their position is that all of it does. And that does not provide the court with a sufficient basis to rule one way or another whether other additional portions of these prior interviews are required to be included under Rule 106. Based on the record currently before the court and the procedural posture that brings us to this point, the state's motion to admit redact exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R is granted to the following extent. The state may publish these exhibits and use them with witnesses that are on the stand. Sitting here today, the court is not prepared to rule and does not rule that 8-57R through 8-63R may go into the jury room as admitted exhibits under Rule 17K because, sitting here at the moment, the court determines that they should not, in the opinion of the court, be in the possession of the jury to make absolutely sure that the jury does not give undue influence to these specific portions of a single witness's testimony as compared to the testimony of all the other witnesses in this case. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further on that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor, we actually would move for a continuance because we need to go through all the 1,000 pages again and figure out what portions should be let in. If the court's not inclined to let all of it in, then, we don't have anyone in the
You
cry room doing
objected
this
to
for us.
it.
So we need time to do that. So we'd ask for a 2-day continuance.
2 days.
Yes.
Your request for a 2-day continuance is denied. I don't have a basis to use that much time of the jury when this motion was filed 2 days ago and I raised it with you yesterday morning. Your request for a 2-day continuance is denied.
All right, a 1-day continuance then?
To tomorrow morning.
Are we going to be done with court
Yes.
soon?
And what is it you're going to do between now and then?
I guess we're going to go through the whole transcript and find out what we want included under Rule 106.
And you're going to file something so I can read it?
Yeah?
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. Not only did the state file the motion 2 days ago with the specific portions, this whole issue was teed up last week when Carmen Lauber testified. I don't think there were
This is crazy.
any surprises in the motion, and I think the state's motion and the redacted versions it filed were probably what everybody expected.
And Ms. Lewis, you'd be filing something in writing that had additional either Rule 106 inclusions or some identification of where the state has over-designated things, correct?
Yes,
And your position would be that additional parts of the transcript should be shown to the jury, is that right?
yes.
That is so slow. There's just no way this is gonna work.
He's like, this is insane.
There's no way we can edit the video.
I'm not tracking, Your Honor.
Each of these transcripts corresponds to a video of an interview, correct?
Correct.
It would seem that watching and listening to the video is more efficient than reading the transcript.
Oh, 100%, Your Honor. Based on the ruling right now, like 2 minutes ago, we have launched our video editor to create the video now of the narrowly tailored portions. That's how we would publish them. Is by playing the video.
Okay. All right.
One suggestion could be if the state wants to hold off on publishing all of this and see where they get with their testimony of Detective O'Driscoll, and maybe
We encourage the
through
use of the C word here,
appropriate
PG.
direct examination, they can get in the portions they feel are important, and then maybe none of this would be necessary if that decision could be held off. And then if at the end of the day they still want to publish the whole thing, then we would ask that we not hold court tomorrow so we can do that. I think that would be more efficient.
Maybe.
No, what would be more efficient is
Your Honor, we're going to want to publish it.
you
Let's-
not being
Let's just
insane.
cut to that chase.
All right. Folks, give me 5 minutes. Actually, just give me till 11. Okay. We're in recess.
6 minutes. We're gonna have 6 minutes. Yeah, I added a couple mods. You guys have very specific directions to not do anything. It should really be rare that any action is taken. If people are spamming, you know, because I took off I used to put it on slow mode to eliminate this. We haven't really had too much trouble with it, but if people are spamming, you know, you can time them out for a couple minutes or whatever. If it becomes like a persistent problem, I'll just go in and turn on slow mode so people can't spam and it won't be a thing. So it shouldn't be a thing you have to deal with too much. The only other, I mean, it would have to be, you really don't need to take, you don't need to kick anybody off the channel or anything unless they'd have to say something pretty egregious. And usually if that's the case, I'll take care of it myself. This is an unreal development here, and I think the judge does not know what to do with this. I think the judge is legitimately confused. So, long story short, there are these interviews with the housekeeper. There's 1,000 pages of it. The state tried to introduce the full 1,000 pages before. They tried to introduce, not go through it all, just introduce it all. It would be available to the jury, and then any of the contents of that 1,000 pages would be available for closing arguments. Typically, if you're going to do that, you then want to supplement that with focused questioning around the certain things that you want out of that 1,000 pages. But having the whole thing admitted is possible. The defense objected to this. Unless I'm really confused, and there are two documents that are similarly described, but I don't think so. The defense objected to this and said that like all of these statements were hearsay. And then now the defense is saying, well, if any of these statements come in, we want all of them. it's got to be two different documents, right? This has to be two different documents. I think because the one was Kouri's statements and this one's the housekeeper. It can't be the same. Like that would be insane. That would be insane. No, KLB, we will not have a full modded chat like that. We are not going to do that. We want to see green in the chat. We don't want to see blue. Blue should be offensive. We know that the blues appointed today became immediate lesbians. I hope you ladies are into a box lunch because you are now, I mean, you're softball players. There's nothing you can do about it. Fast pitch. Not like a slow pitch beer league. You're the serious butches now. Once you're a mod on this channel, it means you're gay. And there's no way around that. There's no cure for it. Sorry, but you're going to have a landing strip in your teeth soon, and there's nothing. That's just what you asked for. Some of you didn't even ask for it. But no, they should be a rarity. They should be, popping up here and there like the aberrances that they are. But generally, we want to see a green chat full of all sorts of beautiful members. So I'm really low. Commercials are high. Well, that's weird. I guess I could turn it up a bit. Speaking of green, Joe Choi dropping 5 gifted memberships. That's what we're talking about right there. Oh my goodness. Just delicious. That brings us to 30 firm members for the stream. Thank you, Joe Choi, for sharing. D. What? Also dropping 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, D. What, for doing that as well. Bringing 5 more into the fold. You will get your cult membership packets sometime soon. They will, it'll have a robe. It'll be open in the front and the back. Don't ask how we pull this off, but we do. And there will be a mask, also headphones. Surprise and alarm are part of the fun. Fletcher Boy, 5 more memberships. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Fletcher Boy, for sharing your beautiful members with the stream. I'm really glad. What I liked about that was you didn't ask. You didn't ask if anybody wanted it. You just knew that they did, even if they didn't know yet. And you gave it to them. Consent be damned. Ms. Domestic, are the shades protecting you from people putting bad juju on you via the windows to the soul like a musician? Yes, I think about things far too deeply. No, the shades were more about me looking like an asshole, since everybody thought I was one. They still do, but like more so when I first came back. I looked like an asshole, and it pissed people off, so I kept doing it. And then I was like, I like sunglasses. I'm going to start coordinating them with outfits. So I started doing that. And then I found that it had an added benefit of there's a lot of light that comes at me. Like it's all over my face and body during these streams. A lot of light from my studio lighting and from all the screens. And just having that little bit of shade really, really reduces so much eye strain. So that's why I kept them. Philharmonic Orchestra says, why doesn't the trial have the biggest window? Technically, me and the trial are the same size. I just don't have my window sized down properly. I know what I need to do. I need to just move it down in the order. That's dumb. Just a second, I can fix that. It's not supposed to be in front of the layout. Oh, that's why. There's a panel. Look. There's these other panels. I don't want these here. So that's why we have it above. Let's see. Foster Cathead gifted a membership. Thank you. Rosalind Duke with 5 memberships.
We're back on the record in 231
Chris Book Hammer with 5 memberships. Oh my God, we do have a sea of green.
Defendant are present. Defendant is present. Ms. Lewis, the defendant asked for a 1-day continuance to allow time for defendant to, on the one hand, review the designations made by the state, determine whether there
Slightly modified
are
it to
some
even
over designations that go beyond what should be published under 801D1B, and
KLB.
also to offer additional designations that in the defendant's view
Anytime, Mrs. Domestic.
should be included under Rule 106. That request is granted. We need to come up with a set of deadlines by which defendant will take those positions in writing, by which the court and the state can review them, by which we can have a discussion on the record
51 members.
about which of defendant's positions are persuasive, and if possible, Mr. Bloodworth, and I know I don't have any control over this, I'd really like to build in time for the state's video editor to take whatever I decide and turn it into a video, so that when we're publishing a video, not just pages of a transcript. Let's work backwards from there. How long is that process? And if you need to take a moment, step out and tell your video editor to press pause, I'd understand.
So, the state will, within an hour or two, maybe within 3 hours, have the video that corresponds to the status quo of the 6 exhibits.
Understood.
Now, depending on how much
too,
additional comes in and how
We can
much
bring it back.
additional goes out,
Right.
hard to say. 4 hours?
Okay.
I'm hoping having locals on the screen here will
All right.
incentivize people to use it more.
As a practical matter, do you think we should start midday tomorrow or just come back on Thursday? I was hoping to come
So-
back midday tomorrow.
So we can do that, assuming was the court considering a deadline from defense something like 6 p.m. today?
Yes, something like that.
If we get that at
I
6
don't have a
p.m.,
Discord right now, Fletcher, but that might be changing really
my
soon.
sense is by 8:30 tomorrow, the state will have a response. The court rules by
9:30.
9:30. We can probably get the video done.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
We're just discussing, I don't think we can get it done by 6.
I don't understand why. I mean, the transcript is only this much stuff printed in 12-point font.
But the
The
whole-
Rule 106 designations would be immediately before or immediately after. And to the extent you're going to de-designating, you're just taking stuff out of those. So it's a relatively focused inquiry. You can go back and watch Carmen Lauber's entire direct and cross on court TV at 1.5 speed to refresh your recollection of what she said on the stand in order to determine whether this is consistent or not. To the extent you want to get more beyond this, I'm not sure you're entitled to do that.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What you
Well,
mean.
if, for example, there's 200 pages of interview with Jeff O'Driscoll the first time, and the state's just trying to put in 20 from the beginning, you don't get to skip to the end and say, well, these last 40 would be really helpful to us. We made a strategic choice not to ask Carmen Lauber about them when she was on the stand, but we'd like to put them in now. That's not this exercise.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean. The portions of the transcript that they pulled out are from portions of all 7 interviews.
I agree, but they're just portions that are prior consistent statements. And so it's, did they over-designate? This goes beyond a prior consistent statement. Or is there some stuff immediately before or immediately after under Rule 106 that's required to qualify, provide context, or explain?
Your Honor, can I add a small wrinkle to that?
Sure.
In addition to prior consistent statement.
There we go.
It is rebuttal on recent motive to fabricate.
Yeah, that is the same, that's the prior consistent statement rule.
I think there were 2 separate things in 802D1, but maybe we're saying the same.
801D1B.
I mean 801D1, yeah.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut. So
Right.
it's the same rule.
Okay, got it.
I don't see you doing prior inconsistent statements based upon a lack of memory.
Nothing in A.
Right. I think we see it the same way.
Okay.
We have till 11 p.m.
No, I need time to read it. The state needs time to read it. This is possible.
This is possible. You just have to work.
I want to make sure that we have a common understanding of what you'd be permitted to do under 801D1B and Rule 106. This is not an opportunity to recross Carmen Lauber. If you want to recall her, I'm not making any statement about that. But to the extent there was stuff you wanted to put in your cross that you didn't, you're stuck with that for now until you recross her. If, on the other hand, there is an over-designation by the state under the bounds of 801D1B, I need to know. And if, in defendant's view, there's a Rule 106 inclusion that's required before or after these designations, I need to know.
Understood.
Okay, so 6 p.m., we need it in writing, filed in the case, please. If you would separate out what you believe need to be de-designated versus what you need to be, what I think needs to be added under Rule 106, I'd appreciate that. We'll reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Yes, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in terms of how to proceed for the remainder of today, do you want to put Kotradimus on and get him done, or do you want to break now?
Your Honor, if we can call him, he's 10 minutes.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. Lewis?
Eating into our time.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's only gonna be 10 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
Take an hour.
Okay. Got it.
I'm learning stuff about Otter to make.
And then we'll invite the jury to
transcript
come
better.
back at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Anything else before we invite the jury in, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so we're still gonna do trial, I think, or are they dismissing the jury out? That's kind of. Basically, they're arguing over the admission of several 1,000 pages of transcript, and the defense asked for a continuance to go through and isolate things to present to the court. He said midday tomorrow, but then he just said bringing the jury in. He might be just bringing them in to dismiss the jury. I'm a bit perplexed here. I don't quite know what exactly we have.
We still have Taylor and
Locals can never be stopped. Joe Choi.
Have a seat as you come in. Thank you.
A 10-minute witness is coming? Okay, I missed that.
Have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I greatly appreciate your patience while we worked through some legal issues.
That's hot
We will
rackets
proceed
right
with a witness from the state, and then I have some
there. If I
scheduling
looked like
notes
that,
for
I'd
you.
have a billion subscribers.
Mr. Bloodworth. Oh, Ms. Shervanek, my apologies.
No problem, Your Honor. Chris Kochademus, please.
If you just step in front of Brady.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter
Moon
before the
shadows
court to be
join.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Thank you, Moonshadow, for joining us.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Although the jury knows who you are, I'm going to have you state your name and spell your last name for the
They
record,
brought
please.
this guy.
It's
was a-
Chris Kotrademus, Kotrod
Is that Greek? He's
IMOS.
back now.
Now, we brought you back to talk about a couple specific issues. We know from your prior testimony that when you reviewed data from Eric Richins' phone, specifically for February 14th, 2022,
Yes,
you looked at the Verizon call records.
correct.
Those included text messages.
They did.
And that's the raw data that we talked about throughout your testimony.
Yes.
Is that right?
Whoever put Farron
and
in there is an asshole.
Tell the jury, for an outgoing message from Eric Richins, how would Verizon list that time zone in their record, in their call record, that raw data?
Well, it would depend on what type of message it was. For an SMS text, which is just a normal type text, it would route it through their normal server. It would be in local time. For MMS, that message has to be routed through a server, and so they use the server to route that call,
I hate you,
and
Netflix.
it would have a timestamp for the location of the server, not necessarily the device.
So when you looked at those records, the outgoing messages for Eric Richins' phone in the Verizon records, what time was reported for an MMS outgoing from Eric Richins' phone?
So there was an outgoing, in the record, there was an outgoing MMS at 12:23 p.m.
Would that be 12:23 p.m. in Utah?
No,
So what would the time of that outgoing message be for us in Utah?
we're 2 hours behind, so it would be 10:23 a.m.
Scott, if we could put up 3-14D, please. This was previously admitted in Mr. Kochademus' testimony. We can publish it to the jury.
Okay, there you go.
So we entered this exhibit through your testimony last time, and we talked about this gap in activity from Eric Richins' phone. And so what you've just described conforms with the raw data. Is that right?
Yes.
And describe it again now that the jury can see the time frame we're talking about. If a call record or a text message MMS showed outgoing from Eric Richins' phone at
Locals?
12:23
Don't make
in
me
the raw
discipline
data,
you.
you confirmed that that would have
You
been
can't keep putting
10:23 in Utah.
Farron's
Correct.
How did
vagina
you
on the
verify that?
screen. Stop
So,
it.
one, just the knowledge and experience of knowing that that's how Verizon routes MMS messages. They use an Eastern time zone, which is consistent with their headquarters location. So to verify that, for time zones are very critical for analysts, obviously. So what you would do is if you have a source to look at the original text, and in this case we do, which would be Eric Richins' cell, his phone extraction, his cell download, I would expect to see, based on the time difference, an outgoing MMS text at 10:23 a.m. versus 12:23 p.m. And I did find that. There was an outgoing message at 10:23 a.m., an MMS message to that number, and it was a photo.
So essentially, through your analysis and changing the time zones as necessary, this exhibit is still accurate.
Yes.
Scott, if you could put up 3-39D, page 5, please, for the witness. This has previously been admitted.
Locals, you
And you
guys
can
are
publish it
the
as
best
well.
assholes on the planet.
And you can blow up one of those messages or. So now that we're talking about time zones, describe for the jury how we get to the times that are listed in all of these text bubbles. And so that the jury knows, all of the messages that we have entered have these timestamps on them.
They do, yes.
And how do we get to the time that is on there?
Okay, time zone issue again. Okay, so phone extractions from software are provided, those readable files are provided in UTC 0. So to determine local time of when that activity on that device happened at the local time, you have to adjust. So Utah is -7 UTC during normal standard time. It is -6 UTC in daylight savings. So we just switched on Sunday. So now everything until November, when we switch back again, will be -6. So the -7 and the -6 denoted in these messages is a adjustment that is made by the software to denote local time versus software time.
So for each of the messages that the state submitted in this case, they have been adjusted to local time?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Sure, thanks.
Mr. Rollins? No questions. Okay. Sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Council will proceed with the scheduling notes, correct?
Okay, looks like I do
Yes,
not
Your Honor.
have to leave.
Ms.
I'll
Lewis?
be remaining here.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your patience this morning. We've been working very hard on some legal issues that will materially increase the efficiency of the presentation of evidence going forward. I know it's hard for you to know that, not being in the courtroom. I'm just asking you to take my word for it. We have more work in that regard to do. Rather than have you sit here while we do it, we're going to send you home for the day and not ask you to return
Don't leave.
until
We're gonna
1
catch up.
p.m. tomorrow.
We're
So
gonna
we
catch
will
up
recess
on
until 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Day
As
9.
always, during this period, speak about the case with anyone. Do not allow anyone to speak
The text
about
or
it
the Eric's
with you.
dead
Please do
text?
not watch, listen, or read anything about the case. Please do not do any research of any kind. I greatly appreciate your patience. Travel safely. 1 p.m. tomorrow. Please rise for the jury.
I'm going to change the title to reflect that we're doing the Day 9 recap.
All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record today?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Mr. Ramos?
Thank you, Judge, no.
Okay. 8:30 tomorrow morning. Please travel safe. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
There we go. Do not leave. Do not leave. We're in recess. We're in recess. So the jury comes in late tomorrow, but we still come in at 8:30. Whatchamacallit? 8:30 Mountain, so 9:30 Central. For an exciting day of law. Okay, we're going to actually switch to, this is day 9, where we left off. We have 6.5 hours of day 9 live stream to go through. I hope you guys are pretty much ready for that. I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. I'm going to hit the bathroom, and then we're going to jump back into day 9. We're going to do it 1.5 speed. We'll skip the breaks. All right, and then we'll see what happens. So be right back. Don't leave. The stream is not over. We have plenty to do, okay? But I am going to play the Peeing Lawyer song just for you guys.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your being is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Soaking your drawers. He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited. What you have for us when your being is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers.
I'm back. I'm back. Oh my gosh. All right, guys. I hope you're ready. I noticed we did lose like 200 people. Oh, I didn't have the comments on. I'm sorry. We did lose like 200 people. Damn it. But that's fine. I know a lot of people are here, you know, just for day 11. But what, let me see. Let me, what I want to do for this, real quick, I just want to create, I want to create something real quick, a banner, just to let people know that this is day 9. I just have to find this. What was that? Oh, that's the replay of the other stream. Go away. Okay. Hold on. My brain is not working. Hold on, I'm just creating a label. No, no. Sometimes trying to get like sometimes getting Grok to do what you want is really effing irritating. Hold on. I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Which is common. That's a common thing. But you guys can really help out. You know how you can do that? You can hit the like button. You can hit the like button if you like this show. It would really be appreciated. Images. Okay. Okay. I know this is very exciting while I make the AI do the work for me. It is really like nice to have this kind of on the fly ability. Like, I'm not going to lie. So now I just need to do one more thing here. Where are we? Where are we? Okay, let me add this image. Okay. Browse. Not that one. Where is it? Where did I put this? There we go. Okay, I'm almost done. I promise. I promise I'm almost done. And then we'll get into this video. I just want people to know like what's actually happening here. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Okay, I think we're ready to do this. I think so. You bet Megan Fox would have it done by now? Yeah, but if I fall down, I won't break a hip and die. Okay, here we go. Let's do this.
Portions of their
Okay, so we are at what, we're at 1.5 speed, so it's going to sound a little funky, but we got to get through this.
proper testimony that has been excluded by the court. There are other portions, though, that I imagine the state's view is should come in under other exceptions to the hearsay rule. Have you, can we just talk about practicalities for a second, had a conversation with Mr. Wright and Mr. Case so they are aware of the limitations imposed by the court?
Yes, Your Honor, I've had that conversation with each of them, and to reinforce
You
it
just need to say,
during the examination, I will ask questions.
this is the best Kouri looks so far.
Without saying what Mr. Richins said.
It needs to work on that hair.
You know, what was your impression?
Okay. Will the state be eliciting any testimony about statements made by Eric to either of them?
No, Your Honor. The state will scope its questions to elicit responses about what was their impression of Mr. Richins' demeanor and what, if any, advice did they give Mr. Richins.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, that creates a pretty good safety margin between where the proffer started and it sounds like where it's coming in terms of making sure that the witnesses don't unintentionally say anything that's excluded by the court. Anything further on that issue?
No, sir.
Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right.
I'll turn the court down a hair.
Okay. That handles that. When's the next time a jail call is going to be offered by the state to your
Does it have to be that
expectation,
fast?
Mr. Bloodworth, understanding that this is...
It's just 1.5. I can do 1.25.
Your Honor, the next time I anticipate
sitting here today right now is during Detective O'Driscoll's testimony. That was my expectation as well. When's he taking the stand?
Your Honor, he will be the most likely the state's
Bloodworth
last
sounds
witness,
normal
probably
speed right now.
Late Monday, early Tuesday.
Okay. All right. And so the reason we're doing this call now is for proximity to Ms. Bramwell's testimony?
It is, Your Honor, and the state appreciates that the broader set of jail calls is unresolved and kind of anticipating this. We emailed this 2 days ago to defense to kind of start the process of resolving it.
All right. I'm going to give Ms. Shervinack and Ms. Lewis an opportunity to work for a few more minutes. I'm going to use the restroom. So we'll come back at 10:15.
Yes,
Any objection, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. We're in recess until 10:15. Thank you.
As a reminder, we do have super tips available. The judge's voice has been added to super tips, so you are able to, indulge that deep, sexy baritone as you desire. Or any other voice. Play the peace
One
song
step
for
at a
the
time.
judge. No.
Regarding redactions to 2-95D, Ms. Lewis, were you and Ms. Shervinack able to reach an agreement?
We reached a partial agreement.
Okay. Tell me where we stand.
They're going to redact a few lines out at the end of the calls, which, I don't know. We agreed to redact the things at the end. The beginning of the call.
I think this is the
believe
day
we
where
should
Wendy
redact
Lewis, yeah, she wears an outfit, makes her look
everything
like
up
a
until
cow. Hate
page.
it.
Do you have the transcript?
I don't.
I can send it to you.
Sounds good.
If that's helpful.
Yeah.
Nestor is wearing a prison crochet jacket.
And Judge, so you know, there have already been some redactions made previous to this.
Any fun, notable moments? I mean, the past couple days of trial have actually been kind of interesting. Today was really slow and plodding through the issues because it couldn't seem to figure out what the defense wanted to do. But there was plenty of bad lawyering by the defense. That happened. That was good. Very, very nice to see the defense screw up constantly. I say that sarcastically because I'm typically opposed to the state, but the defense here has made me think that that Kouri is guilty. The defense has done really well. Yesterday culminated with the defense effectively accusing Eric of being in an extramarital homosexual relationship with his good buddy because they texted about oral and anal sex with each other. Which is such a lawyerly way to describe, like, oh, go suck a dick or whatever. Like, right? Like, that's what was going on, is some sort of probably joke, bantery line. And it's getting exaggerated into Eric having an open marriage with Kouri, but his open marriage partner being his friend Bryce because of their homosexual banter back and forth. I can't believe they did that. That's funny, actually.
Discussion for other things that were irrelevant, so those are included already. So you will see some redacted portions of that transcript.
Okay. Whatever you're sending to me, will you copy Ms. Lewis?
I have it.
Same thing at the same time.
Oh, I already sent it to you.
If anything super interesting starts happening, I will slow down
It's
the
the same.
video.
Got it. One moment, please.
I heard this day was a lot of breaks and some quick moving witnesses. They're all basically friends and acquaintances of Kouri.
Ms. Lewis, if you would just state page and line numbers from the beginning of the call that you think should be redacted.
I believe it starts at page 2. I believe we should redact starting line 15 on page 2 through line 4 on page 3.
Is that it?
That's it.
Do I think Kouri
Okay.
should testify? I think she's going to have to
I'm
have
not
any
sure
chance.
that short period adds anything,
I don't think
provides
it's
any
the best
context, has any
idea,
probative value.
but I think it's her only
I disagree, Judge. For starters, it does directly, from Ms. Richins, say what her state of mind is going into this call, her annoyance, and in her tone of voice when you hear it, when you hear the.
This is from Carl McCracken.
Everyone sound like Ben Shapiro at 1.5x speed.
And what you have is Israel. Israel is here, and Israel is the only thing we need to pay attention to. Frankly, we need to protect Israel.
The audio, there's frustration there, and it does add quite a bit of context, particularly in the beginning of the call. And then, in particular, she says on page 2, starting at line 21, I'm just like so fucking annoyed, like what the hell does anything have to do with anything? And that.
I despise this attorney. She's not up very often. I don't like. Look at how stringy her hair is. Like, what are you? Shower, for one. Shower. Blow dry that bitch. What are you doing? Her outfit is fine, I guess. I do like that this blazer is like a true black. That blazer is black enough to steal stuff. So that's good. That was sorry, that was a racist joke, but I didn't mean it. But she doesn't seem to be particularly skilled. I don't know how to say it. Like, she seems fine, but she's not She's not interesting or engaging. I haven't seen any testimony elicited from her that was particular, like a slam dunk. She doesn't seem to grab the attention of me, which is the only person you should be using as a barometer, because if you don't have my attention, then you don't have attention of the only person that matters in this scenario. I feel like this court case is about me in the long run. Like, really it is. This is truly, this is mine now, like Jordan Sparks. But if she's boring me, she's likely boring the jury. And I don't know. She looks like way too young. She looks like bring your kid to work day. And I don't like that either. Very, like, I feel like she's in danger of Kurt at the moment. And I don't like that. Oh, oh no.
Nick, you are a dirty, dirty little girl. Bend over and I am going to spank your skinny butt. Good job, modding Peachy. She will be powerful and violent with her wrench. I like power.
You know what I need to convince the guys at Super Tip to do? We need to be able to tweak the voices just a little bit. Maybe I can. I need to be able to, I want to slow that judge down about 10%. About 10%. I didn't do that. I did not make that. That was not me. I'm not disgusting. That was from Peachy. Just a second. Let me see if I can do that. How do we get down to voice tips? Edit. Oh, I can! I can slow this down. Here we go. Yeah, I want to bring him down to just like right here. Oh, I can mess this up. Holy shit. How do you add emotional expression? Oh, wait a minute. I got to go to no time. We're going to turn Ronnie O'Neal up. Oh, can I? No, I don't think I can edit Ronnie O'Neal. Fuck. I can only edit the ones that I made. I can edit Bronca. Again, I'm going to drop Bronca's speed down by 10% or so. I am going to add this style exaggeration. Okay, we're gonna save that. All right. We have a no-tie Bronca adjustment now. There we go. Who knows if that'll do anything else. Okay, back to this. Sorry. This is my review of this judge so far. I think this judge is great. He's straightforward. He's by the rules. He's clear and concise in why he's making his rulings. He goes back when he's going to make a big ruling. He goes back. He clearly states the issue for the record, makes the ruling, gives the rule, and his reasoning behind it. There's only like one of his decisions so far that I disagreed with. And, you know, like the judge is probably right on it. I just disagreed with his analysis of what was hearsay and what wasn't. Which is perfectly fine. But he made his ruling and it was easily intelligible, which is amazing. It was absolutely fantastic. What's with the layout, too much stuff happening. You'll get used to it. The thing is, I stream now in two modes, in landscape and in portrait. And in portrait mode, YouTube just automatically grabs the middle third of the screen. So I have to have the video and me in the middle third. But then it leaves these other thirds of the screen with nothing to do. So I just added a transcription thing on the left, and I think tomorrow, or maybe when the transcript resets in 50 minutes or whatever, I think I can add some things to make the transcript a little bit better. I got some tips on how to increase the font size, and more importantly, I think I can get the speakers added in, at least the main ones, like the judge, me, defense counsel, state counsel, stuff like that, so that those will be labeled out, and we'll see how that goes. We might just trying to add value with the extra space. That is me as a cheerleader. That's a true picture. That's real. Hey, here we go.
Counsel will ignore the chat critic who said this trial would be boring. Back when I presided in juvenile court, her name came up often. Let's just say she preferred creating cases to watching them.
Well, I mean, I think this case, we need to slow him down way more than that. I think this case was boring, and certainly can be boring. I'm not convinced that it's not boring yet. There are certainly some really, really boring days. But, you know, we've got... sorry. There's certainly some really boring days, but we've also had some exciting stuff too. This case should not be 4 weeks. But with shenanigans like you have today, I mean, I guess that's what it is.
That lawyer needs to buy some of that purple shampoo and use it. Unprofessional hair. At least she doesn't sound like my middle school son. BTW. Loved last night's stream hashtag Micropene Queen.
Micropene Queen. Now we're sharing the same dream. That's the first one of those. Thank you very much for the super tips, of course. Let's get back to this.
Gives context to the rest of the call, because what she's referring to is what does Eric consulting a divorce attorney have to do with me consulting a divorce attorney? Well, she goes on to explain, but that sets up the context for the rest of the call, in addition to her frustration, annoyance that's heard in her voice as well as in her words at the beginning of the call, giving context to the rest of the conversation.
Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Your Honor, I disagree that that's necessary. I don't think the beginning of the call gives any context to what they're talking about. And if the state just wants the jury to know she's annoyed, she says it numerous times throughout the call. Beginning of page 4, she says, like, what the hell? I know. I just, like, am so annoyed by that. She says it numerous times. And yes, you can tell by her tone of voice that she's annoyed. I don't see that the beginning gives any context whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess that's my question, Ms. Lewis. Why aren't we just starting at page 4, line 1?
Well, actually, I think that would make perfect sense. And when Ms. Shervanack and I were going through this, I actually had asked for more to be redacted, and I compromised a bit. But now that you've reminded me, yes, I actually think it would make sense to start at page 4, line 1.
Where, out of the gate, Ms. Shervanack, she describes being annoyed. And we go from there.
I disagree, Your Honor. She's talking about the Heber thing on page 3 at line 5. She says, beat around the bush. Obviously, what I'm thinking about, she's talking about the Heber thing.
The Heber thing is different than Ms. Bramwell and Ms. Miller.
No.
Tell me how.
The Heber thing directly refers to her meeting with Ms. Bramwell in Heber.
Oh, I don't think that's clear from the text of the call. If I was confused about it, I think there's a pretty good chance the jury would be confused about it.
I disagree.
I know, you've been very clear about that. Anything else?
Just that this is important context for the whole call, and starting it partway through does not give the context that's necessary to understand what starts on page 4 at line 1.
Anything else?
It's relevant, Your Honor.
I understand. Anything
He
else?
doesn't.
Okay.
He's
We're
like,
going to start the call at page 4, line 1. Anything else, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
The court rules that
I heard
starting
you.
the call at page 4, line 1, and then including the redactions that counsel have agreed to in the body of the call and at the end, provides probative information regarding Ms.
Femnital, I
Richins'
agree.
state of mind and backward-looking reflections regarding her
Actually, I mildly disagree. I do believe when I was on stream with Lady Rackets and we read through those text messages, I think there was a spicy text. I think one did happen. It was a picture. And we didn't get to see the picture. And there's a follow-up text like that should help you relax or whatever tonight. So that was a zinger right there.
With Ms. Bramwell, that probative information, probative value of that information is not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or any other Rule 403 considerations. With respect to defendants.
Hey, SVH says, Ricada Law, I'm just a rando. But I've watched since Rittenhouse. Your takes and life have helped me push to get a CPA, lose some fat, actually think about current events. Thanks for everything. Hey, man, that's awesome. Thank you.
Hearsay objection. Ms. Richins' side of these recorded calls is categorically not hearsay, and the court will instruct the jury that they cannot consider the male voice side of the call for the truth of the matter asserted. Rather, they can only consider the statements made by the male on the call for the effect that they had upon Ms. Richins in the conversation. Any further objection, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
In terms of instructing or just providing the jury for context, I'm inclined to tell the jury that Ms. Gibson testified that she preserved some recordings of phone calls involving Ms. Richins. You're about to hear one such phone call. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection, Your Honor. Are we good then to, as we discussed at the bench, have Ms. Shervinack just give the date of the phone call?
No, Your Honor.
It's not in the content, and Ms. Gibson didn't provide that particular piece of foundation, so that would be additive.
Your Honor, if we were to play that portion of the audio of
Hey,
the
Nick,
jail
the shirt
call,
and jacket doesn't
it
work
would
with the
make
tie.
it clear that it was a jail call.
Oh, forgive me. I haven't heard or seen the introductory portion of the home wave call. Does it
Right, Your Honor.
state the date?
Yes, every home wave call begins with a time or date, and then this is a recorded line, and anything you say will be preserved, could be monitored, and admonishments like this.
Is that accurate, Ms. Lewis?
That's accurate, but this takes me back to my initial point, is this should have been, and typically would be introduced through a witness, because the witness could have just said the date, and we wouldn't have this problem. I don't think that the state should be testifying to the date.
Right, but if Ms. Gibson had just said, in order to avoid playing any of that for an indisputably authentic call, I will custody in front of the jury, I think it's in fair and necessary balancing to not play the preamble of the call.
Don't tell Trump.
Which would limit your ability to cross-examine Ms. Gibson as to how she knows when the
what Persian rhymes with? Target.
the date of the calls, because it's based on that same content. And so I think it's appropriate and does not violate defendants' rights in any way to just state what is undisputed. December 18, 2023, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Oh, that's correct, Your Honor. I also think the date falls, because of the way the calls are labeled, the date falls under
Yes, Lady Raggets and I have been
Jeremy
talking
Thomas's certification as to the
karaoke streams.
authenticity.
I understand.
Remember, only
I think you and I say the same
karaoke streams and
way. It's
stuff
just a matter of
a while.
the defense's good faith objection to me providing the information, but given the alternative, this is the best way.
Yes,
She
sir.
is a phenomenal singer.
One more
Please.
pragmatic
Yes.
question. Because the court's decision just redacted out the initial part of the demonstrative, it seems to make sense to the state.
What do we got here? From Arian the Vegetarian.
How dare you speak of my courtroom in such a way?
Yeah.
I bet you can't even guess the number of dust particles in here. I got up to 10,567, 892 yesterday.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't know numbers. It doesn't actually know numbers at all. My God, it's retarded. I think that's the right speed for this voice. I slowed it down to 75% of what it was. And that was the right speed for this judge, I think.
To, at this point in time, as a matter of efficiency, to just kind of fast forward and hit play beginning at page 4, line whatever the court just decided.
Yeah.
Rather than take 15 minutes to redact the exhibit now, and then at the end of the day, we can redact it and clean it all up consistent with the court's ruling.
Is Lewis, you okay with that? You're not waiving any objections?
Yeah, I understood. Yes.
Okay.
I've got to redact it already, right?
10,567,000.
All right. Scott, why don't we take a look at it together? Show me the new version of 2-95D.
Oh yeah, she has a terrific singing voice. Oh no. Are we at memory leak time?
Well, the text is correct. Scott.
1 second. 1 second. Handy News has rated the stream over on Rumble. Thank you. Welcome, Handy News. I must get her on to sing. She was, well, she sang a little bit last night. She sang some Pressure Queen. But she doesn't actually know Pressure Queen, so. You know, that was fun. Hold on, I gotta get rid of some, oh my God. Where is this thing? Outlook. Fucking Outlook. Close. Where are you? In task. Go away. Good God. I don't think that's going to solve my problem. Let's see.
Let's try the audio.
Yeah, we can't see it. Here.
My apologies. Oh, Scott, go ahead. Yeah.
Obviously. I know. I'm just like so annoyed by that. Like I'm like.
Oh, my
what the hell are you
computer's
talking
being.
about? Like who gives?
My computer's going nuts right now. Just a second.
Yeah. Obviously, if one party's gonna do it.
Hold on. Everything is stuttering and going crazy. Outlook is trying to get its revenge. Okay. Are we smoothed out yet? No? Wow. Okay. Good Lord. Spurgy65 is joined. Thank you. Welcome. Your member will be added to the collective. Here we go.
The other party's probably gonna do it to see what the fuck.
Do you want to fast forward to the end just to confirm, so Ms. Lewis can confirm that the stuff at the end has been redacted out?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I did not catch anything for redactions at the end.
Okay, I can.
Yeah, if you would work with Scott real quick to make sure that the stuff at the end gets redacted out.
That was wild. My computer is going nuts. Yes, a big welcome to the Raiders over on Rumble.
Hey, you say it's redacted. It's the way it's
Handy
being offered includes
news.
redactions. Yeah.
We are watching the Kouri Richins trial, Utah versus Kouri Richins. This bitch iced her husband with a Moscow Mule loaded with fentanyl. And then she had her lawyers call him gay yesterday. What a horrible monster she is. What was that? Here. All right, Judge, let's move it along.
You spoke with Ms. Shervanak about have been made.
All right, I have the audio on my speakers. Let me change that over real quick.
Okay.
Obviously.
What you say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They found, like you said, they found out about it, but guess what? You know, so did he.
Exactly.
So it's everybody's natural reaction to wanting to defend themselves.
That's correct.
Okay. Give me one moment. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Shervanak, anything before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor? Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Oh my gosh. That is a good shirt. I like the shirt. It's got a little bit of a skin window, but it's still conservative. Boring. But it's feminine as opposed to off.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when Ms. Gibson was testifying, she testified that she downloaded and preserved recordings of certain phone calls involving Kouri Richins. You are about to hear one such phone call from December 18, 2023. You may consider Kouri Richins' statements on this recorded call for any purpose. You may not consider the statements made by the male voice on this phone call for their truth. Instead,
people with this
the
type of
only
opinion.
purpose you can consider the statements made by the male voice on this phone call is for the effect it had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. Scott, let's make sure we are ready to go.
Thank you, Peachy.
Okay. 2-95D is admitted. Please proceed.
Obviously. What the heck? I know. I'm just like so annoyed by that. Like I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Obviously, if
And
one
it's
party's
not like-
gonna do it, the other party's probably gonna do it to see what the fuck.
Right? And it's like,
Like common sense.
you know, regarding your side of stuff, nothing came out of that. What came out of the other side?
Exactly.
Oh, it's an illegal transfer of everything.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
A lot came out of that.
Yes, I just went in for a consultation. That was it.
Yep.
So why is that so bad? Am I misunderstanding something?
No,
Get a
it's
watch.
just something they're going to try to probably try to hold against you, you know, for no fucking reason. Because
He did it first.
guess what? Yeah, he did it first, and not only did he do it first, like, he actually took action on it illegally.
Yes. All I did was, what the hell am I supposed to do? That was literally the conversation.
Yeah. Yep. So,
It's my
you know,
right to
that
do.
person's probably going to be right.
And
So that
it's-
person's probably going to be brought in,
Which is perfect, because you know what I told that person?
which is. Well,
I don't want to fill out the packet. I don't want absolutely anything. I want to walk away clean and free. I don't want anything. And she kept advising me, no, that's not how this works. You have to fill this out about da-da-da-da. And I said, I don't want to. I don't want any of it.
yep.
That is what I told that lady. I said, I just want these done. And
Yeah,
she argued with me. Forever. I took the packet, I threw it away. I'm like, no. I won't fill this out because I don't want to have everything.
I mean, right. So that's perfect and works in favor for you for everything.
Yep.
Nothing,
Yeah,
you know?
I'm just like so fucking annoyed by it though. Like, quit portraying me to be this person.
Yeah.
Anything you're trying to say I did, Eric did. Like, so now they cancel each other out, you fucking idiots.
Wait, what?
Like,
Yeah.
protecting myself, like.
Yeah, I wouldn't get I would get too worked up about it.
Yeah, I'm not, but that just gave me an idea. I am going to ask if she can testify.
Well, that's not really going to matter because she could just get subpoenaed. And to be honest, if their attorneys don't do it, yeah, you're going to.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just annoyed. So I told Mom, I said,
Because they're going to try to paint this picture. So you're going to try to paint this picture and like, oh no.
yeah.
No, here she is. What did you ask about? What did you advise her? What did she say no to?
So yeah, I don't know.
They found, like you said, they found out about it, but guess what? You know, so did he.
Exactly.
So it's everybody's natural reaction to wanting to defend themselves.
Counsel, the state's next witness, please.
Becky Lloyd.
Ms. Lloyd, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Okay. This is the other
Do you solemnly
sister
swear the testimony you're about to
of
give in the matter
Eric.
before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat.
She got the lion's share of the looks and the calories, which is
Thank you so much.
unfortunate.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you could state your name, please, and spell your last name.
My name is Becky Lloyd, Lloyd.
Where do you work?
I work for C&E Stone
Oh, wait.
Masonry.
And
No,
how long
this
have
is
you worked
not
there?
the
I've worked
other
there 5
sister.
years.
My bad.
What is your current role with C&E?
I'm currently their estimator.
What's that mean?
It means C&E Stone, we put stone on houses, and my job is to figure out how much we need on those houses.
What was your job back
looks like
with
his other
C&E
sister.
when you first started with them?
I got hired originally as an admin.
And when was that?
That was in February of 21.
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How long did you know him for?
I met him sometime around 2017.
Okay. And what about Kouri Richins? Do you know her?
I do.
And did you meet
Same
her
time.
around the same time?
Yeah.
In 2021, what was the nature of your relationship with Kouri Richins?
I knew her as a neighbor, I knew her as the mother to my children's friends, and I knew her as my own friend.
She's a cutie.
I want to turn your attention
Of course, I'm
to
talking about Lady
December of
Rackets.
2021. Was there a conversation that you had with Kouri Richins in December of 2021 that stood out to you?
Yes.
What was the date of that conversation?
December 17th of 2021.
That's a specific date. Why do you remember that date?
Because I keep a journal and I have photos from that date.
What were you doing that day?
We were doing a Secret Santa gift wrap for C&E Stone. We get presents for families in the neighborhood that don't get a good Christmas, and we were wrapping them to give away.
Now, when you say we, was that, who's the we?
Me and Kouri.
Okay, just the two of you then?
Just the two of us while we were wrapping, yeah.
Was there a topic of conversation that came up related to Kouri Richins' marriage?
Yes.
How did that come up?
I had recently gotten divorced a couple months before, 3 months before, and she was asking me how that was going, and I was asking her about how her marriage was going, and her and Eric had had a fight that day, so it was definitely on the top of her mind.
What did Kouri say to you?
That's a corn dog. That's not a
Kouri
wiener.
had an opportunity to go to a work event of some sort, like a Christmas gala, something like that. And it was going to be a really good opportunity for her career. She was excited about it. At the same time, Eric had booked a sleigh ride with the family for Christmas, a good family activity, and they had a scheduling conflict, and they did not agree about what they should do for that scheduling conflict.
What else did Kouri say during that conversation about her marriage with Eric?
She talked about how she was feeling trapped. She was feeling like there wasn't an easy way forward out of the marriage. She felt like she was worried about her kids. She was worried that she was going to lose them, and that Eric was going to take the kids from her, and that his family was going to turn the community against her. And she said that in many ways it would be better if he were dead.
What was the tone of Kouri's voice during that conversation?
It was serious. She definitely had a very serious tone. We weren't really joking. It was a very honest conversation and a very heartfelt conversation. You could tell from her body language that, you know, she was frustrated and she was struggling with where she was at. Yeah, it was a serious tone.
What was your reaction to Kouri saying it would be better if Eric were dead?
To me, it really signified just how far their marriage was off track and how serious the situation was. And I felt bad for both of them. That's a heavy conversation.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Lloyd.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins. First of all, I want to talk to you about how you got the job with C&E.
Absolutely.
Isn't it fair to say that Kouri helped you get that job because you'd just gotten a divorce and she was doing something nice for you?
I would say Kouri helped me get that job. Yes, she let me know that it was available and definitely made sure that I knew that it was an option for me.
And she was the reference for you to her
Becky
husband, Eric?
Lloyd.
I would say so, yes.
She worked for Eric's company.
And when you were working at C&E, during the time that Eric was alive, Kouri was actually on the payroll, right? She got like a paycheck every couple weeks.
That's true.
Right. And isn't it also true that right after Eric died, she called and said, "Don't send me anymore"?
I believe so, but I am a little fuzzy on that memory.
Okay.
Yes, Jim.
But at some point she came off the payroll.
Correct.
Really quick after Eric died.
I would say so.
All right.
She has, well, except for like she needs to add some volume to it, but she has beautiful hair. But it's like having a gold-plated flip-flop. God. It's like putting saffron on a raw potato.
I want to talk to you about the conversation on December 17th. And this was, as I understand you, Kouri and Eric.
I'm kind of
every
a
year,
dick, though.
Did a Secret Santa project where they gave less privileged people anonymous Christmas gifts, right?
Absolutely.
And so you were there wrapping those gifts?
Yes.
And you were having girl talk?
Yes.
And you're somebody that she trusted?
Yeah, I hope.
Because you had confided in her about your marriage?
Correct.
And
She
the fact
can't
her
trust
husband
you
had been
anymore,
unfaithful?
can she?
Correct. And she felt safe and talking to you about similar things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were at this meeting, about, let me look at the date, just 1 minute. A couple of weeks after Eric died, you gave an interview about this conversation you and Kouri had.
Yes.
And you gave it to a private investigator that worked for the family of Eric Richins, right?
I actually don't remember if it was at that time, but I do remember in a meeting with him, yes.
April 6th of 2022 at your house. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
All right. And this gentleman who was not law enforcement, he's a private investigator, right?
Yes.
And he came to your house and you told him about this day that you spent with Kouri, didn't you?
I don't remember, but I assume so.
All right. And isn't it fair that in that first interview, you never mentioned anything about saying it would be better off if Eric was dead, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. And then you had a second interview almost 2 years later in March of 2024 with the same investigator. Is that right?
Sounds right.
And then the investigator said, wait, I understand you've talked to Katie and there was something you forgot to tell me the first time we met about a statement Kouri made.
That's true.
And what you forgot to tell him was this part about it, he'd be better off dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it fair that in the second interview in 2024, almost 2 years after, you even in that interview told him that you couldn't get on the stand for sure and say that she said that,
I think you know it's
I do
strung
not
out
recall
means.
that.
Okay, Katie, can you please play the clip BL1? If we could cue that up and play it for her to hear.
Cue it up. And let's make sure we're all talking about the same thing. My apologies. Do we have a foundation issue here, Mitchell?
Yes, I don't know what they're referring to, and if they're seeking to refresh her, then I believe that should be handled slightly differently.
Yeah.
No, I believe she said she didn't say it, so I don't think I need to refresh her. I think I can impeach her at this point.
If you would just approach for a second.
Waddles up there.
More than a carafe.
Thank you.
Wait.
Get some water.
I do have
If
one.
you need more than a carafe.
Thank you.
That is peak femininity right there, guys. I don't know. Look, It takes a lot to really be a show-stopping stunner. But this is, whew, my goodness. I love your ginger lion mane. Probably, in general, I am a big fan of hair. Big fan of hair. I prefer longer hair to shorter hair. More hair to less hair, all of that stuff. I like it. It's nice to like run your fingers through it and stuff and choke on it. And actually, that's the worst part. The worst part of it is when there's a lot of hair and you're the big spoon. Like that is that. Nothing like you like finally you get some nice sleep. You're like, okay, this is good. I'm wrapped up around my girl or boy. And you're just like, and you just choke on, just like an entire head full of hair goes in your throat.
No problem.
Oh, you do?
Okay.
She is shaped like Utah. That's true.
The number one more time, Ms. Nestor.
Yes, Your Honor. We are going to be playing a clip
there
that we
no-
have marked.
There's no
We're not
volumizer
going to admit it. We're just going to impeach with it, but it's BL1.
in Utah?
Okay.
Why do all
And
the women
let's see,
have
Katie,
flat
let me
hair?
get you connected here.
It's driving me nuts. I don't like it.
I swear she said it, but I also feel like if you put me on the stand, I would not be confident enough to actually truly know if she said it. But I swear she said, in many ways, it would be better if you just died.
Is that your
Because, and I remember thinking, the reason I...
Is that your voice?
That is my voice.
All right. And you did say that you wouldn't be able to swear to it on the stand, didn't you?
I wouldn't be confident in that. Yes.
Okay. And then if we could play the second clip.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's the conversation we had, and I for sure know she said the trap stuff, and I am 90% sure she said the comment about it being better dead.
Okay, so again, that is the second interview that you had with the investigator, and again, you're saying you can't say for certain that she made that statement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You also never told that statement to the police when you were interviewed by the police, did you? Until later, much later, like 2024.
I don't know if I got interviewed by the police in 2024.
Okay. All right. While you were employed at CNE, which you've testified to, after Eric died, were you instructed to go to the house and pick up some of his private items?
Yes.
And what were you, who asked you to go pick up his things?
Your Honor.
Help me understand. If you would approach Mr. Beck.
Jim Haglin, Nick can't come back, much like the Rage Pig. Okay. Sounds good.
Miss Lloyd, we listened to part of your conversation during one of your previous interviews, and do you recall during the rest of that conversation explaining why you remembered Kouri making that statement?
I do.
What's that explanation for why you remembered that specific statement from Ms. Richins?
Well, As someone who's gone through divorce myself or marital troubles, I know that it is probably somewhat common to have thoughts that aren't necessarily the nicest about your spouse and to have really strong feelings that way. But I was struck because she said it out loud. And some of those thoughts are what you'd call an inside thought sometimes. And it was memorable for me enough that after I met with the private detective, I went and talked to my friends. And without prompting, I said, hey, remember that conversation I told you about? What did I tell you about it? And they were able to confirm exactly what I said in my statement here, because it is a very big deal, and I respect the justice system very much, that I am never going to get on this stand and say something that I don't know as truth.
Ew. That's
Are you confident in your testimony today?
I am.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now it's your testimony that you were told about this statement by someone else?
No. My testimony is it is very difficult to say such a thing when someone that you care deeply about has been leveled with such charges. It is very difficult, so that is why it didn't come up in the first interview. It is a very difficult position to be here on the stand saying things like this. I don't want to be here. No one has supplied my testimony to me. No one has made me say anything about that. No one has supplied words to me. I know that happened, and it is unfortunate that it happened because I don't want to be here saying it, but I know that.
If you're trying to compare the Kouri Richins trial to the Rittenhouse trial, then you're either dishonest or retarded. This trial doesn't have anywhere near the interest, the flair. It doesn't have the attention like Nationwide. It's just not the same environment at all. And that's fine. But, like, come on now. Are you serious?
That is what was said.
And in fact, the friend you're talking about is Kouri Richins, right?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Didn't you discuss this statement with Kouri Richins, and Katie's the one who sent you to the private investigator?
Katie is the one that made the private investigator aware of it, but that is not who I had the conversation with about it as far as the truth of the statement.
But you did have a conversation with Katie about it.
I did.
Okay. And then you also had a conversation with some other friends who helped refresh your memory about what you might have said?
They confirmed what I said. They did not supply a sentence to me. They did not do anything like that. They just helped me do a hard thing.
Okay. And who did you tell about this statement prior to reporting it, besides your friends and Katie and the private investigator?
What do you mean?
Did you tell anybody else?
I told my friends. I told my partner. I told the investigator, Katie. I don't recall who else.
Okay. And this was all in 2024 when you brought it up to the investigator?
My friend conversation would have been in 2021, right about the exact same, probably within a couple days of that conversation initially with Kouri.
And you would agree that if Kouri was planning to kill her husband 60 days later, it probably wouldn't be a really smart thing for her to say to you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Now make your objection that the question is complete, Ms. Shervin.
Now object.
Okay.
Go ahead, you can answer.
Say it again, please. I'm so sorry.
Thanks,
Kouri
Judge.
Richins was planning to kill her husband in about 70 days after she made that statement to you. It wouldn't be a really smart thing to tell someone like you, hey, it'd be better off if he were dead, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about that?
Same objection.
Doesn't call for speculate.
It's sustained.
Okay. Did you ever ask Kouri directly, what did you mean when you said that to me on December 17th?
That's what I'm here for,
You
brother.
never gave her the opportunity to explain whether she was just venting, whether she was joking, whether she was serious.
Anytime you need a bag injection, get over
And
it
you had
quick.
a long time to do that before you reported it to this investigator, didn't you?
That was gayer
As a
than I
friend.
meant it.
I suppose so.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Miss Lloyd, when Kouri Richins told you it would be better if Eric was dead, was she joking?
No.
What was her
speculation, Your Honor?
What was her tone?
Objective speculation.
Hold on, let's pause. Yeah, the question regarding what she was thinking, or was she joking, pardon me, is sustained.
Can't say was she
Can't
joking.
consider the answer
Did
no,
you
because
consider
this
that a
can't
joke
know
or
what's in another
serious?
person's head. You
How
can
did
ask
it
about
affect
video.
her, is how you asked the question.
What was her tone of voice?
Serious.
Was she laughing?
No.
Was she smiling?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that she was joking?
No.
I'm not a stouter. I agree with this.
One last question. Were y'all drinking?
We had one beverage. I had one beverage.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, may we allow this witness
One
to
beverage,
step down?
one
Yes.
keg.
Chief, please advise.
I got it, thank you. If you're called back, you'll get notice.
Okay, thank you.
In the meantime, please don't
Jim,
talk to
you don't
anybody about your
watch.
testimony. Please don't watch
There's plenty
any
of legal
coverage,
commentary
read
when there's
any
something to
coverage,
say.
Listen to any coverage about the case.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Please travel safe.
Thank you so much.
Counsel.
Your Honor, the state calls Gabe Morin.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna skip through to the next person showing up.
Do you solemnly
swear
swear
Whoa,
the testimony you're
that's
about to give me now before
rotund
the court to be
boy.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
What, sir, is your name?
Gabriel Morin, M-O-R-I-N.
And what do you do for a living?
I own a restaurant over in Camas.
And, sir, is that the Mirror Lake Diner?
Yes, sir.
How long have you owned it?
Okay, I'm actually really excited for this testimony because Nestor is going to cross-examine this guy and ask him about food. She's going to be in her element, and I'm finally going to get to see if she has any merit at all.
Almost 13 years.
Do you operate it as well?
Yeah.
Scott, can I get 8.6 or 8-6, please?
Can you see that on screen, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scott, if you can please scroll down. We'll go back to the top. Sir, do you recognize these records?
I do.
Are these records made at the time of the transaction?
Yes.
And is it your business's regular practice to make these records?
Yeah, I mean, there's some, at the time of an order, the table is created, whether it's a to-go order or someone physically in the restaurant. And then when the card is actually swiped, then the table's closed.
Okay, so we're going to get into that. I just need to lay a little bit of foundation to admit them, then we're going to publish them. But do you keep these records as
Your
a
Honor,
regular?
we don't object, but he can, it's fine to come in.
States 8-6 is admitted.
Thank you. Let's publish them, please, Scott, Your Honor. Scott, if you can, let me see here. Okay, so generally, what are we looking at?
So at 9:07, Megan is our employee. I believe this was a to-go order that was called in.
Good job, Megan.
And then, it was paid for in person at the time of pickup. $10 was written on gratuity.
You're
and
banned.
$41.39
Get
was
out.
the total charge.
So does this reflect a receipt from a called-in order at your diner on April the 14th, 2022?
Yeah.
And the
No
card entry
judgment.
method there, S, is that
On Barrel
for
Boys
swipe?
or whatever.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know
the
how
card was
people
present, that's what that's telling
look
us?
like that and live with themselves. I
Signature
don't.
at the bottom, normal receipt that we've all seen all the time, always?
Yeah.
If
Scott,
my
can you go to
stomach
the next
bulges
page,
out
please?
at all, I want to eat a bullet. I'm like, oh no, it's over. I don't know how
What's
people
this
walk
portion
around
of
with
the
like
document
a
that we're looking at
large.
now?
Okay, so this is Megan's
Belly.
checkout. This would be at the end of her shift. And this is like a breakdown of credit cards, whether MasterCard, Discover, cash sales, and that kind of stuff.
And then, Scott, if you can go down to the third document. Can you embiggen that top part? Thank you. And then, sir, what is this?
Okay, so this is an audit of that particular order. So you can see the timeline on the left side. So at 8:55, it says a Greek omelet, quinoa salad, bagel sandwich with hash browns, and then Kouri is typed in. So at 8:55, an order was placed. At 9:07, the food was ready. 9:07, payment was applied. And then at 10:50, adjusted payment. So the server has some leeway as to when they actually adjust their tips. I mean, before they're into their shift, they're going to go through all their sales and adjust tips. Some servers wait till the end of the day. At 11 o'clock on Valentine's, we weren't very busy, so she did it during the day.
Sir, why the name Kouri?
Because there's a phone-in to-go order. So, we don't take credit cards over the phone unless we really need to, but, we do enough to-go orders that we want a name associated with it so we don't get the orders mixed up. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
You and I've met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor. I represent Kouri Richins.
Yep.
So I want to go back to what the Exhibit 8.6 that the state just went over with you, and if we could go to the last page. Can you go to the next page, the very last, that page, and then blow it up? And can we publish, Your Honor? It's in.
Yep.
Okay. So could we please highlight the bagel sandwich and the Greek omelet? Now, I've visited your diner. You guys have had similar menu items for a long time. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
You're pretty familiar with your food?
Yeah, we haven't changed the Greek omelet since day one.
Okay, what's in the Greek omelet?
Feta, spinach, Kalamata olives, 2 eggs, spinach.
And it's an egg omelet.
Yes.
I don't know if there's another kind, but just in case.
Tell me
All
more
right.
about this
And
omelet.
so that is just the egg dish itself, right? It's not a sandwich.
No, it does come with a choice of hash browns or a country potato. You can modify that and do a quinoa salad, which is what happened in this case.
Okay. So they switched out the hash browns for the quinoa salad.
Yeah, so there's an upcharge for that, but like you could get soup instead of hash browns. So
great.
So your side.
And then what's in the bagel sandwich?
Bacon, egg, and cheese, avocado, and tomato.
Do whatever you put your mind to.
And it's on what type of bagel?
Just a New York plain water bagel.
All right. And is there mayonnaise or anything on it?
Nope.
So it's a fried egg?
Typically over hard.
I'm sorry.
Over hard.
Tell me about
fried
the
egg
egg.
over hard.
I need to know.
Over hard.
Over
I'm
hard.
sorry.
So not runny.
Got it. So it's fried egg over hard. Great.
And then pepper jack cheese.
All right.
Yeah.
And
That's
when
the one
you
with the little peppers in it.
get that ready for a to-go order, how do you package it?
It's because it's with hash browns, it'd be in a styrofoam box.
And it's a hot sandwich, correct?
Yeah.
You
How
certainly
hot
wouldn't
is
want
it?
to eat an egg sandwich cold. That'd be kind of gross.
Whoa!
Debatable, but
Calm down.
Maybe a cold egg
Fat.
we do a lot of to-go that okay, that's what they want.
Okay, but you give it to them hot.
You can put a
Absolutely.
cold fried eggs are not bad.
Okay. And I'm sorry, just to refresh my memory again, the ingredients on the bagel sandwich are
2 slices of bacon, 2 eggs over hard, 1 slice of pepper jack cheese, about a quarter of sliced avocado, and typically 2 slices of tomato.
Okay.
And then the bagel itself,
All right.
toasted.
Sounds like an okay sandwich. It's going to really depend on the bagel. Some bagels are overly chewy,
Course
they're too
indulgence for
dense.
just 1 minute. I think I'm almost done. Just 1 second.
Other
okay?
bagels are too Jewish. I don't know why she's. Maybe this is the sandwich that what's his face ate where he got sick.
And just to be clear, the time that was on the stamp says 8:55 a.m. Could we bring that up one more time?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understand what that time means. Is that the time of the order or the time it was picked up?
When it was ordered, so it was called in at 8:55,
All right.
and then it was physically
Guys, you
picked
know what's
up
funny?
and paid for at 9:07.
It's funny when a fat person can't contemplate eating cold food because you figure out their life
At
problems.
9:07 in the morning.
Yeah,
You
it's-
can't eat eggs cold. That's not even
breakfast.
real.
well,
They
it
don't
says
even get
AM, so
cold.
that's,
Okay,
I'm
perfect.
going with it.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have, so I appreciate it.
Okay.
That was it? Oh.
No, Your Honor.
So you can step down. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, who's next?
Your Honor, the state calls Josh Kays.
Oh, there's an update.
Your Honor, I apologize. I understand he's at the other building right now.
Oh,
Maybe we can take 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's folks, let's stretch your legs.
Is there
No harm.
feta on
Please
there?
rise for the jury.
Can we get just a little bit of fashion pink here? Kouri's got potential to be cute. She does. It's the hair. The hair is what's ruining her. Well, and the wardrobe choices. But like this shirt lets us know. There's like the other one where she was wearing the cardigan, but she had the kind of tight t-shirt on underneath. We know there's a lady in there somewhere. And they just need to let her out because what they're doing is criminal. It's not okay. It's not allowed. I just look at it. You can see the mustard in your mind that's going to be on it when she gets home tonight. I have no idea what the point of the restaurant owner's testimony was. I think it legit has to do with the the hot fenny sandwich. Okay, so court is on a very short break here.
All right, have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, may we invite Mr. Kays into the courtroom, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kays, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning, sir.
I'll get the transcript back running in
What,
just a
sir,
second.
is your name?
Joshua Kays.
Is your last name spelled K-A-Z-E?
Yes,
Sir, did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
I met Eric probably in 2014 through some mutual friends. Hung out with him a couple times, and then started working in Park City in 2016 for a builder, and Eric Richins was a subcontractor that I worked with quite a bit from 2016 on.
Aside from a business professional relationship, did you have a personal relationship with Eric?
Yeah, so after I started working in Park City, him and I became friends pretty quickly. I played on some of his recreational sports teams. We both liked camping and hunting, so we kind of hit it off on that front. And I think starting 2017, we started hunting together quite a bit each fall.
And would you take trips together to hunt?
Yeah, I think we went to Idaho on some trips 2 or 3 times. Went to Colorado on a trip once, and then a number of times here in Utah.
Are those hunting trips, pack hunting trips, where you pack in, hunt, pack out?
Mixture of both. We'd, hike in a lot. I think we went on some that were pretty grueling. Idaho in the Frank Church Wilderness was a pretty grueling experience. Our last one that we went on together in Colorado ended up being pretty physically demanding, but it was a mixture of sleeping out. Sometimes we'd sleep in trailers, all the above.
Happy birthday, Nick. No. It was Lady Ragged's birthday.
Either professionally
My
or
birthday's in December.
personally, in the last few years of Eric's life, how often would you speak with him?
I'd say probably at least every other week. We had a lot of jobs going with Eric and his company. And so we would speak a lot about that. And then obviously in the fall, we would get to speak quite a bit. Yeah, a lot of the hunting trips we went on, it was just him and I on quite a few of them. So, you know, talk a lot on those hunts as well.
Do you get to know your hunting buddy pretty well when you're out packing with him?
Yeah, especially if it's just you two. There's nobody else to talk to. So, yeah, I think you get to know him
I
pretty well.
appreciate it, though, brother. Thank you.
In those situations, especially.
What was Eric like personally?
Blue Wizrobe.
He's
She must be getting hungry. Time
kind
for
of
lunch.
outgoing,
Talking about Nestor, the
confident,
chonker.
fun person to be around. You know, he's just kind of magnetic personality. Obviously not shy. I'd say competitive, especially in the sports that we played. He was extremely dependable. You know, one of the best subcontractors I've ever had. If you asked him to do something, he didn't forget. It was always done. Every time he said he would be somewhere or get something done, he always got it done. He was very, very responsible and good that way.
Have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
No.
Have you ever seen him use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen him use prescription drugs?
No.
Again, the
Have you ever seen him use
prosecution's
illicit drugs?
strategy
No.
here
Have you ever
is to
observed
eliminate
any
the other
indication
avenues of
that
fentanyl getting into Eric.
Eric used drugs?
No.
This witness is Joshua Kays. He knew
Did you-
Eric. He's a friend of Eric.
Do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric Richins at about 2:11 p.m. on Valentine's Day 2022?
I could change that.
I
here.
do.
I didn't know they were going to actually make a
Without
useful.
saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
It was notable, I think, for a couple reasons, but the main reason was just well, the topics of the things we talked about, but also the emotion, I guess.
Oh, you have those still?
It
You have
was
emotions?
unlike any other conversation I'd had with Eric. Mostly just kind of his spirits felt almost
Yeah,
like
it's
somber.
a little better.
And anybody that knows Eric, most of the time you would call and he would already be talking upbeat, you know, and this one was a lot different.
How did he sound to you?
Like I said, somber would be maybe a way to describe it. Very serious. Maybe sincere, which can be is a little like, especially for friends that joke around a lot and kind of rib each other quite a bit, which we did. It was just very outside the norm.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
No.
I'm trying to figure out how to add these speaker tags.
Based on what Eric said to you, and without saying anything that Eric said, did you offer Eric any advice?
I don't know that I would say advice other than maybe like questions, like suggestions and questions.
Says you can change this.
Was my response.
What questions did you ask Eric?
Chad, can we approach?
Did I ever go to bed? Yeah. I didn't sleep too long, but yes. So again, prosecution strategy is to eliminate the other possible avenues as best they can of Eric Richins getting fentanyl into his system. So talking to his friends, coworkers, other people on recreational sports teams or that he grew up with. Did he have a history of this drug use? Does anybody know about it at all? Kouri seems to know a lot about it, but, you know, like nobody else does. Why is that? Why does she get this special knowledge? And no one else seems to have any idea. You know, that seems like a problem. That seems like an issue. But yeah, so they're going to bring people on to challenge the idea that he would have taken the fentanyl himself, that he had a history of fentanyl use.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Remember, they're not alleging suicide.
Mr.
So
Case, let me ask
completely
you three
accidental.
yes or no questions.
Insane
okay?
theory, by the way.
Based on that conversation, did you ask Eric Richins if he was okay now?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric if he was going to go to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you ask Eric?
Oh, and this is about
what
how
are you going to do about it?
Yes.
how he felt after the sandwich. And yes, Peachy is correct. Make sure you click the bell.
Sir, after that call,
so you
with
get the
Eric
notifications
Richins,
on YouTube.
did
It
you
does
speak
turn
to
them off.
Anybody else about that call?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
I talked to my wife that night about it. And then a day or two later told a mutual friend, actually two different mutual friends of mine and Eric's.
Did there come a time after Eric's death when you spoke about this call with Kouri Wright?
Yes.
Make sure you go ahead and click that like button if you are enjoying the stream. You like
Did
these
Kouri
trial
Wright have a
streams in
similar
general.
call with Eric Richins?
I appreciate it.
Sustained.
When you spoke with Kouri Wright about this call, did Kouri Wright say anything inconsistent with your call with Eric Richins?
Object to hearsay.
Sustained.
Can't
So
ask
that's
what
all
other
I
people
think.
said.
No questions, Your Honor.
May we release this witness, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kays, you are free to go. Please travel safely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we approach on scheduling.
Of course.
By my read of the rule, yes. I cannot figure out, honestly cannot figure out at all what is going on with that. Because by my read of the rule, he's a classic unavailable witness. So yeah, it does not let me add these speakers. I think it's because of how the input is working on here. Whatever. Not important. But yeah, the unavailability of the witness under the rule, he's dead. He's unavailable. Quintessentially, his statement should be able to be brought in. I don't know why he's not.
Your Honor, the state calls Chelsea Barney.
He knew Eric for a long time, never saw any drug use. Also, I believe, I kind of spaced out, but I believe he testified that Eric called him after the sandwich. To tell him that he wasn't feeling well, etc.
Ms. Barney, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in, please.
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Please proceed, Mr. Glover.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Chelsea Barney.
Is your last name spelled B-A-R-N-E-Y?
Yes,
Do you know Kouri Richins?
I do.
How do you know her?
We've been friends for about 20 years.
When did you first meet?
Ninth grade, junior high, high school.
Have you stayed friends that whole time?
Burn through the witches. That's rude.
How often do you speak, or did you speak with Kouri Richins?
All the time. Well, sometimes every day, sometimes every other. I mean, all the time.
How often would you see her?
Couple times a week. When we got busy with kids, sometimes once a month. It just kind of depends on schedule at that time.
Flat
Would you
hair.
travel together?
Parted like the
yeah,
damn
I
Red
traveled
Sea.
sometimes with her, yeah.
Everybody's hair is like this.
Did you consider her your best friend?
Yeah.
Why do they all style their hair like that? Ew.
Are you familiar with the fact that the defendant obtained a $250,000 home equity line of credit on the home that she lived in?
Yes.
When did you learn of that?
We were on a vacation to Sun Valley, and she had told me about it.
Oh yeah, this is
Kouri
where
on that
Kouri
vacation was?
completely
Some of our other
screwed
friends.
over her friend.
Was that vacation in October of 2020?
Yes.
Maybe the first weekend of October of 2020?
Yes.
What, if anything, did the defendant say about that?
She had said that Eric was mad at her and had turned off her credit cards because he found out she took a loan out on the house, and asked if we could pay for the trip, and she would reimburse us when she could.
Did Kouri Richins say what she did with that $250,000?
She used it to buy a house to flip and sell.
Oh, what a bitch.
Scott, can we get 2-2D, please? Ma'am, Scott's going to scroll through it, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Well, she stole this chick's equity to buy a different house. Just screwed her over completely. do anything. Oh my gosh.
October 14th, 2020 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Are you the blue bubbles and... No, it's the opposite, right? Is Kouri Richins the blue bubbles and you the green bubbles?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-2D.
No objection.
States 2-2D is admitted.
Because the defense is the worst. Ah, they're so bad. Hey, more text messages. This is her friend. She was her friend. She stole $250,000 of equity from her friend and made her lose her house so that she could buy another house to flip. Because this is just the murder trial. She has like 18 other felony charges. You look adorable. Thanks. Who wins $250,000 among friends? Right? Like, no big deal. This is one of those things where they're just going to flip through all of these text messages. How much did you take out? A lot. I took out a lot. Woo! How long do you think it will take you to pay him back? Nick or her attorneys private or state provided? These are public defenders. $250,000. It will take me a couple months until my investments pay out. Oversure, so I just got to be top-notch careful. He's totally going to feel like, and then shit will hit the fan. And there's nothing more important to me than the boys and making sure custody is always going to be at least 50-50. And if he digs and finds something, I don't want him hiring some expensive attorney to fight for the kids or something. I don't know. Everything has gone through my mind on the endless possibilities. She's ready to shed the kids. She wasn't going to fight. It was me. I want to be out ASAP and let the attorneys figure it out. The money stuff, whether it's now or a couple months, he's going to be vindictive and try to fuck you over. Yeah, you stole $250,000 of him. His money. He's going to try everything. He's pushing me so bad to go to counseling by myself because he thinks I need help. He was right. He nailed it. Woo! Like, what the fuck? I feel like he's doing that to set me up for down the road to say she's crazy. She even goes to counseling. Like, he thinks I'm the damn problem here, but he's not hearing himself. I should go back and talk to your attorney, let him know the situation, see how we should move forward. Maybe that's what I'll do this next week. Guarantee you what, he's going to try everything. He's pushing me so bad to go. Wait, I just read that one. About to switch. Just can't get over him thinking you're the crazy one. That's nuts. You should say, fine, I'll go if you go, and see what he says. That's her, like, trying to get her friend in account. No, you should, like, he's totally crazy. You should call him on it and be like, yeah, I'll go if you go, and then, like, you should go. I'm sure that's what he'll try to do. And you say you drink too much and blah, blah, blah. Yes, you definitely should go see him and see what he says to do. Eric's home. Chat later. That's the picture she sent when she asked, like, how much did you withdraw? She's like, a lot. And then sent a little Asian with fake money. Oh, it's a pretend money. It's not worth anything. Just got a bunch of zeros on it.
Flipped. I don't really recall, just that the house she flipped made money. I mean, I didn't really ask much about how much she made or didn't make, and she said she paid him back.
Did there come a time at the end of February 2022 when Kouri Richins mentioned to you something about a cervical cancer scare?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
We were at a friend's brunch.
You're welcome.
And she was waiting for a call from.
The text messages are about the most interesting thing to me in trials these days, because that's where like the people are. Like you see them in their natural state, communicating in their natural way. You know, they're not expecting these text messages to end up in court. No one ever is. No one's ever. If you meet the person who's expecting their text messages to end up in court, you're already in a bathtub somewhere. Like you're in a Days Inn and you're cold. You're going to die. And the person's like, I never put anything in text. You never know when you have to go on the stand. It's just Uber Eats orders. That's all it is. That's all it ever was. Like that guy, you can't trust that guy at all. So I love the text messages. I love getting to see into people a little bit. It's where we meet them. It's where they come alive.
From her doctor, and she received that call at the brunch, and she had said that her doctor had mentioned that she possibly had cervical cancer and had to go in for a biopsy.
Were you present when Kouri Richins called Eric about that?
Yes.
What did she say to Eric?
She just told him just what the doctor said, and that she had to go on for a biopsy.
If Kouri wasn't pretty, no, we would have never made it this far, because the second, the second she withdraws $250,000 of Eric's money without permission, if she was an uggo, goodbye, hippo, back in the fucking pond. She's gone. And then she wouldn't have her paramour, which would make this way less interesting. And who even knows? Who even knows?
How did Eric react?
He acted concerned, but kind of was, let's not overreact until we know for sure type of
Someone asked
thing.
what the purpose of the transcript was. There might not be one. Still working out this layout. If there's something else that can go there that's useful, I'm open to ideas. This is just the first thing that came to mind. It's not working out the way I wanted it to. I figured that it could actually...
Other than THC gummies, did you know Kouri Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
That it could
Other
identify the
than THC gummies,
speakers.
did you know Eric
live.
Richins to use illicit drugs?
No.
Label them.
Did you know him to use
Be
pain
more
pills at all?
legible.
No.
Scott, can I get 2-108, please?
But there's a bunch of real estate over there, and Kouri Richins could put it to good use.
Ma'am, if you could read down that kind of timestamp, party, and
I might do that with
description columns.
Kick. Kick or Twitch, or both. It starts to become too many freaking chat windows to read all this stuff.
Oh, sorry. Scott, can you bring up 2-108D as in Delta?
I'm having trouble getting verified for monetization on Kick, which is dumb. It thinks that I'm sending in altered selfies. It's like, you're taking a video of my face. I don't know what else to do. So I gotta get some help. Yeah, if I added Twitch, I would have to change the way I talk about a lot of stuff.
Ma'am, do you... Oh, I'm sorry. We're still going.
No, that's the
Okay. Ma'am, do you recognize that as an accurate depiction
add a
of
counter to
March
see how many people are
7th,
streaming?
2022
There's probably a way.
text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
And is she in blue and you in green?
Oh yeah, it's May 7th though.
May 7th? Sorry, May 7th.
Yeah.
I think there's
I'm in green,
probably
she's in blue.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-108
Plug in
Delta.
somewhere.
2-108D is admitted.
I am partnered on Kick, but part of the onboarding is you have to connect your Stripe account for payouts. And Stripe has to do a verification thing. The verification is this dumb thing where you have to upload, like you have to take a picture of your photo ID front and back, and then you have to take a selfie, and it like AI analyzes, compares your face to your ID, I guess. And it thinks my selfie picture is like fake. And so I'm trying to figure out how to remedy that. Like there's a manual review, but I picked automatic and now it's stuck on that. So I might just have to get them to reset it for me so I can do the manual review instead of automatic. But you know, I was thinking about it and I think my driver's license, yeah. I know I look pretty different from my driver's license because it was taken in 2022. Get a new photo from the DMV. That might work. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, it is. It's all just fucking crazy. My attorney's been talking to me all day about it. They're saying if it's poisoning, that means he overdosed on it by accident, obviously, because he doesn't do drugs. There it is again. He doesn't do drugs. He doesn't do drugs. He doesn't do drugs. He said they have no evidence of either of us having anything to do with it, so somehow it got into his system. We should get the cause of death and autopsy this week, and then my attorneys are going to push for everything and try to close this shit out. Oh, awesome. Thanks, friend. I think she ran over and grabbed it. The Outlaw Dogs has raided us over on Rumble. Thank you. Thank you to the Outlaw Dogs. Welcome. Raids and attention back on the stream now that I'm streaming again is really, really helpful. So it's really appreciated. Thanks. Yeah, it's nuts. They say poison automatically jump to murder. You know what? Like, it's weird. When they say poison, they think someone did it on purpose. Like, no, that's ridiculous. And guarantee that came straight from Amy and Katie once they heard that. Do they still have to answer by Monday?
Ma'am, turning now to the morning of Eric Richins' death.
Mm-hmm.
How were you informed of his death?
Lisa, Kouri's mom, called me.
And what did you do upon receiving that phone call?
I went up to her house.
Did you discuss what happened with Kouri Richins that morning?
To who? I don't know what you mean.
Did Kouri Richins explain to you anything about Eric Richins' death?
Oh, yeah.
What did she say?
Just that she went to bed with one of the boys and woke up, went back in the room, and realized Eric was cold and realized he wasn't breathing.
I should have a window for every witness.
Did she say anything to you regarding whether they had a drink that evening?
Yes.
And it's just like
that
the
they
hot
were celebrating
AI
the
version
closing of a job she had, and
of each of
they had a drink together.
Were you present
So we know what
in
life
November
could be
of
like if people
2022
tried.
when Kouri Richins had a phone call with her attorneys about the night of Eric Richins' death?
I don't recall.
Were you present for a phone call that Kouri had in November 22 where she said that
Yeah,
Eric
Joji, I'll
was on the
probably
phone
swap these, honestly.
with people in Mexico about hunting when she went into Ashton's bedroom?
Yes, I was.
Is that what she said?
Yes.
And is that about the right time period, November of 2022?
I honestly can't remember the month, but I remember that being there in that conversation.
Thank you. Scott, can you bring up 2-45 Delta, please?
Lady Raggeds, I can't make you any hotter. Every time I try, the AI says I'm maxed out. So. can't do it. I can't do it. She's perfect. Send me a selfie, woman. I can make you all hot and stuff. Oh my God, ask a question.
Ma'am, is that an accurate depiction of a text exchange you had on March the 15th, 2022 with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 245D and publish.
No objection.
245D, is it?
You don't have to take a new selfie, just pick a good one and send it to me. I'm doing very important things. I can't sit here looking through all the pictures I have of you. Nick, Kouri is a Taurus, not based. Damn. Same birthday as Adolf. Tax day? Debatable. Same birthday as my ex. Not based. Verdict. Guilty AF. No, I agree. I agree with that. She is guilty AF. It's so obvious. Right now, it's like they would have to really do something to convince me. So I just tried Chels so fucking hard to save him. His lifeless body on my bedroom floor. His eyes. His yellow body. He was Asian? Cold. He was so cold. I pumped so damn hard, on so hard, screaming at him to come back to life that I needed him. He was gone, Chels. Just fucking gone. He never even gave me a sign he needed fucking help. I would have woken up. I could have helped him. This is so fucked, yo. He was too busy dying. He didn't even get up. He didn't even get up and wake me up. She wasn't in the room with him. She wasn't around him. She left at like 9:30 and came back at 3:30. He died. This is my favorite text message so far. We're going to do this again. Hold on. I just tried, Chels, so fucking hard to save him. His lifeless body on my bedroom floor. His eyes. His yellow body. Cold. He was so cold. I pumped so damn hard on so hard, screaming at him to come back to life that I needed him. He was gone, Chels. Just fucking gone. He never even gave me a sign he needed fucking help. I would have woken up. I could have helped him. This is so fucked, yo. There we go. There's a dramatic reading. Up. Up, asterisk. Lady Ragged's over here, the Creed song. Can you make me hotter? No, not if you don't send me a picture. I can't even imagine, friend. I can't. And no matter what people say, you're going to feel different. Murder it! But I don't think there was anything that could have been done. It was an unexpected thing. I don't even know what to say. I can't even imagine what you're going through. Do you want me to come up? I'm okay. I need to get stuff over to my attorney. Thanks, though, Chels. Give me a few days. Use a comma. Use a comma. You're addressing a person. Heathen. Degenerate. How is all that going? Or how is that all going? Okay. All these people, their text responses are weird. If you know, like, they all do this. They respond like in these segments. Their text change tone, like the entire text. It's like, how's that all going? Okay. Just let me know if you need anything with the boys. Anything, you can call and just chat too. That's a weird text. It's like two different thoughts happening. Fucking nightmare. I hired the law firm that represents the Jazz. It cost me $100,000. 100K. She said 100K. I will fucking win. They will not take from me what is mine and what I worked my ass for to steal. They won't. Thanks, friend. I love you. Lady Raggins, I can't share that with the stream. I just can't believe they're following through with all of it. How fucking heartless can you be? Have you asked Katie to back off? I'm just shocked. I'm sorry, friend. Why don't you offer a Moscow mule, you monster? I'm sorry, friend. I will help in any way I can. I love you too.
Counsel, would you approach just briefly for a moment?
Wait, no, I don't like that locals picture now. It looks like it's like Russell Brand. Lady Rackets here is like, make me hotter. I'm like, okay, send me a selfie. Sends me a bikini picture. Like, I'm not complaining, but
And we need to break for lunch.
This is
We're
why
going to do that
Eve ate
now
the
during
apple.
the lunch break.
This is just right
Please
on
do
display
not talk
right there.
about anything related to the case. Please do not watch, listen, or read any coverage of the case. Please don't do any research about the case. Please rise for the jury.
Blue Wizrobe says, girl bossing too close to the sun, the Kouri Richins story.
Folks, please have a seat. Ms. Barney.
Yes.
We're going to come back on the record at 1 p.m. Between now and then, you're free to go.
Okay.
As long as you come back,
Okay.
ready to go at 1.
Okay.
No matter where you go, whether you stay, whether you go, please
Why
don't
is your
talk to
dog-
anybody about your testimony. Okay?
Can I share
Very
the
good.
one with the dog and the hoodie?
We'll be in recess
please?
until 1 p.m. Thank you.
When you look adorable. Can I share that one? Okay, so we got a huge recess here that we get to skip. Oh, thank God.
Before I took the break, this is the call that was the subject of one of defendant's motions in limine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the parties briefed this. We had a hearing about it. I ruled on it. I denied the defendant's motion to exclude this very recording, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further on that?
Just if we could have a continuing objection to it, to its admission.
It's preserved for the record. All right. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the ruling? I'm sorry, ready for the jury. My apologies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Cody, we're ready for the Tracy, thank you.
I
Mr.
guess.
Bloodworth, is your team gathering? Very good. My apologies. Ms. Barney's welcome to take the stand.
It's mainly for the dog. You know that, right? Like, that's why I'm sharing it. Your dog looks so dumb. Look at this. Look at this nonsense, y'all. Dog's sitting around a hoodie. Luna looks like she's about to yell 5-0 and then scramble. Dog looks stoned as fuck. Did he eat a penny sandwich? She does look that way because of like the patterning around her eye. And she has heterochromia.
Please have a seat as you come in.
So her eyes are different colors. Every time it makes her look more retarded.
Have a seat, thank you. Ms. Barney, you're still under oath.
Dog is
Mr.
frame
Glover,
marking
please
her.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, were you present at the Richins residence 2 days after Eric's death?
How am I supposed to make that picture look better?
2022.
Yes, I was.
And did there come a time when...
Oh, wait, I know how.
Kouri Richins was very upset and you went to console her?
Yes.
Why was she upset?
She got in an argument with her sister-in-law.
And what was the argument over?
She was trying to get into Eric Richins' safe to get the will out.
And did the argument also involve the home?
Yes.
What portion of the argument involved the home?
The sister-in-law had told Kouri that the house was no longer hers and it belonged to the other sister because she was in charge of everything.
How did Kouri Richins react to learning that?
She was very upset.
How upset?
Crying. I mean, pretty upset. Yeah.
Did she collapse?
Yeah.
Was she hysterical?
Yeah.
Did she say why she was so upset?
She just said she couldn't believe this was all happening.
Did she seem surprised to you that the house was no longer under her control?
Yes.
What, ma'am, do you know about Kouri Richins' business?
Very little. Just that she would buy houses, flip them, and sell them.
Did she present to you as being successful at that?
Yes.
Was she very generous to you?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was in any financial distress?
No.
Ma'am, are you familiar with the house at 299 East, 100 South in Heber?
Yes.
How so?
I lived there. I bought it from Kouri.
Who lived there with you?
My family. My husband and 3, and I had another one, so 4 kids.
Ma'am, when you say you bought it from Kouri, what do you mean?
We were in a situation of needing a place to live, and Kouri was buying this house to flip it and sell it, and she offered to sell it to me.
Did you accept that offer?
Yes.
What was the arrangement?
Just, it went back and forth for a year on what would work out, and it came down to I would sign the deed of the house, and the house was mine, and I paid a down payment, and I could do what I wanted because I had the deed to the house, but the loan would be under her name, but I would pay the mortgage payments myself.
So, let's start with the down payment. What was your understanding of the down payment?
Just, she told me it was to pay the brokers back that she borrowed money from to get the house.
And how much money was the down payment?
$45,000.
What, ma'am, were you doing for a living at that time?
I was a manager up at Soldier Hollow Grill.
And did you work in part for tips?
Yes.
And did you have savings from your tip money to pay the $45,000 down payment?
Yes.
Did that amount to essentially your life savings at that point?
Yes.
Did you wire $45,000 to Kouri Richins in 2 separate wires?
Yes.
And you understood that to be a down payment on the house that you were living in?
Yes.
Did you understand that Kouri was going to put that money towards a mortgage that was closing soon after you wired the money?
Yes.
Shannon, we are live, but this is day 9. This is Thursday of last week because I missed it.
As far as you know at the time, did she put the $45,000 towards the mortgage?
Yes.
What was then your arrangement with her on paying rent or paying the mortgage or money?
The loan was just in her name, and I paid the mortgage company directly myself.
Do you remember about what you paid them every month?
$2,900.
Scott, can I get 6-14, please?
You don't have it on your screen.
Thank you.
Scott, can you scroll down for the for Ms. Barney and counsel? Ma'am, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a copy of a warranty deed that you signed on this house?
Yes.
Is it an accurate depiction of that warranty deed?
Yes.
Your Honor, State move 614 into evidence.
No objection.
614 is admitted.
Your Honor, oh, thank you. Okay, Ms. Barney, it says up at the top, 290 East, 100 South in Heber. Is that the address that you lived at with your family at the time?
Yes.
And that's you, Chelsea Barney, as the sole owner?
Yes.
Scott, if you could scroll down, please. Scott, if you could scroll down, please. Scott, if you could...
Come on, Scott.
Sorry, go up. If you could just enlarge kind of the middle to the bottom portion. Thank you.
It doesn't do a good job of making you hotter, honestly. Like, I don't mean that in a stupid, simpy way. I'm actually really disappointed in it.
Scott, if you could go to the next page, please. And then down to the bottom. Oh, I'm sorry, the bottom page.
Ooh, wait a minute. I'm approaching this the wrong way.
Ma'am, is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes. Is that your signature, ma'am?
When you signed that document, what was your understanding?
That the house was mine?
Did you understand that that document, upon signing it, that needed to be recorded with Wasatch County?
Yes.
Was that document ever recorded with Wasatch County?
No.
That was signed, I think, on January the 6th, 2023. From that point forward, did you continue to live in the home, pay the mortgage,
bullshit.
and have the understanding that it was
She's
your home?
evil.
Yes.
She's so evil.
Did there come a point when that understanding changed?
Yes.
When was that?
When she got arrested, I was informed that there was a loan taken out on my house that I didn't know about, or I didn't take it
Your
out.
Honor, hearsay?
The question was, did there come a time when she became aware of a certain condition? She's explaining how she became aware of the condition. Doesn't matter if it's true, just matters that she heard it. So this explanation for what she heard can be considered only for an explanation of the effect it had upon her, not for the truth of the matter asserted. Go from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
So did Did there come a time when your understanding changed?
Yes, I emailed the lady I signed the papers with and asked for copies of the paper, and she told me it was never filed with the county.
Did you continue to live in the house?
I did.
Did that change?
Yes.
When?
September 24, I believe. I was evicted.
You were evicted in September 24?
Mm-hmm.
Why were you evicted?
The new owners kicked me out.
Were there new owners because the mortgage was foreclosed on?
No.
Why were there new owners?
When I tried to make it make you goth, it made you fat.
I don't know how it all works, but she gave the deed over to someone else, and they owned the house.
Was it a deed in lieu of foreclosure?
Yes.
Who's the she when you just said that?
Kouri.
So it's your understanding then that Kouri Richins gave the deed of the house over to new owners in lieu of foreclosure on the house?
Yes.
Oh, this is boring.
Scott, can I get 2-55 Delta, please?
Look at that magnificent mane. It's like me and Peter Tragos had a baby. The lawyer you know you want to F. Her face during this is insane. This woman should be beaten in the streets for what she did to her friend alone. For her to sit there with like a half smirk on her face. I find it kind of fascinating too, if they would get to it. She just never recorded the, she never recorded the purchase, so it didn't happen. It's not good at making you goth. Yeah, it doesn't treat you right. Oh, do anything.
January 17, 2022 text exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Yeah, Grim, I spent...
It's not January, though.
Sorry, June
7
17,
years.
2022?
7 years in banking.
Yes, I'll correct you, I guess.
And prior to becoming a lawyer was aiming towards like regulatory
Your Honor, the state
compliance
moves
and brokerage.
2-55D into evidence. Hold on.
Law
I'll publish
adjacent.
Your Honor, we object. Good approach.
So like I get it. I get the fascination with the financial stuff. I just hate how long it takes them to elicit testimony around financial stuff. I think it's because a lot of lawyers are not actually familiar with this type of thing. People who tend to deal with accounting or financial crimes tend to be kind of specialized, or people who deal with like business valuation and people who do a lot of commercial transaction type stuff. they're highly specialized, and everybody else isn't. So defense attorneys tend to not be that. They have to be picked up. Isn't it early? Bye, Lady Raggeds. I love you. This is someone who's willing to screw over her best friend. I mean, she looks just vicious and heartless.
Right, so rather than that, we're going to let you stretch your legs. Please rise. May I borrow that, Mr. Bloodworth? Thank you.
This is lovely.
The two sentences that give defendant the most concern, because in defendant's view, they would undermine the court's ruling regarding the scope of Kouri Richins' likely testimony, are as follows. This is, details matter here, so if you can write those details down. The green message from Ms. Barney on June 17
It's not
at
the Kurt window.
10:36:04
The locals window.
includes the following
They're
sentence.
just broken people.
Quote, fuck that, you wouldn't call Cody about anything personal, end quote. I understand your position to be that, when considered in context of Cody's testimony, would provide a inference for the jury to draw, or would provide a basis for the jury to draw an inference regarding the content of the conversation with Cody that has been excluded. Am I with you so far?
Yes, except that we actually would start with, you gave him a sandwich.
Yeah, sorry, that is something
gave
your
him
client
a
talked about
sandwich.
later in the string, so that we got to keep that context in there.
Treasure, they are broken people.
Just a minute, it's just,
If you
giving
can call
of the
them
sandwich has not been excluded. That's actually hotly in dispute. It's something the state is seeking to prove. The thing that I've excluded is some content of what Eric told Cody, because there is not an applicable hearsay exception for some of that content.
all right, so you're starting with ha-ha, and out of everyone, he called Cody about it through,
Oh, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, sure. Those two sentences.
okay, all right, that's different.
Okay, and then, hold on. Let me just get it on the record, and I'll give you a full opportunity to respond.
I
Yeah.
wasn't trying to respond. Can you mark it on the paper copy so that we can then transfer to the,
I can. Do you actually want me to write? I don't want to ruin the only copy you have today.
we'll make a new one.
All right, very good. I got it. Okay. And then, as I understand it, Ms. Lewis, we would go to 6/18/2022, 9:57:49. That's on page 9.
Yes,
Second paragraph. Quote, I highly doubt Eric called his sister in Greece to tell her you poisoned him.
well, and probably the next sentence, because it makes no sense otherwise.
Well, it makes as much sense as anything, but it doesn't matter because it's not coming in for the truth. So other than that, other than those two, were there any other sentences that you believe would undermine the court's other ruling?
Ari, that's very sweet.
And I say, I'm sorry, other than those two
thank
sections.
you
I understand
for
it's more than two
ruining
sentences.
that moment. That was lovely. It's perfect. I would expect
No,
nothing
I mean, we
less.
still would make our objection regarding hearsay and the double hearsay, but no, those are the
Double
sentences that
hearsay isn't a
particularly go
thing,
without issue.
dummy.
Okay, so, Mr. Bloodworth, let me make sure the state gets an opportunity to be heard here. Let's take these two sections one at a
Wendy
time.
Lewis is on this double hearsay.
Let's go back to
Well, if she said someone else said it, then it's double hearsay. I mean,
6/17/2022, 10:36:04. That's the top of page 7. Let me know when you're there.
usually someone isn't
Okay,
repeating
quote,
someone else's
"Ha ha,
statement to
and
get to the
everyone
truth of
called
the
Cody
matter.
about it. Fuck that, he wouldn't call Cody about anything personal. Those two sentences. Any objection to rejecting those two sentences?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. let's do that, Scott, and then let me know when you're ready to move on. Got it. Can you see that, Ms. Lewis?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then, Scott, if we may go to page 9, the green bubble at the top.
Green bubble.
Second paragraph.
Oh my
Quote,
God.
I highly doubt Eric called his sister in Greece to tell her you poisoned him, end quote.
So,
I don't doubt that.
Your Honor, that relates to not to the Valentine's Day charge poisoning. It relates to an earlier trip to Greece. I think there's a fair reading of that is not he called his sister in Greece, he called his sister from Greece.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and that was my first reading of it too, given the prior content regarding getting sick in Greece. It's ambiguous, though, and so out of an abundance of caution, we're just going to redact it.
Out of an abundance of caution, the state will not object.
Second Grease. That's like licking the paper after you eat the taco from Taco Bell.
Okay. Got it. Okay. And then we will, of course, pursuant to defendant's request, instruct the jury that they may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose.
This is how I imagine
They
the
may
trial
not
of Jerry
consider any
Lungard
of
from the
Ms.
movie
Barney's
Fargo
statements
would
in
have
green
gone.
for their truth. Rather, they may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener.
Yes. We understand the ruling, yes.
Got it. Anything else before we invite the jury back in, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay. Mr. Blever?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You have some water, Ms. Barney?
I do.
All right, very good. We're ready for the jury. Yeah, it's 2-55D.
Eric's mom passed away. Did she drink a Moscow Mule? Is Kouri bartending that day? No, I'll make drinks. I've got a lovely pack of fentanyl. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. This cookie is falling apart.
All right, jury.
Just let me get into this cookie. I'm not a child.
Please have a seat as you come in.
I'm an adult. Yeah. Urban Angst, she wrote the grief book
All right, please have a
after.
seat.
So
Mr.
good.
Bloodworth, State's Exhibit 2-55D
so
is
vicious.
admitted. Would you like us to publish to the jury?
Your Honor, one question first, please.
Yes.
Ms. Barney, do you recall that text exchange that you just read?
Yes.
What, ma'am, was the context of that exchange?
She received an affidavit on why her house was searched.
Your Honor, may the court publish?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're about to see a text exchange between Ms. Richins in the blue bubbles, Ms. Barney in the green bubbles. You may consider Ms. Richins' statements in the blue bubbles for any purpose. You may not consider Ms. Barney's statements in the green bubbles for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon Ms. Richins as the listener of the messages.
Oh my fucking God, I got the document. It's Katie and Amy. Wait a minute. If you know, you know, has joined as a new member. Thank you. Thank you so much. Woman. You know I can handle the cookie. Because I'm large. By large, I mean fat. No, cookie's not too much. They told the detective basically, I've been trying to kill Eric for years. There's bitchy sister-in-laws. And Eric was divorcing me. It's not even true. Holy fuck. fuck? Are you fucking serious? I mean, we knew it, but what the actual fuck? When was he divorcing you? Can you send it to me? I want to read it if that's okay. I want to read that. I want to do that. I just sent it to you. And they said we were arguing about buying the Midway house because he didn't want to sign papers on it. That house had nothing to do with him. Hey guys, the cool thing we have a new feature here on Ricada Law. This window down here is what we call the future view. It's actually looking into 6 months from now. That's real. That's not like that's a real picture from 6 months from now. They said I didn't even try CPR. Oh my God, what the F? You didn't. She didn't try CPR at all. What do they want with the Midway house? The money you stole from his estate. I mean, I think. Like, do they want the equity of it? Like, what the fuck? Are you fucking serious? It even says in the medical examiner how you did CPR. What the fuck? I would be so done and ask Gene if he knew it about them doing this. I knew it was them, but that's still fucking shocking. There's no evidence that she did CPR. In fact, most of the evidence would point to her not doing CPR. Because when the 911 person's like, okay, do CPR now. You need to do chest compressions. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can tell she's not doing anything. And the person's like, are you even trying? Are you doing anything? Why are you walking around? It's like, oh, the EMTs are here. Oh, wait. He had nothing to do with the damn Midway house. We never fought about it. Eric was at the Midway house the day he passed away having gravel delivered. They are so fucking stupid and have no idea about anything. They know how to get you in prison. Oh my fucking God! God! Didn't you guys have a drink to toast the signing? The Midway house? And why the fuck would you kill him over that? That's the stupidest fucking thing you've bought and sold tons of houses. Why all of a sudden that one was the one he argued with you about and you killed him over? I would completely cut ties with that family now. That is fucked up. They are all fucked up. Yeah, I would imagine that she's going to cut ties outside of maybe letting the grandparents see the kids from time to time. Like, if in the world where she didn't murder her husband in cold blood. Yeah, not Panzer is correct. They used a CPR machine, so someone was asking, wouldn't there be evidence of CPR being attempted? Yeah, there could be, but the CPR machine overdid that. What? Nick Ricada Hexenhammer 666. Why does it look like Dick Masterson? It's terrible. Exactly. They're so fucking stupid. And Valentine's Day, are they serious? Oh my God. I haven't read it yet. I'm about to grab a beer and read it. What did they say about Valentine's Day? Oh, well, read it. Then we can talk. Oh, Snap. Okay, I will read it in 10. Guilty. Her friend used Snap unironically, not expecting any pushback. Gross. Let's see. Texts are the best. What in the actual fuck? You gave him a sandwich? And Eric has talked to us about how he got sick in Greece because of his Lyme disease medicine. Wade does the same thing with his old Crohn's disease medicine. That's not uncommon. I mean, fuck, what if Eric was trying to kill you and set you up with strange things like that, or with the things like that? Wait, what? Eric trying to kill you? I want it. What's the blacked out part? That's interesting. Geek Walter says, so there's no proof that she did it. Just she was bad with money, cheated on him, but nothing about the drink. At some point, you have to go, what could have happened? Like, what are the things that could have logically happened to bring us to where we are? And there aren't that many options. Like, there really aren't. There wasn't anyone around. So it's basically she feeds him fentanyl or he feeds himself fentanyl. If he does it, it's either suicidal or accidental. Defense has already said, we're not claiming it was suicide. They're not going to try the suicide route. So saying it's either accidental or intentional, but not Kouri. No one else is there but Kouri and him. So he either accidentally overdoses on so much fentanyl that it's actually crazy, a drug that he doesn't seem to have any history with. Don't know how he got the pills. There's no other fentanyl in the house. He just ate all of them. But wasn't a suicide. It was just a mistake. Or somebody else killed. Like, what's the other theory? At some point, you're confronted with the reality that there's not many options left. And I don't know where people get this impression that you cannot convict with just circumstantial evidence. It's done all the time. Tons of murders don't have any physical evidence, and you still get a conviction on circumstantial evidence. The word circumstantial is just a classification. The important word is still evidence. Catch you later, Moonshadow Blue. Thanks for joining as a member. And if he wanted to divorce you, why didn't he let you move out when you had your Kama's condo? He didn't want you to leave and begged you. Even Amy said he was trying by reading anger management books and everything because he loved you so much and couldn't let you go. Even fucking Bryce said it. And you sucked that guy's dick. Yeah, Maduro fed him the fentanyl. It says how his family came to them. Do you think Gene was one of them? Have the detectives talked to Sky ever? I don't know. And what would you have put in the sandwich for him to break out in hives? Bamboo. I didn't even make him a fucking sandwich, those fucking idiots. It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I both were working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake Diner, which is why we had the testimony from the diner guy. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was fucking with him. How so? How so? Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to take a nap. No hives, no EpiPen. They are such liars. And then he woke up and went to work. Eric got sick in Greece because we were all at a restaurant and he ordered a non-alcoholic drink and they mixed alcohol in it anyway and gave it to him. He's that Mormon? Like, oh, this alcoholic beverage, God is punishing me with hives. Everyone was there and watched it happen. I didn't give him a fucking drink. The waitress did. Wait, so this guy's like allergic to alcohol? She gave him a Moscow Mule. What's going? What? What is up with this? Okay, this is a new detail for me that I don't understand. He couldn't drink with the medication. Yeah. Exactly. Eric was not going to divorce me. Are you fucking kidding me? Then go through our texts and read the messages she would send to me and know that. Well, I wonder how that's going to go for you. You're definitely not going to get charged with a murder after they read the text messages. That would be crazy. Where the fuck are they getting this stuff from then? How can they just make shit up and get away with it? This is not very Mormon speak. This is too much. Like, for suck's sakes. A ho says what? Cody definitely is involved in this also. I bet it was him and his sisters. They don't want you to get anything. This is so fucked up. Like, for real. You guys were not divorcing and you have no reason to kill him. You could have just left him without killing him. I'm fucking shocked. Catch you later, Grim. Have fun at work. I am suing them for defamation and lying to the cops. You're going to lose that. Every bit of that is a fucking lie. Every bit of it. They're not getting away with this. Reports to police are privileged against defamation. I sent it to Gene. I told him I was done with the girls. They are never allowed my kids again. And if he needs to respect that, and said because they are fucking liars. He hasn't gotten back to me yet. He will, but I'm done. Oh, for sure. Sue them. Even fucking Cody. All three of them are lying. I'm fucking shocked. How could they say that? And how could the cops go believe that without asking you any questions about any of those accusations? I wonder what Gene is going to say.
Ma'am, I'd like to now turn your attention, please, to about 2 weeks after Eric's death. On March the 19th, 2022, were you part of a phone call between the defendant, Kouri Richins, and Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
Who is Bryce Knudsen?
Eric's best friend.
Did you listen to that phone call this morning?
Yes.
He and Bryce
Is it in
dated.
two separate parts?
Yes.
Was that phone call an accurate depiction of the phone call that actually occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, those parts are labeled 2-46 and 2-47. The state moves to admit 246 and 247.
Counsel.
Same objection.
Okay. 246 and 247 are admitted, starting with 246.
Yes, Your Honor, we're going to publish in just a moment. Fair
Publish
warning,
this.
Ma'am, what was the context of this phone call?
Just to see how Eric felt about everything that was going on with the house and it being in the will and Kouri not having it.
Ma'am, you said to see how Eric felt. Did you mean how Bryce felt?
Sorry, how Bryce felt, yes.
Thank you.
I need you to say what I want.
Your Honor, they moved to publish 246.
Ms. Lewis, do you want the same instruction?
Ongoing instruction, yes.
Okay. You're going to hear a telephone conversation that has 3 voices on it. One of them is Kouri Richins.
Oh my
You
God.
may consider the statements made by Ms. Richins on this recorded telephone call for any purpose. The statements made by the other 2 voices on this call you cannot consider for their truth. Rather, you may consider those statements, if at all, only for the purpose of the effect they had upon Kouri as the listener to those statements. All right.
What's up,
Scott,
Mixontis?
if we lose audio, we'll do our usual dance, okay?
Sounds good, John.
All right.
Your Honor, I also admit, state moves to admit 2-46T, which is the transcript for the first audio, and 2-47T, which is the transcript for the second audio.
Same objection.
Very good. 246T and 247T are also admitted. Scott, go ahead, please.
Just walking to the airport.
In the airport?
Yeah, I work at the airport at night.
Yeah. Well, no, I want to talk to you when you're free, not when you're at work.
Oh, I got 30 minutes for the next flight.
Okay. I gotta talk to you. I gotta get shit off my chest.
Okay.
You okay?
I'm good.
So, you know that I'm obviously
in a lawsuit with the Richins.
You are?
Yes.
Did I know that?
I just want to tell you what's going on. But I also want to back up a couple steps, and I want to tell you that I understand that your loyalty is 100% to the Richins. Like, you've known them longer, and I get that, and that's fine. And I just, if our friendship ends here, I get that too. And I mean, I get it, Bryce. Like, I just get it, and it sucks, but it is what it is. And I just want to get everything out on the table right now so that, but basically, you know about Eric's trust. It's no surprise. Bryce, I don't care about money. It's not a big fucking deal to me. All the money, Eric has almost, $3 million in life insurance money. I want it all to go into the trust of my kids. I don't want any of it, Bryce. Like, I don't care about money.
Okay.
This house is my house, Bryce.
Right.
But, I mean, when I make money, like, I work hard for my money, Bryce. Like, I do. I don't make Eric money. I have put $80,000 towards our mortgage in the last year. I paid $60,000 in cash of my money towards that pool. Like, this is my house, and I'm gonna fight for it. I just want you to know. And whether I have to fight the girls about it, I'm gonna. They can have half of C&E. They can have all the life insurance money. They can have anything they want. Take it.
Good call.
Take
Good
it.
chat.
But they can't have my house, Bryce.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know everything, right? I know what Eric was doing for a long time, right? I mean, I don't judge you. Eric doesn't judge you. Eric doesn't judge me and the mistakes that I made, right?
But
I know that.
Bryce, I mean, I'm just gonna be up. Yeah, I took $250,000 off of our house.
Yeah.
Do you know how much in real estate we own today because I did that? $11 million worth of real estate. Do you know why I did that, Bryce? Because Eric would never let me work. Eric never trusted me in believing me. No, but I want you to know that. Would you do it? Would you take $250,000 to make $11 million?
Well, that's tricky, right? Like,
Only if you're not lying, you bitch.
Right?
He told me no, Bryce. I believed in myself. He told me no, but I knew I could do it because I know what I can do. Bryce,
I believed in myself, so I just lied.
Know that I knew I could do. I'm not fucking stupid.
Right.
Bryce, I own 12 properties that are almost all paid off. including my own house that I've almost paid off.
How'd you almost pay them off?
Like, I own multiple houses in Park City, in Mill Creek, in Saratoga Springs, in Heber, in Midway, in all because I did that. And they all go to my kids. $11 million of real estate property because I took $250,000, Bryce.
That's not how math works.
He never gave me a chance because he didn't believe in me. And he can say whatever he wanted. He can say I stole from him. He can say whatever. But at the end of the day, that $250,000, Bryce, was paid off in 7 months and turned into $11 million in 2 years. And now somebody's going to come in and take my fucking house from me? It's not going to happen.
I didn't think they were going to take the house. They're taking the house?
Yes, they're taking my fucking house, Bryce. This is my goddamn house. This is my fucking house.
Which is your fucking house or your goddamn house? Make up your mind, you dumb bitch.
The house goes to the trust's name, which goes to Katie. She has the right to sell it. She has the right to remodel it. She has the right to do whatever. I have no rights to the house, so to speak of the trust.
Eric he did everything for you and for those kids, right? And when all that shit went down between you and Eric over, the power of attorney and taking the money and whatever, that's a change it for him, right? So he was like, right, I'm not here anymore. I need to make sure my kids are protected, right?
I get it.
And they're just protected.
I get it.
So I said I knew she was going to get ugly, right? And I'm neutral here. But if you can just take my word for it, I knew.
Bryce, I'm scared to take your word for it. I'm terrified to take your word.
No, I'm not on anybody's
Why'd
side.
you
I'm
call
more on
him
your
then?
side than Katie and Amy's side, only because even though Eric and you were not getting along, of course I don't get along. That's part of being a marriage, right? But Eric would always say that you were his wife, you were the mother of his children, and he loved you, right? And so he would do anything for you and those 3 boys. And I know he set things up with the lawyers and all that bullshit, right? And that was more for how to protect his 3 kids. But I know if Eric was still here today, he would say, no bullshit. I need Kouri to be protected.
But he didn't.
Unfortunately, he didn't set it up that way. And honestly, I don't know how he set it. I don't know. The only thing I know.
So many mean things. So much.
Shut up, Beaker. I love it. I know if he were here today, he'd be like, we need to take care of Kouri. Well, he was here yesterday and he didn't. He did the opposite. He took everything away from her. What? How do you go out and say, well, I know he would do this? Nope. No, it turns out he didn't. Turns out he was like, well, I could try that, but I'm not gonna. You know why? This is funnier. I love when people say stupid shit like that. Yeah, I know he would do this. Yeah, totally. No, he literally went to estate planners and did the other thing where I don't get any money.
So many mean things in it, and I don't care.
It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that.
And they can have the money, Bryce. I can make more money. I can take care of my kids.
You can't make more money unless you steal more money.
Stuff in my house that me and Eric bought. I just want my house. They can have all the money. They can have all the money.
Did you tell him that?
I can't talk to him. I tried to tell him that, Bryce.
Hey, Bryce. This is Chelsea. Hey.
How are you going to pay the taxes?
So Kouri has told them, or
On 11 million in real
attorney
estate?
to attorney. It's never been like face to face.
Yeah.
It's a minimum 110 grand a year.
Kouri has told them that they can take all the life insurance, whatever they have in their name, what Eric left to them, but Kouri just wants her house, which is like a $3 million to $7 million difference. Well, they won't agree to anything until they get the autopsy because they think that Kouri had a part in Eric's death. As in Amy and Katie. They probably not Katie as much as Amy. They think that Kouri has a part in Eric's death.
Amy.
A little far-fetched. I don't think Kouri's capable of doing that, but...
What?
I think that's a little far-fetched. I don't think Kouri's capable.
Well, I mean, that's kind of where we're at now. And she just got this call yesterday. And she's, I mean, I'm up here just because she asked me to come up because she's kind of broken right now and she doesn't know what to do. And I mean, that's kind of where they're at, where they said they don't want to agree to anything until they get the autopsy back to reassure them that Kouri had no part in Eric's death. So that's kind of where Kouri's like, you know, like how, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, this is all just fucking crazy.
I don't... My conversation with Eric, right, where...
You want to know what Bryce said where? It's on the screen. It might be hard for you guys to read, though. Oh, when she got arrested? Yeah.
The thing that he did, I mean, all of this is, they were all the detective kids for you.
No, and I mean, everyone totally understands that. Like, I think everyone understands that. Everyone knows how Kouri and Eric were. Everyone does. Like, even I do. Like, everybody knew how they, yeah, like, we're not fucking stupid. I mean, 2 years ago, they were getting a divorce, and then they were great. But, like, to say in the moment that they were at when he died, I mean, I can honestly say, because I even told Kouri, like, I hadn't gotten a call from you in a year that Eric was being an asshole. Like, I hadn't gotten that call. Sure. So, like, for me to say, like, Eric wouldn't have turned this around, like, I guarantee you Eric would have turned this around. And I'm not saying, like, Kouri needs life insurance. She doesn't. Like, Kouri...
How does she feel now? Like, you're representing, you were throwing up.
Kouri can make whatever money she wants.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're going after her house is what she's just so broken about is because...
And she's claiming that she owns $11 million in real estate. Rural property tax rates are 1%. Usually a little bit more, depending on where you are. I think she was inside. I think most of those properties, though, were inside, like Park City or whatever. So you're going to be up 1.5%, 2%. I mean, where are you going to get the income? It's $110K at 1% on property tax alone on 11 million. Where are you getting that money? How are you making it?
I don't know what the will say.
It just says, so in the will, it says everything that...
Barbie World, don't you dare tell me how to live.
Eric put the house in the trust. No, not just for the kids. for like Katie, so Katie can make all calls up until they are 18 years old. Yeah, not just that, but she's the power of the trust too.
Yeah.
So like,
But the power of the trust.
Eric not only put his part of the house, but he put Kouri's equity in the house in the trust. So Kouri has no fucking say right now, unless she fights it with a lawyer, which she's doing right now. But also, he put half of his business in the half that. So him and Cody signed a, I don't know, some like insurance thing to where if one of the partners died, that half would go to the widow. Well, Eric signed his half that would go to the widow into the trust. So in all honesty, Kouri gets nothing from Eric, which, I mean, Kouri's not about getting anything from her husband dying right now. I mean, that's a tragic thing where no one, like, that's not what you go after unless you're some fucking black widow.
So this is interesting. I'm not familiar with Utah estate law, and we don't have the full details on how this plan was set up. But I don't think that Eric could actually divert 100% of their marital assets into a trust on his death. He would have to do it while he was alive, a little bit at a time or whatever. I don't think he could actually do the full diversion into the trust itself because, typically a spouse is entitled specifically to a chunk of money, but I don't know about Utah. I have to look.
Like, that's not what you go after. You don't go after your husband dying and you don't go after money. But, I mean, she's just saying she doesn't even care about the life insurance because the life insurance, the beneficiary is Katie right now of Eric's life insurance.
That's fine.
Which Kouri says she's fine. And, like, in all honesty, like, if you weigh out how much Katie gets in the will and how much Kouri is asking for, it's compared to $7 million to $3 million. Like, Kouri has already weighed her assets on everything, and with Kouri's house and like everything that is in her house, she would probably get $3 million of that. And Katie, with the life insurance and everything she's getting out of it, she's getting $7 million. So it's like, like all Kouri is asking for is her house, but they're not agreeing to that because they are coming up with the fact that Kouri has a say, or Kouri was an accomplice in how Eric died, is what they're saying. If that makes sense.
That makes sense. I have not talked to Gene or anybody.
Well, I mean, there's no reason to talk to Gene because Gene's kind of Switzerland on this whole thing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I mean, with all being said, it all comes down to Kouri can't attend Eric's celebration of life. Yes.
No, I can't.
Holy shit, they kept her away from...
There's no...
I mean, they should.
Don't attend Eric's celebration of life because Katie or Amy will be there, or one of their friends will be there, or someone will be there to come out and making Kouri look bad because they've already come after her of being a incompetent mother.
Shit. So it wasn't
Amy
marital
said
property.
I was an incompetent mother of Saturday night. Tell him that.
That explains
On
it.
Saturday, Amy has came out to her lawyer saying that Saturday night, the night that you came over and we were all drinking, that Kouri was an incompetent mother and couldn't take care of her own kids that night. So Amy had to take care of them, which Amy had no part of taking care of them because Lisa and DJ were here.
And so they're filing a suit saying
So they're filing a suit trying to make Kouri look out as a incompetent mother.
I don't agree with that.
I know, and Bryce,
Thank God, Bryce,
and
thank
Kouri
you.
kept saying all
Thank
day,
you.
she's like, I need to call Bryce. I want to
She's
talk
like
to him.
good at being a
Yeah, I
mom.
don't know how to go about it because
She's
Bryce
just
is,
a
like,
bad
Richins
wife.
side. And it fucking sucks that there's like a Richins side and there's like a Kouri side. Like, it's fucking like that's fucked up, Like, fuck. Like, this isn't what
This
we should
Chelsea
be about.
chick
Like,
way
we
overuses
shouldn't
fuck, and that's coming from me.
Like, grieve about Eric's death, about being whose side is who. Like, it should be all one and one, and we should come together as a fucking family and just like love each other and like.
I agree, and I just put myself. If I could talk to Eric today, in the thousands of conversations that him and I have had, about what would happen if I weren't here, what would happen if he weren't here, and honestly, to me, I know what Eric would want. Now, I get he put shit in writing, right? I get he went to learn because he got his feelings hurt and shit happened 2 years
It's a
ago.
sub 90 IQ special.
And so but I know for a fact that if he knew
No,
he was
fuck
gonna
you,
have that, he
Shax.
would've made some changes.
He would have.
Bryce, I am not a bad mom. Like, I am not a bad fucking mom.
I'll come and fuck your screen name.
I'm not a bad mom. I'm not a bad mom.
The Richins girls don't play nice. and they never have and never will.
No. But that's kind of like ultimately what she wanted to call you about, was that she just can't make the celebration of life. And she feels awful about it. She doesn't want, I mean, and if you continue to do it, whether you cancel it or not, like if you continue to do it, she doesn't want you to, she doesn't want to come out as looking as the bad guy that she's not there.
Oh, I get it.
Everybody's coming though, Bryce. I invited everybody and everybody's coming. I just can't go, and I feel like a fucking asshole, but I just can't, and I don't know
Yeah,
what I'm
her
gonna
tears.
do or say
It's like
next,
a.
and I didn't fucking do
It's like a
anything.
spigot.
I know, I get it.
Yeah, like in all reality, she's just kind of looking out for her and the boys right now.
Yeah. Well, just so you know, Kouri, I have no part of any of this. My goal, for as long as I'm on this damn earth, is just
Wanted an
Kouri,
admission.
I can't think you're going to transpire the next however many years, right? I just hope that you and I can have a relationship to where I can come see you guys every once in a while. You guys live so damn far away.
It's the definition of a bad mom. One that murders the dad.
You and I, because I would love to
High
see
on
those
the
boys
list.
grow up, right? Because once those boys grow up, would mean the world to Eric, and him and I made promises to one another that if something were to happen to either one of us, that's what we would do for one another. And Kouri, I get it. Like, Brooke and I stuck up being married too. Like, shit happens.
Liz
And
Mott's
unfortunately,
good parents
Eric puts shit
usually
in writing because they got his feelings hurt.
self-assess
But at the end
and
of the
think
day, he
they're
loves you, and he
bad
loves the boys,
parents.
and he'd say the same thing
Or
today
that they
if
failed,
he was here.
so that they can
Yeah, I agree.
fix
I
it
get it.
and be better and better and better.
But hey, let me call you back if I can. My plane just landed. Let me call you back in like half hour. Okay.
All right, call us back.
Call us back, homie.
John, we can move to 2-47 now.
What happened? Okay, Ash, hold on. You freaking speaker!
You have reached Bryce with Kenworth.
Hi, Bryce.
Hey.
Sorry, my phone was on silent.
No worries. So ultimately, Kouri, I guess I said I support you, right? I don't want to. I can't get involved. I can't even get involved anyway, right? Like, because I don't have a dog in a fight. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad that this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easier. That this has to go this way. I wish the Richins would just be easier. But I feel bad for you. I mean, I do. I feel bad.
I think we lost the audio. No problem. Let's fix that. One moment, please. Scout.
Done wrong to them. I've never. I mean, I helped Katie when she had postpartum. I watched her girls. I helped Amy when she lost her mom, and I don't understand what I did so wrong. Yeah, we've never been super close, but it's like I've never done wrong to them, and I don't understand why they're putting me through hell.
Yeah, you personally didn't do anything wrong to him, but you gotta understand how Eric was, right? When Eric was upset or you guys weren't getting along, you could just he'd call me. But he stopped calling me. I kept telling him, I said, you gotta do one or two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he said the same thing to me with Brooke, right? Bryce, yeah, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done. Right?
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. You know, he'd always push you to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, Eric, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see not be with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it.
Did that happen again?
I believe so.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The judge tabbed over to his porn tab. Stop the audio.
When people describe Eric, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also, no one's perfect. And I'd always tell him, like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that.
I think it jumped ahead a little when the recording restarted.
Do we need to go backward a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
Back it up.
I'm back at
It's Saturday, you're in, right? When people do, I get kids,
yeah.
You know, he's been done. I said, you gotta do one or two things, Eric. If you're not unhappy, because he said the same thing to me with Brooke, right? Bryce, yeah, just get divorced. I'm like, dude, Eric, it's easier said than done. Right?
Oh, it is. It is.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done. You know, he'd always push you to get divorced. I would say, dude, if you're not unhappy, you should get divorced.
Yeah.
And his response was, I love Kouri. I love my 3 kids. I couldn't bear to see not be with my kids every single day. I said, dude, I get it. They freaking make it work. Stop being such a hard ass. You know, when people describe Eric, dude, Eric is a great guy. He really is, right? But he also, no one's perfect. And I'd always tell him, like, dude, you need to relax a little bit. Like, it's funny that Saturday at your house where he was like taking anger management classes. I was like, holy shit.
Pause for 1
Like,
minute. I think we're.
Your Honor, it's not published.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Okay. And we are now back scrolling correctly, it seems. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Just press play again, Scott. Thank you.
I can try to be better because fuck, that guy needed to do it, right?
Ah! Hold on. 5 hours, 2 minutes, 31 seconds. Or 13 seconds. I just need a couple things to come in. I can switch my computer out. Alistar Workshop has rated over on Rumble. Thank you, Alistar Workshop. Just a second. I gotta refresh a couple windows.
I'm like, holy shit.
Pause for 1 minute.
Like, he's back.
I think we're.
Your Honor, it's not published.
Oh, my apologies.
Warlock,
Thank you.
no, it's a tab.
Okay. And we
It's
are
the
now
Asus
back
Z
scrolling
Flow
correctly, it seems.
13.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just press play again, Scott. Thank you.
G13.
I can try to be better because fuck, that guy needed to do it, right?
No, and that's the thing, Bryce. Like, we were
The
so
maxed out
good
one,
this
though.
last, 2 years. Like, we have been so good. Like, Eric has been, he had an anger management book that he would write in, every couple of days. Like,
It's right
it was
here.
in his nightstand. I'd come home from, work, and he was out on the back deck, writing in his anger management book. And... we were just good. I was going to counseling, he was doing anger management. We have been so good.
We've been great.
Right.
Everybody.
I didn't
knew
even
it.
murder him once.
We were going on double dates. We were going out.
double
more.
dates?
We
Hello. We were going on double dates? You and Eric and Bryce? Was that the double date?
weekly date nights. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And now all of a sudden, Katie and Amy are attacking me for no fucking reason. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. And
well, all Katie and Amy ever heard about you was always the bad
Yeah, well,
shit, right?
I got the one with, it's got 128 gig of
And,
RAM.
and Eric, when things were good between you guys, Eric wasn't calling
So it should
me
fix some
or
of these,
anybody else, mostly Katie and Amy, right? Hey,
Should avoid some of these memory issues.
Kouri did this awesome. She did this awesome. This is great, right?
Yeah.
Once I get things kind of moved over too, I can do it. I can do a clean boot on this thing,
You were
maybe.
doing, right? And so, all I heard was the negative shit, right?
Yeah.
I said, I'm sorry. And
Come on now.
I wish we could have a lifeline.
Let's not be
to Eric
uncouth,
right now.
Ingazi.
I know if he could talk, he would say no.
Yeah. He would explain it.
Yes. He set things up to protect his kids, but it wasn't set anything up to try to fuck you. He loved you all the time. Every day he told me, you know? And yeah, I said the other day, we all fight, but he'd always say, I love Kouri. She's the mother of my children. She's my wife. I'm going to do whatever it takes. I'm like, good for you, brother. That's what you have to do, right?
Yeah, good job. Have you tried dying?
I just hate that you guys have to go down this route now because the things that Eric put into place with the lawyer.
And that was 2 years ago. Jesus Christ, we've come so
Don't
far
use the
in
Lord's
2
name in
years,
vain,
and
you
it's
vile
like,
bitch!
If Eric redid his shit, it just, last month we sat down and talked about every asset that we had, everything we had, and it
He's
was
like, I want to
holy
talk about your
fucking
assets,
shit,
Kouri.
he was just also taken by surprise. Like, you just was like, you know, that $250,000 is the best thing you've ever done. And I was like,
She puts this
I know,
suck
you
in
just didn't
succubus,
believe in
if you know
me.
what I'm saying.
And, you know, and I was like, and now it all goes to our kids. Like, our kids are taken care of for life. Like, you know, and if he redid it today, it would be fucking different.
Why would I
and
find
now
Kouri hard to
everything
deal
is
with?
just so fucked up. Like,
She
it's
seems
just
easy
a
to deal with.
nightmare. It's just
Don't
a
eat
nightmare.
anything
And
she
every day
prepares.
they're coming at me with
Same.
something. Like, I'm getting charged with fucking assault.
Lock down all your
I'm getting
accounts.
charged with
No power of attorney.
We approach.
Of course.
Here we go. Geronimo says, I was seeing someone on the side at the end of my marriage, and my husband mysteriously dying or disappearing was a legit concern because it looks really, really bad. Oh, if you're seeing someone else and then your spouse dies? Yeah, I mean, that it's shifty. Did your spouse live?
Scott, we should just be able to press play.
This chick always looks like she's just wearing that skin suit. Doesn't look like there's a person in there. Okay, who's this? Hello, brunette behind the creepy sister. And this old lady looks like an old lady who's famous. Who is that? Oh my God, I know. She has true ape face. Like, she's got the primate circle going here. She's got a pronounced cranium up front. Dr. Zayas.
They have 4 charges against me right now. One is theft of trust property. One is
That's a preview. 4? You're about to have a shitload more.
Can I have a moment?
Of course.
8 maxing. Oh my gosh. Blue Wizrobe says animatronic sister. Locked up, cannot spend much money. She's killing Eric's estate on this fucking defense. Well, she was. Now she's on that public defender drip. I heard lawyers know about this being in there. There's just nothing they can do about it. I'm going to try and object to keep parts of it out. They're going to fail because all of this is relevant.
2 charges. Court 2 by Ms. Richins.
And remember, the only statements that the jury is allowed to consider are the statements by Chelsea or Kouri. No one else.
May hear an additional reference or 2 by Ms. Richins in this recording to charges, quote unquote. Those references are to separate civil litigation regarding the trust, a civil lawsuit. They are.
Are they really? Is that just a lie, Judge? Is that one of those convenient lies? Probably. She probably wasn't criminally charged yet. But no, they said like trespass. I guess there's a civil lawsuit for trespass to chattels and trespass to property, I guess, but
not references to criminal charges of any kind. Moreover, you cannot consider those references to civil litigation to prove a character trait of the defendant.
So this is the rule against prior bad acts. Prior bad acts of a witness declarant are not allowed to impugn the credibility of the witness except under specific circumstances. If they are a prior bad act specifically related to truthfulness and typically within a time frame, say 10 years for something like fraud or theft by swindle, you can, with permission from the court, introduce those prior bad acts as they go to a character for truthfulness. And they, you know, if they're convictions, they're documented untruthfulness. Other prior bad acts, however, that don't go to the character for truthfulness are typically not permissible because they would tend to prejudice the jury against the witness. And if they don't go towards the truthfulness or the credibility of the witness directly, then it's an improper attack on the credibility of the witness. Unless the witness has specifically tried to bolster their credibility by bragging about something related to one of their prior bad acts. Like, let's say that they're an arsonist and they say, look, I'm really good with keeping property safe and making sure that buildings don't burn down. And they'd be like, well, here you go. You have 9 charges of arson that happened in the past 4 years. And how do we talk about those? And then you get to impeach the witness's credibility. That's only if they bolster themselves first. Can you then bring in a prior bad act? Typically, prior bad acts testimony is out the door. Unless, like I said, it goes directly to their character of truthfulness. The other way prior bad acts testimony could come in is if the prior bad acts involve some sort of specialization that was relevant to the testimony of the witness. For example, if the witness was had experience hacking computers, and then this would go to you're impeaching them on their. Trying to figure out how exactly you'd bring this in, but effectively, if it would show that they are aware of like a pattern or a specialized skill related to the prior bad act that is relevant testimony to what's going on. Pretty tough to do. Not usually coming up. Speaking of coming up, Stringer Bell with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Stringer Bell, for sharing your beautiful members with the chat. It is very much appreciated. You look very nice, but you should change up the colors tomorrow, Nick. Look, I go in laundry waves, okay? Look, I washed a bunch of blues. Thank you very much, Stringer Bell. I hope that helped out. I try to provide some relevant commentary, and here's why. I scrolled through the other streams on the Kouri Richins trial, the live trial, and I clicked on them and I kind of skimmed through a couple spots. I'm ashamed. I am downright ashamed of what has become of trial streaming. I invented this shit, and it is now overpopulated with retards who say nothing. They had no value. They sit there like this for 8 hours doing nothing. They barely talk. And when they do, there's no relevant commentary to the case, nothing related to law or the practice of it. All I want to do, I want to go to each of their houses and leave a very angry complaint card because they're fucking lazy. And I hate it. It's gross. They're just sitting there. And they're all these true crime losers. None of them know anything about law at all. They're all like, oh, I'm a crime reporter. You're not a crime reporter. You're just someone who sits around watching crime on TV like the rest of us. Nothing of value added to any of these streams that I skimmed through. And it was multiple. I'm like, okay, first you got to find one with a person. It's not just a rebroadcast, which I should do that. I don't know how these people get away. They just rebroadcast with nothing. And it's like, oh, here's 700,000 views or whatever. Yeah, I think that would get you a copyright claim. legitimately at some point, but I don't know. Maybe they don't care. But it's wild. I don't know. It's a sad estate of trial streaming out there right now. You know, very few people are doing it in any real capacity. And you know, thank God that I'm here for y'all, and we're able to do this better than like at least one other person.
Or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trade at any time. Just
Unreal
wanted
goals.
to make sure you had that.
Nick started this law
important
tube shtick,
clarification.
and this is the motherfucking
Ms.
thanks
Lewis,
he gets.
anything further on that?
$10.
now.
I'll
Thank
take
Mr.
it.
Blood.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, may we continue the recording?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Scott, go ahead, sir.
Theft of conversion of some bullshit I don't even know how to pronounce.
Okay. Treasure Island. Thank you. That was my argument. I invented it. I used it against law and crime. But I did invent it. I did invent it. I threatened to fight, and I do believe that I could have put up a good fight and probably won that fight. But I invented that argument. That's a pool feed. The public has a right to it. Well, kind of. But not really. Like, there's nothing that actually says that. That the pool feed is a public access feed. Most companies who have access to the pool feed really do. They pay in to it. Now that's why I add a ton of commentary to these. That's why I change the material from the pool feed itself to something where I'm talking about what's going on, adding value, showing the newsworthiness of what's going on, and then, of course, trying to make it transformative and make it so that people are watching me, not a feed. D what? 33 gifted 5 memberships. But if you ever see anybody using that argument that it's a pool feed, it belongs to everybody. You're welcome, world. That was me. Just that is chest puffing to law and crime. And I would do it again. Anytime. I didn't invent cooking streams. I invented lawyers cooking. That's true. Lawyers have never cooked before in the history of humanity. I invented that. But yeah, that makes me smile a lot. I really love that you cited that. You're like, because it was natural, right? It's like, no, that's a pool feed. Everybody has access to that. They don't. People were quick to adopt that argument. If I would have had to fight it, I would have taken it to court. But I think law and crime was new to the internet, basically.
It's like all this shit, and I'm like, Jesus, I haven't been in trouble since I was in high school. When I was 16 years old, for hell's sakes. I'm 32. Like, what do you mean I'm in trouble? Like, I didn't fucking do anything. You know? Like,
I agree.
I don't know. Anyway,
No, I did not invent coking streams. I think Andy Worski beat me to that. And I think every sports broadcasting woman, every Caucasian woman who is near a sports field with a microphone in hand on every major network television station, they invented coke streams long before I did.
I meant to call you yesterday. I talked to the medical examiner.
Get it, Queen.
I called them because I don't believe that they don't have anything. I just am having a hard time believing that.
Yeah, what's taking so long?
Well, she said that, she's like, well, I'll have the actual doctor call you who did his autopsy. And I was like, okay, whatever. And so Her name is Pamela.
I never
Ulmer,
lit my nipples on
and
fire.
she called me a couple hours later, and I was like, "Look, lady, like, you gotta have something."
By the way, I do apologize to the internet for Andy Worski. I didn't invent him, but I helped him reinvent himself when he came back to the internet. People may not remember I was the first interview that Andy Worski did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the whole world for it.
For me. Like,
that him and Andy Signor. Which is all these fucking Andys needing to come back. Using me, my platform.
Like, there's no way you didn't notice something obvious. Like, Jesus Christ, 12 weeks, you know?
Yeah.
And she was just like, well, yeah, there was something obvious, you know, we noticed, but, you know, we're not going to call you and tell you that immediately. And I was like, well, what? You know? So they ruled out an aneurysm automatically. She's like, it wasn't. Yeah. She's like, it wasn't an aneurysm. I can tell you that. And she goes, he did test positive twice for COVID. And I was like, yeah, bullshit. No. Which we did have COVID a month and a half ago. Like, we all tested positive, but that was like a month and a half ago.
That's like a month and a half ago.
You still have fucking COVID.
You still can't have COVID after a month. Yes, you can, dummy.
Like
it's called
we
long
didn't
COVID.
Still have COVID. And she was like, well.
Long COVID's the one that's more popular with the women. It's slower, longer, gets deeper in those lungs.
His lungs.
Any of you guys have
he had
that
a
long
fungal
COVID shit? That was
infection in his lungs.
awful.
Like they were
I had that
completely
for a
covered in white spots. She's like, and I don't know what it was. She's like, so I cut 3 of them out and sent them in for biopsies. She's like, but they were so full of fluid and blood. She's like, I have no idea yet what it is. She's like, so I'm thinking between the COVID and the fungal infection that it shut his lungs down. And I was like, no, like that, he is the healthiest guy. That guy is a fucking mountain goat. Like, he could, like, I was like, we just ran a half a marathon 6 months ago, and Eric didn't even train for it, and I did, and he beat me by 40 minutes. Like, no, there's nothing wrong with his lungs. Like, no, I don't believe that. And she got bitchy.
Well, they don't
with
work
me.
so well anymore.
And she's like, well, what do you mean no? And I was like, no, but no, it's not COVID in his lungs. Like, there's just not. There's no way. And I was like, and no offense, like, my husband would roll over in his grave and haunt you and everybody involved if you put him down as COVID. We are very against COVID and vaccines. Like, nope, not happening. Like,
if it was COVID, there would have been signs of him.
Well, that's what I said. And
able to breathe and shit, right? Like,
yes, he wasn't sick. I was like, he was just at soccer the night before. I was like, he was at soccer the night before. He was running around. Like, he was totally fucking healthy. He wasn't sick. He was not sick.
He was not sick.
I don't buy that. Like, no. I was like, I will call you back in 2 weeks, because she said that she sent all of his organs out for testing, a toxicology report, blood, everything. And that's why it's going to take so long. And I was like, okay, well, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have more results, because that is not what it is. Like, there's no way. There's no fucking way.
Dude, the people who have died of COVID had symptoms before they
Yes.
died.
Overweight. They were overweight. They were in the hospital, ICU. Like, he did not die of fucking COVID, lady.
Just randomly.
Jesus.
No, he died of fentanyl.
In the middle of the night. Like, I would have heard him get up, have a hard time breathing. Bryce, when I found him.
Why would you know? Why does she think that someone who's dying in the bed from COVID would be like getting up and having a hard time breathing? Like, the thing with lungs is if they stop working, so does the rest of you. If you can't breathe, ask Floyd. Floyd. That man was like, I can't breathe. It's like, you can. You're talking a lot, actually. Kind of maybe want to chill out. You're getting annoying. Your arms don't work. Your legs don't work. Eventually.
He was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. when I rolled over, when I got in bed with him at 3 a.m., like, he was in the same position as he was when I went to bed with him. Like,
it's 3 a.m. I must be lonely.
No, I don't buy it. Mm-mm. Like, keep testing. That's not it. And if she puts him down as fucking COVID, I will, Jesus Christ, I will flip fucking shit.
I'll flip
it's
shit.
Not COVID.
Like houses, more of those.
No. And so I was like, nope, I'll call you back in 2 weeks when you have some more results back, because that's not it. I was like, that guy was in better shape than anybody you could ever imagine. Like,
he didn't drink like we
he didn't
No, I
drink.
can
No,
imagine
he didn't
some
drink.
guys
He
in
didn't
some pretty
smoke.
good
I was
shape,
like,
if you know what I'm
literally, I trained for a half marathon for 6 months. He woke up that morning and decided he was going to run a half marathon and still beat me by 40 minutes.
It's because you're a woman.
Yes.
You didn't
it
have a
was so
chance.
annoying. I was fucking pissed, but he still did it. Like, he had better lungs than anybody you would ever. No, it's not his lungs. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
I don't know what you.
So,
he's applying ass cream to his ass.
yeah. So she's wondering that too. So I gave her all of his Lyme disease doctor's information. So she was going to reach out to his Lyme disease doctor and contact them and see his last lab results and stuff. And then she was going to look into.
The insurance wouldn't pay or won't pay out or weren't going to pay out at the time because they were starting to suspect that she was responsible for the killing. And insurance does not pay out to the person who murders the person that's insured.
Silicosis because Sylvie.
Insurance does not insure against intentional acts. So I don't know if insurance. I wonder if insurance pays out on just like good old-fashioned murder. I don't think so. It does not tend to pay out on an intentional act.
Actually got cancer and stuff from silicosis, who's one of their main employees. 2 other of their employees, you know,
Medicare's
and then
still alive.
Shannon's brother died of silicosis. But I was like, no, he doesn't have silicosis. Like, I just sent him in for testing 5 years ago, and his lungs were 100% healthy.
From all the dust and shit
Yeah.
wrong and everything?
Yes.
No, Medicare can't get better, Sparkles. Sorry for all the pausing. Medicare can't get better because if he does, then he proved all the haters right when they said his cancer AIDS was fake. Because getting better meant it was never there. He was just busy. He had to get through all the hentai. That's probably what happened. He's just finishing the hentai. He's like, oh crap, I'm going to run out of hentai. I better heal.
My husband was 100% healthy 5 years ago. Like, his lungs were 100%, and he does not lay stone, nor does he cut it in the last 5 years.
He doesn't lay stone, but he does lay pipe.
Truck, lady, like, it's not, because she was like, what does he do for a living? And I told her, and I was like, but that's not it. Like, he owns a company. He doesn't cut it.
He's the owner. He's not the employee cutter.
He's not the main cutter by any means.
Yeah.
She's like, well, I'm just going to look into it. And I was like, okay, you can look into it if you want, but that's not it. And I was like, and it is not his lungs. Like, you have to go with something else. Like, I was pissed when she said that. I was like, he will roll over in his grave. You put him down for COVID. And so she was just, I don't know, kind of snippy after that.
Yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through this. I knew.
Baby,
that this was going to get
it's 3
stupid,
a.m.
right?
I must have COVID.
Wait, I don't want anything.
I think you're doing the right thing.
Hack in the lungs, I said, baby.
You were married to Eric for almost 10 years. You knew the ins and outs of your relationship. I get Eric set things up legally with a lawyer to protect, you know, the company that he had and his 3 boys, and shit was not going right with you two. I get it.
Bryce, did you really think I was just going to screw Eric and take everything he had? Like, why?
No, but he was worried about it, right? It's because, you know,
He was worried about it because you're a conniving bitch and you actually stole $250,000 from him.
On the media, right? Like, the wife takes her husband for everything he's got because he didn't do everything the right way, right? And I didn't ever talk about the ledge. He never told me exactly what he was doing. He told me what he was doing, right? And every time he'd tell me, like, oh, I went and saw the lawyer today, it was because I'm just getting everything set up because I don't want my kids to be homeless. I don't want them to be homeless.
Oh my God, yeah.
But that was when I said shit was going stupid with you too,
No,
right?
I get it. I get it.
And I think if Eric was still here today, and I think he'd change it.
He would.
Unfortunately, it sucks he can't, right? And now Katie has all power. At least Katie has power, not Amy. Amy would probably be worse at it, but.
And it just like hurt. I think it was most hurtful the way that he wrote it, Bryce. Like if you read it, it was just so hurtful the way that he wrote the trust. Like, I get we were in a rocky spot 2 years ago. Did I ever think we would officially divorce and go about our ways?
Treasure Island says if we hit 475 likes, she'll time out Zach. But I think we can hit 500 likes. I think we can show her that we're better than what she expects. So make sure you hit that damn like button.
Like, if you're gonna see her, there's gonna be consequences. If you get caught, do you want to be with this chick? Well, no. I said, well, then you gotta, because if you get caught, you're gonna get divorced. But then he gets caught, right? And then you kick him out of the house for a week or two. Then you go live with his dad for like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think Eric was here. I'd say it again. I think he'd change it, but unfortunately he didn't. And now you're stuck in a hard place, right? To fight for your family, fight for what's yours. And the Richins family, not necessarily Gene. I think if Gene, I don't think he.
Why aren't you making other accounts and liking it, Bittersweet? Come on.
He's trying to stay neutral.
Yeah,
and it sucks.
From what I heard,
Unlifed Prince of Wales.
Katie's like, I'm just trying to. She's like, I don't want Kouri and myself to go south.
Yeah, 1,000 likes and we murder Zach.
Katie and I don't have a relationship, right? So we don't ever talk.
I mean, all she has to do is just, Bryce, give me my house. Like, I don't make Eric money, but I make okay money. Like, just give me my house. They can have everything. Bryce, this is my home. I got married here. Absolutely. This is my baby. I brought my
Wait a minute. What fat chick was Eric with? And from what I understand, they never actually could make the claim that he was actually getting some side piece action, just that he had some sort of emotional affair.
Here, like, this is my home. They can have everything they want, but give me my house, for God's sake. Like, Jesus.
What do they want? What does Katie want to do with it? Does she want to sell it?
No, I don't know. They just want it. They want the title in the trust's name, so I can't have control over it. And they won't figure anything out with it until they have the autopsy report. And when they said that, it broke me. Like, I said, what does that mean?
Thinking that you had something to do with it.
Yeah, and I lost it. And I asked my attorneys, I said, I don't understand. What does that mean? And he was like, they think you had something to do with Eric's death. And I said, what the fuck does...
Guys, I've been doing this a long time. I've talked to so many people. I've shared so many great stories, right? Like, and it's crazy. In these weird ways, I get to share little bits of life with people, and this one is amazing to me. Listen to this.
I'm 2 months from graduating law school. In my 1L year, I asked you for advice, and you said to read only as much as I needed to. Changed my life. B's get JDs.
Bees get JDs, baby. Oh, I love it.
What does that mean? Jesus Christ.
Congrats, man.
Like,
get it.
They think that, and they reiterated it. And I was like, oh my God, what? And they're like, they're going with that, Kouri. They're on that level. And Bryce, I lost it. Fucking lost it. I was like, you think I killed my fucking
Did he call her the
husband
fat
for
chick?
Jesus Christ's sake?
No, I've not heard that from any of those two, and nor have I thought that myself, right?
Why? Like, what?
I would never, I mean, Kouri, we can all do a lot of things, and you are not capable of doing
No shit! There's no way!
And if you were gonna do it, you would have, like, shot him in his head.
Like 2 years ago. Right? Like 2 years ago. Like years ago.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't
even know what that means. I was like, well, what do you mean? How does that even fucking happen? Like, what? Like, I gave him too much water? Like, I don't even know, like, I drowned it? I don't know what that, like, what?
Yeah.
And my attorney was like, well, that's kind of a silly thing to say. I was like, well, I don't fucking know what you mean right now. Like, I don't know. And he was like, Kouri, you need to lay low in your house for the next 3 months and not go anywhere. And I was like, are you serious?
That's wild.
And he's like, no, that's what they're attacking you with. And I was like, oh my God. And
coming after me as a mother.
yeah, so, and then, yeah, that was the other thing. Is
Amy to the seventh power is awesome. Love
I
that girl.
fell, right?
She
I
is
like
so
fell
cool,
before.
so sweet.
They're not only
Beautiful
coming
and
after her
smart.
with that, but they're coming after her
She's
for being the
fantastic.
mother.
I didn't ask Bryce to write a letter. Bryce, I asked everybody else to write a letter from that night because Amy said I was an incapable mom and that I was so drunk that night she had to care for my kids. And I couldn't care for my own kids. I love to drink. You know that, right? Like everybody knows it. I love to drink. I have never been in a position ever
I love it.
that I could not take care of my own children. Ever.
Okay.
Like, and remember Amy took video? She showed her attorney those videos and said, look, Kouri's partying all night. She's not a grieving wife. She's not a capable mother. She showed those videos to their attorney, Bryce. Like, and showed my fucking attorney. Like, I'm a good mom, Bryce. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like,
I mean, just
So
because
she
Stop
showed them
talking about
with your
the
pants
Lord.
off, Bryce.
also, you didn't have any pants on, Bryce. You didn't have any pants on.
well, anybody who knows Eric and I relationship, my pants are never on.
Women, if you do that, don't.
Like, that just, we were just so.
As
like,
the resident man, I'm going to tell you, don't fucking do that.
It's like,
Just cry
I agree.
or don't cry. Don't sit there with that.
I can't speak for those two girls. I don't know. I don't know what makes them think, right?
Also, be
You know,
glad
they
you're
lose
not
their
in
brother,
Iran.
but
We would have dropped a tomahawk on you for that.
I lost my husband. I lost my kids' dad. My babies lost their dad, Bryce. Jesus fucking hell.
That was
And you're
different, at
gonna
least. She
submit
didn't go all the way to
videos and say
Christ.
that I'm an incompetent mom? Like, what? It's not fair. It's just
You are an incompetent mom. You lost their father.
money. Have all the money he had. I don't care. Just leave me alone. You know, just fucking leave me alone. It's not.
Hopefully when that autopsy chick comes back, they can.
Okay, I'm going to level with you guys. I know that feeling. That feeling. Whatever she's doing now. That feeling is different. That's not grief. That's not anything. That is regret and exhaustion. She's in over her head. She's getting assaulted on all sides. Civil lawsuits. She's being accused of murder. Things are escalating. Just take it. Take everything. Just leave me alone. Please, just leave me alone. Let me go. Let me out of this mess. Let me out. There comes a point where you don't give a shit about anything else. You just need out. You just need this pressure and the fear and the uncertainty to end. Like, that needs to go. That's a genuine emotion. It's not the one she's portraying, but I do like that. To me, sounds genuine. She deserves it. Like, it's not like she doesn't. Usually when you're there, you do, right?
Stop being thinking. Obviously, it rules out that there's no foul play. Which
But that's the thing, like it's so hurtful. It's so hurtful that there's a decision regarding the autopsy.
They wouldn't even think that.
It's like you're wanting an autopsy to make decisions. So like what? Like
wow. Like,
I mean, it's just like it's just
willing to sacrifice all your love.
Get it.
Mama Bear Leah says keep Zach out of timeout money.
I mean, you are the mother of those 3 kids, and if they want to have any relationship with you and those 3 kids, this is not how you start on the relationship.
No, and well, she's crying right now. What? You what?
Is
Hold
it
on,
bad
guys.
that your husband cries more than you?
Can you come look at my
As long as it's not in public or in
Okay,
front of you,
Like 2 minutes.
and you don't know about it.
Okay, good. Go on for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, go lay on the couch then. I don't know what you're saying. Go lay on the couch. Okay, go downstairs. 2 minutes. Fuck. I don't know, Bryce. Like, it's just like kind of crazy.
Yeah. It sucks. It has
You
to be
like
this.
to cry when you watch
it's kind
movies
of
and
like
TV?
neither of them, like not even, like I'm not even just
Are you
speaking
alone?
for Corey, but like Katie and Amy
Never say that
cannot
in
grieve
public
for
again.
anything because all 3 of them are concentrated on fighting against what Eric has.
And they can have it. They can have it. Just fucking take it. Leave me alone.
And that's, you know, it's just kind of like that's all they're concentrated on. And we're like, I don't know. Like, and I mean, I've seen this. Like, it happened with my dad.
Remember
and
when Nick
uncles and
sounded
my
like this on
grandparents'
his
side.
phone
Like,
call?
everyone fights against
Lol,
money.
miss
It
you, man.
always
So
happens
awesome to see
with
you
death. Always.
Wait, no?
Yeah, it happened with
I don't remember that.
Yes, exactly. It happened
I
with
should.
Eric
I was
and Julie.
allegedly
like that
there.
happened. It happened with Linda. It happens all the time with death. Every single time death happens, like money is fucking involved.
Yeah.
And like that sucks, but at the same time, it's like
I'm not
Eric.
fighting for it.
No,
I'm giving it to them.
no,
Like,
Eric.
just give me
Like
my
Corey's,
house.
but Eric left behind like a family that he took care of. Like, how much of Eric's wealth went to Amy and Katie?
I don't think any of it did it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are they fighting for this?
There's a real
when
ass answer,
they-
Nick.
Like,
If you
all
know,
of
you know.
Eric's wealth, all of Eric's. It's Selma, probably. All of Eric's wealth, all of Eric's, like everything. Your lizard's on the fucking chair behind me. Okay. But all of Eric's wealth and everything went to his family.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Guys, they can have
That's what he wanted.
it. They can fucking have
I know.
everything.
Exactly.
I don't think. And I'm not speaking for him. I haven't spoken to him about
Holy
it. Right?
shit, how?
I can't.
We got an hour and a half of this
feel
left.
That they want Eric's money because Eric. Always, I mean, I thought he had it all set up anyway to go to the kids, right? All this stuff with the kids.
No, it does. It goes to the kids, but the house also. But the house won't go to the kids until they're 18. So that's what Corey is fighting for.
They're acting like I'm some snake, Bryce. Like I'm some. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it, Bryce. I don't get it. They can have
Dad
it.
cried
Take it
at
all.
Phantom.
Take it all.
So what,
What
just
part?
what Corey's saying, like what the attorney said, like everything goes to the kids. The kids are set up for life. The kids are completely.
What part of Phantom did your dad cry at? This is crucial. I need to know.
Your Honor, that's the end of it.
Okay.
Oh,
Any additional
thank
questions
God.
for this witness from the state?
No, yeah.
All right. Ms. Lewis, would you like a brief break before cross-examination? I don't.
Yes, maybe. That'd
Okay.
be helpful.
Folks, let's let you stretch your legs. Thank you.
Can we get a Baldo update? What do you mean? Yes, you can, but what do you mean? There's, you know, like, you shouldn't, but I wouldn't shame someone for crying when Gravosh
Ms.
dies.
Barnes, same instruction. You're welcome to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please do not speak to anybody during the break. We'll be in recess until 3:10. Thank you.
My name's Gravosh. These are my people. Here's my patch. Oh, when he's on the roof and Christina's with Raul? Nah, I don't know. I'm gonna dock him points for that one. All I ask of you. I used to know every song in Phantom. I don't anymore. Best Les Mis song? Do you hear the people sing? Because what's his face is a badass. Not Marius, not the guy played by Eddie Redmayne. That guy was a loser. But the guy who has the flag the size of a fucking RV, he's standing up there and he's like, "We're gonna just die." That guy's cool.
So I didn't know it.
It's all right. The email is exhibit which?
2-123 Delta. Scott, can you bring that up?
Look Down's a good song.
This is a text message exchange?
Actually, everything in Les Mis
Okay.
is good except for the fucking thieves.
Can I see the whole thing?
Yes.
The innkeeps. I hate them. I hate their whole part. I think they
If you
ruined
want to
the
watch it
show.
now, that'll speed things along.
Look down, look down, don't look him in the eyes. Yeah, Master of the House. Fuck that song and that scene. I hate all of it. I hate them later in the movie too, or show. I've seen the movie and the show. I missed the lawyer's corny dad joke. What did he say? All opera is gay. Phantom of the Opera isn't an opera. Nor is Les Mis.
No, I object. Mr. Butler tendered the witness, and to go back now and reopen, I object.
Okay, any objection to the admissibility of this document under the rules of evidence?
No.
Okay. It's certainly within the court's discretion to allow direct to be reopened to add one
Mama Bear Leah.
exhibit,
OCD for who
particularly
does the
before
old lady
cross has
look
even
like
begun.
Miss
So, anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
Best Measler.
Ms. Lewis, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Tracy, if you would get the jury brought in, I'd appreciate it. We're about to. It's okay.
Okay, I kind of see it. I'll post her in the. This is Bess Measler. I'll post her in the locals chat. Thank you, Mama Bear Leah. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. I bought some shoes off a drug dealer the other day. I don't know what he laced them with, but I've been tripping all day. Lamau, lamau, lamau. HMS Pinafore. It's a pretty good show. Rogers and Hammerstein shows are all, they're like Mel Brooks, kind of.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Ms. Barney, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state would like to offer another exhibit.
Yes, one more exhibit, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Barney, you just reviewed exhibit 2-123D. Is that an accurate depiction of a June 6th, 2022 text message exchange between you and Kouri Richins?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to enter and publish 2-123D.
Ms. Lewis.
No further objections.
2-123D is admitted, and it is published.
In Park City. And they didn't say anything, just thought it was ready. Oh no, Taylorsville, 15 minutes away.
I've read it before.
They said it's ready, and they have me on the list for first to call to come get the official report, and the death certificate now has been updated, so I'm rushing to get it before Katie's dumbass. I was going to ask if you might run into them. FB the Cook. I think I covered this in a short, actually, but it might be up. It might not be up on my main channel. I think it's up on my Ricada Laws Shorts channel. They don't read them because reading them is even more tedious than what they're doing publishing them to the jury. If they don't read them, they don't add their own inflection. They don't get something wrong. And what they get to do is they get to take the statements and they get to build a narrative, having them available for their closing arguments. They can do that by citing to them generally, or they can recite specific ones. But if you introduce them and read all of them, one, it takes forever. Two, you get into fights over like how they're read, etc. So it's easier to just introduce them and have them available. They can, if they want to bring up a specific text, they can always ask a question about it. Tommy, that was good. Since I was a young boy, I played the silver ball. From Soho down to Brighton, I must have played them all. A trace of fentanyl. A trace of fentanyl. Really? Manner of death, undetermined. It's not a trace, woman. Now, in fairness, she might not have any idea how much fentanyl that really was. His lungs were shot to shit, and when he took something containing fentanyl, it put his lungs overboard and they shut down. Oh, okay. So your lungs being shot to shit has nothing to do with the respiratory suppressing effect of an opiate or any other depressant. Anything that's a depressant or an anesthetic will eventually reach certain organs which operate, you know, like a muscle. Lungs have to inflate and deflate. They take energy to do that. They also take nerve stimulation. If your nerves are too depressed, the signals get blocked. You can't get to, then you can't breathe. Eventually your heart can stop. Same thing. In a different way, there are, if your muscles are too relaxed from muscle relaxant, it's not necessarily like a neurostimulation issue. It's that the muscles themselves just are anesthetized. It's one of the risks of using various anesthetics is that, and why they have to be done in precise doses. It's also why ketamine's an effective anesthetic, because it is not a respiratory suppressant or a cardiac suppressant. Your heart still beats and your lungs still function at their normal capacity, which is a very, very strange and unique quality of that drug. Chels, I think it's finally fucking over. Fucking over! I'm waiting on my attorney to call me and confirm that, but I think it's over. I'm bailing. Bailing? What do you mean you're bailing? Like, hey? Holy shit, is that what that medical examiner said? So are they done with the investigation too? Like, did they find where you got the fentanyl from? Holy shit, friend, it is over. And Friday, we get to see more about it and have everything over. Like, holy shit. They can't spell holy. Not good Mormons. It looks like with the silicosis, COVID, and then fentanyl, it just got his lungs. Did they say how much of fentanyl that is? Just a trace, just a little bit. Text you in a few. Look at how excited she is. Here's the death certificate.
All right, anything further for
At
this
this
witness,
point.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
I think it got updated after
We have
that.
no questions for Ms. Barney.
Okay. May we allow Ms. Barney to step down, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we release this witness, Ms. Lewis?
I think just in abundance of caution, maybe we could keep her subject to subpoena.
Understood. So, Ms. Barney, you're free to go today, but you may get notice that you need to come back for some additional questions before the end of the trial. Between now and the end of the trial, please do not speak to anyone about your testimony. Don't let anybody talk to you about your testimony. Please don't watch any coverage of the case. Don't listen to any coverage of the case. Don't read anything about the case.
Okay.
Please travel safe.
Thank you.
Raketa taught me to never have the soles of my feet and my face in the same picture. So I need all of y'all to erase all those DMs I sent. Also, this Zach fella sounds like he needs a timeout.
I don't trust Zach at all. Danny Extreme, welcome. Are you controlling the fats today? Are you keeping them in line? Or in circles, as it may be. Yes, we are playing catch up. Court ended very early today. Day 11 was dismissed out after some legal wrangling and one very short witness. So we went back to day 9, which I missed because I missed on Thursday after my dental appointment. And we have an hour of day 9 left. I'm going at 1 1/4 speed, but I might kick that up to 1 1/2.
Your Honor, the state calls alley stakings.
Very good.
You know what? I just got back, even stayed after my last night to make sure I keep myself in shape. Doing the world a very good service, Danny Extreme. Keep yourself in shape and get those fatties whipped down into skinnies. There was very little live trial. Most of it was argument, and then sitting there looking at stuff, discussing what was going to be in, what was going to be out. Then they decided they needed a continuance for briefing. The judge granted the continuance. There will be more oral argument starting at 9:30 Central tomorrow. Oh, hey, it's the pretty one.
Good afternoon. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll
Hey,
get you sworn
Timu
in.
Halle Berry here.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Hold on. We're going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We'll tackle this after that. Okay, I'm back. I am back. Here we go. This is Kouri's former friend. Another one. Kouri was allegedly popular.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. What, ma'am, is your name?
Alameda Staking?
Is your last name spelled S-T-A-K-I-N-G-S?
No, S. S-T-A-K-I-N-G.
I'm sorry. There's only one of
Staking.
you.
He's terrifying.
Yes.
Ms. Staking, would you pull the mic a little closer to you? Okay. You can sit wherever you're comfortable. It's just easier to move the mic. Thank you. Please proceed.
Apologies, ma'am. Do you know Kouri Richins?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, yes,
we,
yes,
we
I do.
record everything, so yeah.
Yes,
I
I
saw
do.
that you were nodding, but how do you know Kouri Richins?
We grew up together, school.
When did you first meet her?
I met her in, I think, junior high school.
Since junior high school, about how often do you see or speak with her?
I talk to her pretty frequently.
Are you one of her best?
Sui Generous says Kouri's mom, Lisa Darden's lover, died of poisoning by oxycodone. And Kouri Richins' mom got the girlfriend's life insurance payout. You can't make this shit up. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Not a coincidence, in my opinion. Wait. And Kouri Richins' mom, Lisa Darden, got girlfriend's life insurance payout? Do you mean like the lover who died had bought a life insurance policy and named her as the beneficiary is what you're saying? Not like she took someone else's. Sledge Entertainment says MJ is looking better. Dick.
Friends?
Yes. Yeah.
She's very pretty. She has great features. I like her necklaces, even though one of them's a crystal and the other one is the Islamic crescent. She's not to be trusted. And those hoops are cool if you have any small dogs that need to perform tricks and jump through them.
I was, yeah.
You were?
I am, yes.
Either way?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't tell Lady Rackets that this witness is very pretty.
Did you and Kouri Richins attend a Finding True Self retreat at the Sedona Mago Center for Wellbeing in Arizona in February of 2021?
Yes, we did.
As part of that retreat, did each of you
Dude, that
complete an assignment
mustard
in
footprint
which
will
you
haunt me
wrote
forever.
your life story in third person?
Yes, we did.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 2-4, please? Can you scroll through for the witness and counsel? Ma'am, do you recognize that as the form that you and Kouri Richins filled out during the retreat?
Well, I never read it at the retreat, but that's the Sedona Manga logo, yes.
And is that Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes, to my knowledge.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 2-4 and publish.
Your Honor, we'd renew our prior objections, 401, 402, and 403. I'm not sure that there's enough foundation at this point to put it in through this witness. She said she never saw it at the time, and I don't know if there's enough foundation about the handwriting at this point.
Okay, I always want speaking objections as a trial observer, and you want speaking objections as a lawyer in the courtroom, because speaking objections allow you to argue and talk your way into the judge's pants. You want to do that whenever possible. And they help us because we get to know what the objection's about, what the basis actually is, and it forces the judge to make very specific rulings on the very specific reasoning. But it is kind of like a marvel that they get to do these speaking objections so detailed in front of the jury. She's like, look, foundation doesn't, have the knowledge of this thing, and just flat out says it right there. It's amazing. Because you kind of also get it. It's like, okay, maybe they shouldn't be doing these so openly. To me, I think the best compromise is to have a speaking objection that is objection, Your Honor, and then your basis, foundation, hearsay, whatever it is, and a very brief statement on what the argument would be if it's not patently obvious.
The 401, 402, 403 issues have been ruled on by the court. The court stands on
Danny
its prior...
Extreme, Karen Reed, they did not get to label the objection at all, which means the judge, Bev Canone, got to make up whatever she wanted for her rulings, right? There was no rule. There was no consistency. The argument was just whatever she came up with in her mind. You would say objection, and she determined the bases, the arguments for and against, and then make a determination. Almost impossible to bring that on appeal because you can't say, look, she screwed up here, here, and here because you don't even know what she decided.
Denial of those objections. Mr. Floodworth, talk to me about foundation.
Your Honor, maybe I'll just
Please.
Question a little bit.
Yeah.
Over the years, have you read Kouri Richins' handwriting?
I just made that joke.
Yes and no. I'm mainly through text, but yes.
I also made it the other day.
Are you generally familiar, though, with her handwriting script-wise?
Not comfortably enough to identify it, no. But it looks like her handwriting, yes.
She has, her cheeks are concave. There's no lipids in them at all. How do they do? All right, we're on normal playback. I had to check because of the way she moved. I like the way you move. I just want to watch that again because she moved like she's at 1.5 speed. Maybe she's on meth.
Kouri Richins' handwriting?
Yes and no. I'm mainly through text, but yes.
Are you generally familiar, though, with her handwriting script-wise?
Not comfortably enough to identify it, no. But it looks like her handwriting, yes.
Her speech pattern accelerates very fast. Not comfortable enough to identify it, no. But it looks like her. But it looks like her handwriting, yes. Whoa, calm down.
And is that, Scott, can you go to the top? That logo at the top, is that consistent with the form that each of you individually filled out while at the
Could be
Sedona
cheek
Mago
reduction surgery.
Retreat Center?
Or she's looks maxing like a champ.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-4 into evidence.
Your Honor, we object. She said she's not comfortable enough to identify her handwriting, and she never saw Kouri write this or saw it at the time it was done.
All of her cheek fat is sitting in Wendy's cheeks.
Counsel, would you approach for a second?
The staking woman staring down Bloodsworth. The Barbizon movies? Your first wife was a Barbazombie? Oh no. I don't know what those are, but I'm about to. The fuck is this? Whoa, this is weird. I'm uncomfortable with whatever you just made me look at.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's motion to admit State's Exhibit 2-4 is denied at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll revisit it. Thank you. Ma'am, are you familiar with Kouri Richins' house flipping business?
Yes.
How so?
We were going to hire her to do work for us. Me and my kid's dad.
Oh no.
And did you understand?
She's available. Me and my kid's dad. Oh. Not a husband, not a boyfriend, eh?
And it was a successful business?
I did. I believed it to be, yes.
Did you know whether or not the business was in any financial distress?
No, I did not.
Ma'am, are you familiar with Josh Grossman?
Yes.
How so?
I knew that he was... what do you mean?
Do you know who Josh Grossman is?
Yes, I know of him, yes.
How do you know of him?
Kouri told me about him.
What did Kouri say about him?
She said that they were having an affair.
And when did she tell you this?
It was about June 2020.
Did she tell you the status of that affair when she spoke to you in June 2020?
Enunciate, boy.
Can you clarify?
Was it ongoing at the time?
Yes, it was ongoing.
Did she ever tell you that the affair was broken off?
She did.
When did she tell you the affair was broken off?
My last visit prior to Eric passing, she told me that she'd ended things with Josh and chose her family. It had been over for about 9 months at that point.
And was that last visit you had with Eric Richins on the weekend of February the 20th, 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
And she said then that she had broken it off 9 months earlier.
Yes.
Your Honor, may we just approach briefly to make sure we have a common understanding?
Yes.
Pretty good amount. I'm kind of disappointed I haven't had 3 marriages already. Slacking. Get to work, Peachy. Goodness gracious.
Visit you mentioned.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Hold on, we got one of these.
Jurors, please disregard the smoke alarm chirping during the witness's testimony.
Objection, Your Honor. The smoke alarm is prejudicing my witness.
Mistaking on
some scary
that
spice
visit
vibes.
you mentioned the weekend of February 20th, 2022. Did there come a time when you, Kouri Richins, Eric Richins, and maybe others were having a conversation about Eric Richins becoming ill on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Kouri, Eric, Selma, and Wade, our other friends.
How did that conversation arise?
What do you mean?
Who started?
I can't remember who started the conversation.
How did you come to learn about whatever happened on Valentine's Day?
Eric told us.
What did Eric Richins say?
He said that he thought that Kouri had tried to poison him, but it was more of a funny story. It was like an allergic reaction, is what we had thought it was.
So Eric jokingly, I want to accurately capture
we were laughing at the story.
So did Eric,
along with Eric?
Right. Did Eric jokingly say that Kouri Richins had tried to?
Yes, and we all teased Kouri for trying to kill him or poison him or whatever he thought it was.
Okay. How did Kouri Richins react to Eric Richins jokingly say that she tried to poison him on Valentine's Day?
She laughed about it. We were all laughing.
Did she say anything about what happened on Valentine's Day?
She said no, that's not what happened, that he had, that it was an allergic reaction or something.
Liz Botts. Party statements elicited by the party opponent, so in this case, statements of Kouri Richins elicited by the state, since they're opposed to her, are not hearsay. They're not subject to the hearsay rule. In criminal trials especially, it is one of the issues you have is you can choose to not say anything in court, right? Your Fifth Amendment right to not testify. Kind of the trade-off for that, though, is that if you did say other stuff, like you may be taking your Fifth Amendment right now, but you did already say this stuff. And if you can't force them to testify, you can't lay foundation to it through the person themselves. So you have to lay foundation to those statements from somewhere else. That's part of the reason why they allow the party statement rule, is because you cannot force them to testify, and they could just refuse and stonewall every prosecution. But any statements that they made prior to invoking the Fifth Amendment should be admissible according to the rule, if they're elicited by an opposing party, because then it's assumed that they're a statement against interest.
Just because I'm sending keep Zach free money doesn't make me a stalker. Somebody else buck up so I don't look creepy. Just saying love to you and Mrs. R from Canada. Nick.
Thank you. Thank you very much. By the way, just a brief announcement, and I need to do this more often. I will be in Las Vegas, April 10th through the 12th for Hackamania. If you guys are interested in coming to see me, hackamania.com. Use promo code RL to buy your tickets. You get 10% off. And then they know that that you're coming to see me. New announcement, just throwing this out there. Lady Rackets will be joining me in Las Vegas this year. Last year I was out there alone. She'll be coming along with me, so we'll both be at the event. You can come hang out with both of us and chat and all sorts of stuff. We'll sign your non-offensive body parts, like your wrist or face. Your face might be offensive, actually.
It wasn't that dramatic. It didn't happen like that. Something along those lines.
Did she say how it happened or what happened?
No, not that I can recall.
Just that
it didn't happen as Eric jokingly said it happened.
No, but with Eric right there.
Sure, Eric's there the whole time.
Yes.
Understood. Your Honor, I hate to keep doing this. I just want to bring up one other thing at the bench.
No, it's better.
Okay.
So yeah, come visit us in Las Vegas. Hackamania will be a really funny show, by the way. Also, even if it's not, you're in Vegas.
I'm sorry, briefly.
Don't
bring
tell
it
me how
back
to
the
live, Shannon.
Sedona Mago letter. Scott, can you publish?
I'm just getting tired. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Can you bring up 2-4?
Go ahead, Mr. Butterworth. What's the state's motion?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-4.
Consistent with the court's ruling at sidebar, states Exhibit 2-4 is admitted.
Just 1 moment.
Of course.
Yes.
Are you ever going back to Anime Matsuri? As soon as they'll have me. It's one of my favorite things to do. I got to reach out to them. I don't know if I can get in this year or not.
Your Honor, I just think under Rule 106, for completeness sake, if we're going to put this in, let's just put in the whole letter.
I'm not aware of what's under the redaction, so would the two of you approve for a second? Let's just make sure I'm...
Gosh, she has facial expressions like someone I know. Holds her head and moves her face and talks like someone I remember. It's creeping me out. Can't quite put my finger on it, but I recognize it. We're coming up to the end of this this thing, which is nice because I am kind of exhausted. Laura Owens had a big hearing the other day that is funny. I definitely want to cover that. That might be tonight.
We have it.
Okay. Scott, would you... the screens are muted. Would you show it to me for a moment, please? 1 moment.
Your Honor, we'll put a sticker on it later.
On it, not
Okay.
in it. Wait a minute. What's gross about that? Random.
Version of 2-4. Anything further, Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Is admitted. Published now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. So this Sedona Mayo Natural Retreat Center. The life story of Kouri. I bet you never, ever thought that like you're at some retreat You fill out something. It's like, write your life story down so you can do it for a group activity, whatever. Oh my gosh. It gets used in your murder trial. It's snowing again. Why? Why would you do that, Lady Raggeds? Okay, here we go. Time to read. Kouri was born in 1990 in Oklahoma. I'm just a Midwest Oklahoma girl. Her parents were married and worked for the same engineering company. They were both previously married with children. Her father had a daughter, Tanya, and her mother had a son and a daughter, Renee and DJ. I think those are probably sweet. I don't know, maybe not. Together, Kouri's parents had Kouri and her brother, and her brother Ronnie. Ronnie and Kouri had to move a lot when they were kids. From 1990 to 1996, they lived in 17 different states due to their parents' work. Kouri's father was a successful engineer, but he was also an alcoholic and had been most of his life. She left out the had. She can't spell a lot. This is written like a toddler. In 1996, he was drinking and driving and fell asleep at the wheel and hit/ran over a cop who had another car pulled over on the side of the road. He was put in prison for the next 6.5 years. Kouri's mom, who today is her best friend, had her own addiction. She's a compulsive gambler. Once Kouri's father was put in prison, there we go. Once Kouri's father was put in prison, her mom then filed for divorce in 1998 and continued working full-time, rarely being home. Tanya, Kouri's dad's daughter, was raised by her mom. DJ, Kouri's half-brother, lived with his father. However, Kouri's older sister helped Kouri's mother raise Kouri and Ronnie while their mom worked. Once Renee turned 18, she left and never had a relationship again with Kouri or Ronnie because she blames them in having to help raise them, destroying her life as a kid. In 2000, Kouri and Ronnie and their mom moved to Utah to be closer to their mom's sister and finally settled down. Wait a minute. What? Finally settled. Damn it. Something their mom's gambling addiction made life as a kid, I'm guessing, difficult or hard. Their mother was a compulsive gambler, and there was a casino only a couple hours from our home. Every other weekend growing up, she shifted from third person right into first person. That was nice. Every other weekend growing up, we would spend it in a hotel room while mother gambled. Eventually, our home was foreclosed on. Foreclosed upon, I would think. Multiple cars repo, and ends were barely being met. Kouri's mother spent everything and more to fulfill her addiction needs, even if that meant losing our home multiple times. Kouri lost trust in her parents at a very young age. She graduated from high school in 2007 when she, 17, eager to begin college and have a stable life, make a stable life for herself. She began college and met her now husband. When Kouri met her husband, she instantly fell for the idea of a marriage with kids. Oh, God. Not for him. She didn't fall for him at all. She fell for the idea. The idea of a marriage. Okay. Marriage with kids and a happy family. A stable family. because that was her dream. Kouri got pregnant her sophomore year of college, which was very unexpected. She apparently failed biology. At the time, Kouri's relationship was very rocky, but she thought something. I don't know why she lost trust in her dad. He was stable for 7 years or so. Oh, shit. She thought no. Once the baby gets here, I'll be happy and everything will be fine. Kouri had her first son in 2012. Graduated college that same year. Wait a minute. How many years? Oh, I guess 2007 to 2012. Not so bad. She then got married in 2013 because she told herself, when I get married, I'll be happy. In 2014, she had her second son because she told herself another baby will make me happy. Kouri then started graduate school in 2016 because that will fill this hole. I thought that was Eric's job. And make me happy. But it didn't. In 2017, she had her third son, and her life spiraled downhill. That third kid is tough. I'm not going to lie. You're suddenly outnumbered. Things change. She graduated from grad school in 2018. However, she also found out her husband had been having an emotional affair. Kouri went to counseling on and off because of anxiety, depression, this constant need to chase happiness. Her husband, emotionally, she is exhausted from years of hearing you're selfish, you're not enough, wrong you're, you need me. Everybody thought the yours in the text, the wrong yours were text to speech or speech to text. No, she just doesn't know. She's just dumb. Somehow she's pursuing a postgraduate degree and she doesn't know the fucking your she's supposed to use. You're selfish. You're not enough. You need me, from her husband. She's ready to open her heart and find the happiness that's already there and stop looking for it. I know there's something in the wake of your smile. I know I'm gay. Like, why does everybody keep telling me? Lady Raggeds, they're calling me gay. I notice you don't ever prove them wrong.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
So getting that letter in there is all about Kouri needing to move on, her husband not being supportive. She's tired of chasing stuff. She's going to make it on her own. She doesn't need him, his approval, or anybody else.
I'm going to handle. Your Honor, we've agreed that I'm going to
Lady
handle
Ragged, she does
this
not have a gap
witness
in her
as
teeth.
a direct examination since she's here from out of town, so we don't have to bring her back.
Sounds good.
All right.
I appreciate it. Please proceed.
Morning or good afternoon. Huh? Who knows anymore? How are you today?
I've been better.
I'm sure you have.
Allie, will you do me a favor? I'm sincere. You can sit wherever you like. Just
What do you
pull the
want it?
mic closer. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Ellie, my name's Wendy Lewis. I know we've spoken, but we haven't met before, so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I want to talk about, you knew Kouri, you said, since junior high.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. And did you do things with her as and Eric as couples, or with also your children as families?
Both. We did things with our families as well.
All right. And did you go on a trip to Hawaii together?
I did.
And when was that trip to Hawaii?
I think it was early 2018.
Early 2018?
Yeah. February, I think.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that trip?
Our friend was getting married.
Which friend was that?
Selma.
Selma. Okay. And did something happen on that trip that Kouri was upset about?
Could you clarify?
Did something happen in terms of the travel to Hawaii?
Yes.
And what was that?
Kouri found out that Eric had hidden drugs in her suitcase without telling her.
Okay. And what was it that he put in the suitcase?
Gummies.
And was she upset about that?
Yes. Yes, we were laughing. Yeah. She wasn't crying upset. It was more or less a funny story, but not so funny.
Not so funny story. And I mean, is it fair to say she was not happy?
No, she was not okay with it.
Okay. And what was Eric Richins' reaction? You don't have to get into what he said, but how did he react to Kouri not being happy with him?
He thought it was hilarious.
He thought it was hilarious that he'd put...
Yes, his thinking was...
THC in her bag.
Yes.
Okay, no, that's... I just clarifying. You're fine.
I just want to say this. Someone says, an addict lies to everyone, and who's to say he doesn't get the pills and secretively takes them? Sister and family blame her. They influence the police to push the issue. What if she's innocent? Let me just say something real quick. Addicts don't lie to everyone.
Okay. Now, you said that you were visiting, and you're from California, right?
Yeah. Yes,
Or you're living in California now.
Yes.
It's a really shitty stereotype.
To be more accurate. And you were visiting here about a month, a little less than a month, 3 weeks before.
You did? That's
Eric
fine,
died,
but
correct?
like, don't assume
is
that
that
all
right?
addicts lie
Yes.
all the time.
All right.
They don't.
And during that trip, you just talked about some things that happened during that trip when you were staying with the Richins.
That's awesome.
Did you take THC gummies with them at that time?
Not on that trip, I didn't.
Not on that trip.
I don't believe so, no. No, Eric didn't want me to.
Why didn't Eric want you to? Do you know why?
Yes, he said that he...
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you, without...
Sustained regarding calling for hearsay. Can you rephrase, Ms.?
Yes. All right.
I don't mean that in any
So you
hostile
discussed
way. If I
taking
sound
gummies.
any
We did.
weird way
All right.
about it, I'm just
And
tired.
there was a concern about taking them. Is that fair?
Yes.
And why was there a concern about taking those?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. We maybe just ask her why she didn't do something or what her concerns were.
All right. Why did you decide not to take the gummies?
I was told they were bad gummies. That they made Kouri super sick.
Okay. Are you aware where those gummies came from?
No, I wasn't aware.
All right. Now, you had taken gummies, THC gummies, with the Richins in the past.
Yes.
And where originally,
I gotta speed this up,
you don't
guys.
have to tell
'cause
me who,
I'm gonna
but
have to end the
where
stream
were
pretty soon.
those gummies purchased from?
Well, I was never with him when he got him, but I knew that it was from a...
Objection, Your Honor.
Foundation?
Foundation.
Okay.
All right.
Sustained.
You had taken gummies with the Richins in the past.
Yes.
And so had some of your other friends. It was something that you all did occasionally, just like having a drink. Fair?
Fair.
All right. And you are you aware of, well, let me rephrase that. Were you all getting these gummies from the same source originally?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pause for one moment. I need a reason.
Foundation.
Okay. Would you please lay some foundation for whether and to what extent this witness knows about the source of anything that she took?
All right. Again, you were all getting gummies from the same source, right?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Yeah, I need you to lay some foundation, not
I'm
just
working
ask
on
the
it.
same question.
You're
break it
working it. Get to it then.
Do you know where, are you aware, do you know where you and your friends were getting the THC gummies from?
It's a yes or no question.
Yes. You are aware? Okay. And for a time period, you were getting them from one particular person, isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the time period that you were getting them from that person?
What do you mean?
Like, was it from 2018 to 2021? Was it from, can you give me a general time, for how long of a time?
Would you pause there for one moment? Your objection, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, objection, foundation, particularly as it relates to whether or not hearsay is the foundation.
Right. Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Would you approach for 1 second?
Giving birth to 5 children is now considered never doing anything to prove the people calling her husband gay were wrong.
It's a yes or no.
Yes. How are you aware of the person that was providing them?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
How were you aware where the gummies were coming from?
How do you not know how to ask questions?
It's got the same question.
Yeah, I know. Were you ever there when the gummies were purchased or brought or delivered? You were never there?
No.
All right. Did you ever purchase them yourself?
No.
So, can you tell me how you knew? Let me just come out. So, did someone tell you where the gummies were coming from, or did you have personal knowledge of where the gummies were coming from?
I was told where they were coming from.
All right.
Okay, guys, I hate to do this, but I need to end the show right now. I am required. We're almost done with this day, but I'm needed to be a dad, and that is got to take precedence over everything else, obviously. So, with that, I do have to end rather abruptly and head out. Sorry about that, but you know how it goes. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Hope you had a good time. We will be back tomorrow. We'll finish her testimony during a break or something. Tomorrow, I'll probably just start around 9:30 anyway. We'll see. Jury's not coming in till 1 Mountain, I think they said, which is 2 Central. That's a long time. We'll see what to do, because there's going to be oral argument over the exclusion of evidence. That's going to be really boring, but it is going to be happening, and it's going to take up the entire first half of the day, it seems. So we'll see. Just stay tuned. Also, depending on how things go right now, where I'm headed off to, depending on how things go, there may be a stream tonight about the Laura Owens trial. That needs to happen at some point here. So, all right. I love you all. Thank you so much for all those super tips, super chats, memberships. Oh my gosh. Do I have that member number updated? I might have missed some. Let me just check real quick. Come on, thing. Update. Okay, no, that's the correct number. 66 members today. That's awesome. Thank you so much. You guys have been phenomenal. Hope you had a good time. I will see you all very soon. Have a good one. I got to do a short outro. Sorry. Like I said, I got to go really quick, so I'll catch you soon. Peace. Peace.
So pour out an art bag about more of the bright spirits glow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have found